Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The exit of a zoo is a large commercial store. Like most scenic spots, if tourists want to leave the park, they must go through the commercial store. Visitors to this kind of zoo are usually couples or parents and children. The animal peripherals sold in the commercial store are very attractive to these two groups. Of course, Xia Li naturally knows that the prices in the scenic area are ridiculously expensive. Contracted stores like this are even more commercial in nature. So, he will never consume today. Xia Li, just as Xia Li passed by the shelf at a very fast speed, staring straight at the exit of the zoo without looking sideways. The evil dragon beside him was instantly sucked away by some mysterious force. Lucia stood in the middle of two rows of shelves, unable to move her feet. Little sheep. She pointed to the doll on the shelf and said. Xia Li had no choice but to turn back. Speaking of which, taking Lucia to visit the zoo today was like a dragon entering a buffet restaurant, but she was not allowed to eat a single bite. It was too cruel for dragons. Xia Li stood in front of the plush sheep doll and hesitated for a moment. He thought, if he really couldn't afford it, could he not afford a fake one? This zoo only sells grilled sausages for 5 yuan. How expensive can the sheep dolls in the store be? Thinking of this, Xia Li picked up the sheep and took a look. Oh, this is really slaughtering tourists like sheep. Or he can be Lucia's little sheep. 298 is really too much for a sheep doll the size of an arm. I can eat lamb chops at this price. Xia Li said it was not cost-effective, but he did not choose to put the sheep back on the shelf. Lucia's eyes were full of stars. Dragons are more or less a collector. Lucia certainly knows that this is a fake sheep and cannot be eaten, but she wants to collect the fake sheep back. This way, rounding it off can also be regarded as quenching thirst. Grabbing the doll and going to the cashier, Xia Li was about to line up to pay. Looking up, Xia Li accidentally glanced at the mobile stalls outside the zoo exit. Wait a minute. Under Lucia's expectant eyes, Xia Li turned around again and stuffed the black-hearted little sheep back to its original position. Lucia's beautiful amber eyes went out. Don't buy it yet. There's a big one outside. Xia Li pointed out the window. Lucia slowly turned her head, and her gray eyes lit up again after looking outside. Boss, how much is archery per time? In front of the stall with no business, the dozing boss woke up from the question, cleared his throat quickly, and raised his hand to show Xia Li 2 fingers. 21 times. Then I'll do it once. Xia Li quickly took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. Seeing this, the boss did not hesitate to put a bucket of 10 arrows and a black longbow in front of the young man. In addition to archery, the surrounding stalls also have games such as shooting, hooping, and darts. The rules of these projects are basically unified. The more arrows you hit, the more points you get, and then the points can be exchanged for gifts. The gifts range from first prize to 5th prize, and there are even super prizes to attract people's attention. Vendors like this have sprung up like mushrooms since more than 10 years ago. Tourists would come to join the fun at first, but later these vendors became more and more deceptive and people stayed away from them. Xia Li picked up the longbow and weighed it in his hand. It was not made of wood or steel, but plastic. The arrows were even more child-level, with soft tips. You need to pull the bow to the full length to pierce the foam target. It was completely incomparable to the arrows with steel spikes, and even poison that Xia Li had encountered on the A's continent. However, it is enough just for entertainment. After taking a breath, Xia Li set up the longbow. The black eyes were slightly empty, as if there was a sharp light hidden in them. 20 meters away was the target. It was a dead target. Xia Li especially remembered that when he had just become a hero and accepted the compulsory course of the instructor asked him to shoot sparrows with arrows. If he hit the target, he would have food to eat. If he missed the target, he would continue to shoot until he had food. The bows at that time were much heavier than this one, and the trajectory of the sparrow's flight was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Xia Li, shoot quickly. Lucia beside Xia Li was more anxious than Xia Li himself. It was written on the sign that if you hit 3, you will get a prize, 8 will give you the first prize, and 10 will give you the special prize. Lucia didn't know many words. She only knew that next to the first prize was a super large sheep doll, which was even bigger than the one she saw in the store just now. It was simply a 1:1 replica of the real lamb. If it was this sheep, Lucia wouldn't mind sleeping with it in her arms at night. That would definitely be more satisfying. Wind magic protection. Lucia waved her hand, and a short basic spell came out of her mouth. The breeze lifted her skirt, and her soft, long hair swayed gently. Lucia hummed twice and changed to a more childish gesture. Swift wind, hit spell, space acceleration. The owner of the stall had just woken up from his nap and was unscrewing the thermos to drink tea. He slowly cast his eyes on the young man. The young man looked focused, and his bow posture was the most standard he had ever seen. The boss took a closer look at him while drinking tea. Could he be an expert in archery? However, even if he was an expert, it didn't matter. The center of the bull's eye was so small that it was impossible to hold 10 arrows, let alone 10 arrows. The boss tried it himself against the wall and basically only hit 7 arrows, and it was difficult for the following arrows to hit the center of the bull's eye. Swish! The sound of the arrows broke through the wind. The boss had been in business for 5 years, and this was the first time he heard a customer make such a sound with his plastic bow. He took a look at the target and hit the center of the bull's eye as expected. It was indeed practiced. The boss thought, it was just 1 arrow. Could you hit them all? He took another sip of tea. When he looked up again, there were 5 more arrows in the red circle in the center of the bull's eye. Puff, cough, cough. Wind? Forget the sound of the wind. This time, he didn't even see how the arrow flew out. In the blink of an eye, 9 arrows had hit the bull's eye. The red heart, with a diameter of less than 3 centimeters, was shot into a sieve by the plastic arrows. The arrangement of the arrows was extremely exaggerated. They filled the bull's eye very full without leaving any gaps. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The boss panicked instantly when he saw this. If the young man was hit by another arrow, he would be finished. The special prize for hitting all 10 arrows was a 10-day tour of Ojo. Forget the 10-day tour of Ojo. He had been setting up a stall for a year and couldn't even afford the round-trip air ticket. Hanging a special prize here was just a gimmick. If this young man was really shot away by him, wouldn't he go bankrupt directly? I will return you double the money. Don't trade me, young man, don't. Just as the boss was begging, there was another sound of breaking wind. Swoosh! The boss closed his eyes in despair. That crashing sound. No mistake, the young man hit it again. A 10-day trip to Ojo. Why not change Ojo to Yangzhou now? At least it's still in China. Go get the sheep. Xia Li exhaled, put down the bow, and patted Lucia on the shoulder. Great! Lucia ran faster than a rabbit and took the oversized sheep placed in the first prize position without any courtesy. The sheep was so big that Lucia's head was buried in it when she held it in her arms. The boss opened his eyes after hearing this. The young man's last arrow did hit the bull's eye, but it hit the bull's eye of another target. He shot the target at the center from side angle. This kind of technique is hard to see even among national first-class athletes. Very fun. Come again next time. Before leaving, Xia Li greeted the stunned boss. You participated in hunting, right? The boss felt like wiping tears. He has hunted dragons. The girl next to the young man emerged from behind the big sheep and explained to the boss excitedly. The boss felt even more like wiping tears when he saw the old employee carried away by the girl. Forget it. I lost to you. I will close the stall next time I see you. On the way back, Xia Li took Lucia to eat at a roadside stall. Originally, they planned to find a popular restaurant nearby, but when they were halfway there, Lucia, who was already hungry, pointed at the roadside sign and said, "It's too late. This is it." Obviously, it was a dragon that slept when full and ate after sleeping, but I didn't expect it to be particularly punctual when it came to eating. The roadside stall owner sold fried noodles. Lucia walked around in front of the stall owner for a few rounds and finally pointed at the rice in his pot and said that she wanted to eat fried rice. Xia Li knew why the dragon changed noodles to rice. It was simply because she was not good at using chopsticks, and the fried noodles were too slippery to eat. Don't inspect the work there. Come and sit down. Lucia was still walking around in front of the stall. The half-person-high tricycle was filled with a dazzling array of ingredients and seasonings that Lucia had never seen before. Her reaction was also normal. Xia Li remembered that when she first went to the East continent, she wanted to tear down the entire palace to see if there was a crew hiding inside. The boss who gave us the lamb for 20 yuan just now was very generous. After Lucia finished her inspection, she came back with the lamb in her arms and sat down on the small stool next to Xia Li. It's not called giving, Xia Li corrected. I won it from him. That kind of stall was originally meant to cheat tourists, but he met me. Oh, that is to say, he is a bad guy, but he met the punishment of the hero. Lucia seemed to understand, but not completely. Xia Li smiled. You can't say he's a bad guy. After all, it's just a way to make money. 20 yuan is not a lot. The main purpose of playing these projects is to gain happiness in the process. Anyway, Xia Li was quite happy. If he wanted, he could even give the boss the grand prize of the 10-day tour of Ojo. But that thing was not attractive to people like Lucia, who didn't have an ID card. So in the end, he only took the doll. Xia Li didn't expect that the skills he learned in the other world could be used in such a place. If the instructor knew about this, he would be very angry. The brave warrior they carefully trained, with his full-level archery skills, won a doll and gave the doll to the dragon. Well, the way humans define good and bad is very strange. Lucia finds it difficult to distinguish between good and bad. From her current perspective, she only knows that what makes her happy is good, and vice versa is bad. For example, Xia Li is pretty good. Lucia recalled the scene of archery just now. Xia Li's eyes were firm, and his face was solemn. If she had seen this face on the A's continent, Lucia would have spread her wings and flew high. With that kind of eyes, he would draw his sword and kill in the next second. But today, Lucia saw Xia Li's concentration from new perspective. Although my heartbeat still speeds up a little because of nervousness. But this time, the faster heartbeat seems to be different. Xia Li, Lucia said sincerely, you look pretty when you shoot arrows. Xia Li asked the boss to get a bottle of glass soda, and just as he was about to pry it open, the screwdriver in his hand paused. Looks pretty? What do you mean by pretty? This sentence made Xia Li confused, thinking that Lucia should be praising herself, but she was at a loss for words and couldn't find the right one. Xia Li thought about it and said shamelessly, the word looks good is not used to describe boys. If you want to praise me, you should say handsome and cool. Then you are handsome and cool today. Lucia answered immediately. Her eyes were sincere like an angel. Xia Li put the straw into the glass bottle and pretended to drink a sip nonchalantly. He must be handsome. How could he not be handsome if he could make the boss's face red? Damn it. The dragon's way of praising people is too straightforward. Once Xia Li looked at her sincere eyes, she would feel like being stabbed by electricity. It was embarrassing. At this time, I want to say something naughty, but I was at a loss for words. If it was Chun Tao's group, wouldn't Xia Li say your father should be so handsome? The two were silent for a moment, and the sound of fried noodles rolling in the hot pot behind their heads was very tempting. Lucia's nose twitched, and she secretly inhaled a breath of fragrance. Xia Li, you are so good at archery that you can teach people how to shoot archery. Lucia said seriously, there are not many human professions that she can understand, but teacher is definitely a common profession. In a previous world, humans who taught people swordsmanship and archery had a high status. This profession is too unpopular, Xia Li said, and even if you go to work in an archery hall, you must at least take the instructor certificate exam. It's too troublesome and unnecessary. Lucia's way was directly rejected by Xia Li. Educating people is fine, but teaching people is not. Even if Xia Li wants to go out to find a job, he must find something he likes. Archery is something that he was forced to learn by his mentor, so he can't say he likes it. Xia Li, you always want to develop me, but I think you can also be developed. Lucia's dragon brain didn't know what she thought of, and the words that came out almost choked Xia Li. Please add the word potential after development. Xia Li said, I develop. I explore your potential to let you integrate into this society. Why do you explore my potential in return? Because the skills you learned in A's continent are quite practical. Lucia whispered, Here, 1 portion of fried rice and 1 portion of fried noodles. At this time, the boss brought up 2 portions of steaming food. Lucia hugged the sheep with one hand, and her eyes were automatically locked. It's just winning a doll. It's not practical, Xia Li said, taking 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks and breaking them apart. What I learned there, fighting, archery, swordsmanship, these things can only be used for self-defense in this peaceful era on Earth. However, as long as we can bring back a magic from A's continent, even if it is a close-range perspective magic, we can use scratch cards to scratch a house in a magic city. Xia Li muttered in his mouth. He wanted to tell Lucia that physical energy can only be a bricklayer on Earth, and only magic can reduce dimensionality. However, when Xia Li raised his eyes, he found that Lucia was not listening at all. This guy had already put the sheep on another chair, staring at the fried rice in front of him with full concentration. She looked at the fried rice, and then at Xia Li, who was still talking. That look seemed to say, Okay, Master Xia, stop talking. Xia Li, from now on, all the evil dragons who don't listen to others will be forked out. Here are the chopsticks. Lucia, who got the eating utensils, started to inhale violently. Xia Li was afraid that she would choke, so he quickly asked the boss to get another bottle of mango juice. Lucia looked at the glass bottle in front of her, and then at Xia Li's bottle. Without any hesitation, she stole the straw from Xia Li's glass soda, inserted it into her own bottle, and then took it over and started to drink slowly. Xia Li was silent after seeing this scene. There are so many clean straws. Is it necessary to deliberately ruin it? It happened to be the evening rush hour when I returned. Xia Li took Lucia to wait on the roadside for 3 buses, but no seats. In the end, he had no choice but to take a bus that was not that full. After writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, to circle them. Lucia was a little tired today. Her arm was barely hanging on the bus bracelet, and her body was swinging back and forth with the vehicle weakly. Xia Li didn't feel anything. First, his physical fitness was better than that of the dragon who never left home, and second, Xia Li would not jump when walking. While taking the bus, to stop, Xia Li took out his cell phone with one hand and took a look. I didn't pay attention to looking at my phone while having sex with Lucia in the afternoon, and now there are 2 more comments on Jihu. The content is quite friendly. One of them is to urge updates, and the second is to ask the author why the story is interspersed with settings. Is it because I want to write such a detailed worldview to publish a book? Xia Li typed the 9-cup grid with one hand and explained casually that the record of seeing and hearing is such a carrier. Turning off the phone, Xia Li glanced at Lucia, who was shaking beside her. The bus arrived at the next stop. There were a lot of people getting on the bus at this stop. Xia Li squeezed Lucia into the corner. At this stage, Xia Li has not yet expected this book of experiences to bring benefits to him, because I was already writing it with the determination to serialize it. It is normal that there is no profit before getting higher exposure. As for the comment that says the book, Xia Li never thought about this step at all. The record of seas and news is a way he tried to make money, and he planned to spend a month on this matter. A month later, no matter whether he can make money with the stories brought by another world, Xia Li plans to find a job. After all, serialized readings are just one of the part-time jobs and cannot be a full-time job. And now this month, I just treat it as accompanies Lucia to get familiar with life on Earth. Lucia held the oversized lamb doll with one hand, and the whole dragon was so sleepy that she was dozing off. Her exercise volume today was seriously exceeding the standard, and when Xia Li called her the second time, she lifted her sleepy face. If I go out to work, what would you do at home alone? Xia Li asked with some concern. Work? Lucia blinked her sleepy eyes. Are you not a brave man? When I returned to Earth, my identity as a brave man was retired. Xia Li said helplessly. There are many heroes in this world now, and it is not his turn to protect him, a brave man who has lost his power. Lucia thought for a moment. Then you won't protect humans anymore? It's enough for me to protect you. Xia Li replied immediately. After all, Lucia, who is alone, is the vulnerable group in this society. Before society harms her or she harms her, Xia Li should indeed guard her. Xia Li felt that there was no problem with what he said. But the sudden silence of the two made Xia Li unable to help but recall the meaning of this sentence. How do you understand it more strangely? The key is, what does it mean that the evil dragon suddenly stopped speaking? Intersection. It made him suddenly say something rustic. You said something. Xia Li looked sideways, and her eyes fell on Lucia's beautiful little face. Lucia pinched the pull ring in her hand, turned sideways slightly, leaving the back of Xia Li's head. No, you're just a dragon, and you are shy. He was almost embarrassed. Shouldn't we now return to the previous question and answer what he plans to do at home alone? Intersection. Xia Li took a breath and did not take the initiative to say anything and looked out the window fiercely. There was a big sheep between him and Lucia. They were like little duckweeds rippling with the waves, swaying as the bus stopped and stopped. A few more stops passed. The vehicle entered the downtown area, and now there are many young couples who are going out to date at this time. Those people held hands. The boys pulled the plastic ring on the roof of the car. The girl pulled the boys, talking and laughing, and occasionally the girl would feel embarrassed to burrow into the boy's arms. Lucia's eyes slowly poked out from under the furry little lamb, like the kind of snail's eyes, secretly taking a look at the situation outside. Lucia has seen many such men and women holding hands last time when she was shopping in the mall. And it's the same when I was in the zoo today. Men will take the initiative to hold women's hands, and their hands stick together as if they have some magic, and they will be in a state of integration wherever they go. On the other hand, Lucia recalled that Xia Li rarely held herself like they did. Except when crossing the road, Xia Li would take her for a while. They basically went their own way during other periods. Lucia didn't know what the difference between her and Xia Li was from the couple next to her. But just from the atmosphere of speaking, body movements, and the different feelings towards each other in their eyes, there should be a big difference. Why are all couples? At this time, Xia Li also found Lucia looking at the little couple beside her. These two people were a little noisy, and as soon as they got in the car, they were talking about the movie scene I just watched. Xia Li felt a sultry heat and pushed the car window open a little with her body. Couple. Lucia was still searching for the words for this kind of relationship in her mind. In her opinion, these people seem to be husband and wife, but they seem to be almost there. So they are lovers. Although she is not very clear about the division of relationships in human society, Lucia subconsciously knows that lovers are probably better than friends. What about us? What are we? Lucia asked Xia Li excitedly. We are definitely pure friendship, Xia Li said righteously. As he spoke, he pulled his collar to cool down. Why did he feel sweaty as soon as Lucia opened her mouth? It was so funny. I am so righteous. How could I feel guilty? But when Xia Li saw Lucia's expectant eyes, he even felt his throat tighten. No, something is wrong. Forget about the physical contact, and when the dragon fed him candy before, Xia Li felt nervous because the dragon looked like a beautiful girl. He is a boy in his early 20s. It is normal for him to have some different emotions when facing such a sincere girl. Xia Li always regarded Lucia's innocent actions and close physical contact with him as Lucia's little comrade, testing their friendship. Xia Li felt that he could definitely handle it. But now, he suddenly found that he seemed to be facing a mountain, let alone overcoming difficulties with Lucia. Lucia in front of Xia Li was the ultimate boss herself. Which is more powerful, pure friendship or lovers? Lucia seemed dissatisfied with Xia Li's answer. The Dragon Clan was still very competitive. Pure friendship is much more powerful, Xia Li replied. After all, it is more than 100 times more difficult for a single man and a single woman to maintain a long-term friendship than a couple. By the way, is there really pure friendship between men and women? Xia Li thought with some hesitation. Xia Li, their mouth. Lucia clearly saw the girl tiptoe and touch the boy's lips. The dragon, who had just grown up, had never seen such a scene before. Lucia's eyes, which appeared from behind the little sheep, were staring at the scene. "Don't look at it," Xia Li cursed inwardly and used his large body to block the dragon. "It's chewing the cud." Xia Li certainly knew that his friendship with Lucia was indestructible. However, every time Lucia stared into his eyes and asked him, "What is our relationship?" Xia Li always wavered for a moment. This wavering was not a questioning of their friendship, but another deeper self-doubt. What exactly is pure friendship? Xia Li felt that he had already lost his ability to draw a clear line. It seemed normal to cross the road holding hands. When I was a child, I often crossed the road holding hands with my friends. When I drank beverages, I would hold the bottle and take a sip. Feeding each other was also very common. At that time, we were still young, and boys and girls mixed together without paying attention to the difference between men and women, and we would not feel embarrassed because we drank from the same straw when drinking soda. Looking back at himself and Lucia, Xia Li always felt that something was wrong. The more he thought about this wrongness, the deeper it became, and he even fell into it. No, now one of them is an adult, and the other is an adult dragon. This kind of friendship relationship is brought into the thinking mode of children, which is problematic in itself. Back at the door, Xia Li took out the key and opened the door. Lucia rushed past Xia Li like a gust of wind, holding the sheep doll in her arms, and hit the sofa with the dragon. Xia Li slowly changed his shoes. After thinking about it seriously, he took out his mobile phone and decided to ask someone. As the saying goes, the person involved is confused, but the bystander is clear. Xia Liming. "Taozi, do you believe that there is pure friendship in this world?" "Taozi." "Xia Liming, I asked for my friend. He said that after staying with a girl with a pure friendship for a long time, he always felt that he couldn't distinguish the boundaries of friendship." "Taozi." "Oh, I understand this." "Taozi, when your friend thought so, he was actually interested in the girl, right?" "Taozi, the moment you realize that friendship has deteriorated, that's the moment you like each other." "Taozi, let me guess, the friend you're talking about is yourself?" "No, don't you have Xiaolu?" "Xia Liming. I told you I was asking for someone else." Xia Li sent the message and threw the phone aside. It was already confusing enough, and Chen Tao's words made Xia Li feel even more confused. What is a bystander who sees clearly? This bystander who sees clearly doesn't understand the relationship between them at first glance. Brave man, dragon-like. These three keywords can't be connected at all. I took Lucia in at first for self-defense. To prevent Lucia from being taken to the police station and the police coming to my house, and I happened to be missing for a week, and there was no trace left during that week, which would definitely be troublesome to explain. Xia Li chose to take in the dragon temporarily to protect himself. For the sake of that gold coin, Xia Li decided to give the dragon a full meal for a while. After noticing the dragon's curiosity about the human world and that she herself did not show any aggression, Xia Li decided to take her to eat something better in the spirit of hospitality. Later, he took her to buy clothes and pants and taught her how to wash clothes and cook and integrate into life. Later, because Lucia could not use chopsticks, Xia Li had to feed her rice noodles at her pitiful request. Later, he felt that she was pitiful sleeping on the balcony, so he let her sleep in his bed. Later. Wait a minute. If this goes on, the next step is really to sleep in the same bed. Xia Li suddenly realized that every time the relationship between him and Lucia improved, it was because of his sympathy for Lucia. Sure enough, this dragon was so beautiful and had such a good personality that he always felt compassion for her. So she pushed forward. Xia Li began to reflect on himself deeply. But pitying her does not mean liking her. If I have always felt that she is fatherless, motherless, helpless, and both naive and sincere, so I want to take care of her, isn't this just the ordinary pity of an older brother for a younger sister? It doesn't even have to be a little sister. If Lucia is replaced by a kitten, Xia Li is very likely to adopt her. Wearing slippers to enter the house. When Xia Li passed by the sofa, he couldn't help but slow down his pace and glanced at Lucia, who was lying on the sofa pretending to be dead. On the head of the little sheep, a pair of amber eyes secretly raised and looked at Xia Li at the same time. The most embarrassing thing in Longsheng is that when he was peeking at the hero happened to be peeking at him. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Xia Li asked with a cold face, and Lucia asked back with a calm face, and the tone of their voices was even somewhat similar. After a while, Lucia moved on the sofa like a big caterpillar. I'm a little happy. Half of Lucia's face was submerged in the doll, and her voice was muffled. Xia Li waited quietly for her to continue. Today is the first time I received a gift, and it's a human gift. Lucia's voice was very low, and she rubbed the ears of the sheep in her arms while speaking. Xia Li nodded and was about to say that the clothes I bought for you before were also considered gifts. As a result, she heard Lucia's next sentence. Candy for human cubs? Hee. Xia Li, no matter how you think about it, your first time was me, right? The first time I entered a shopping mall, the first time I took a bus, the first time I saw a human metropolis. Then I went shopping, bought clothes, and ate all kinds of fresh food. How could a little girl buy you over with a piece of candy? However, candy will be gone after you eat it, but this will always exist. Lucia patted the doll in her arms again. Actually, I wanted to say this at the beginning, but Xia Li suddenly stared at her, which made Lucia retreat. Obviously, the evil dragon will never retreat. But in front of the brave Xia Li, she always gets scared. Xia Li's gaze. The dragon's heart was thumping. Then you must keep it well, Xia Li said with some relief. Well, although he didn't beat the candy at the beginning, his sheep won the resurrection match. Of course, I will take it with me to be buried. Lucia always says some scary words in a serious manner. I'm going to work. I'll try to write 50,000 words for that travelogue in the next 2 days. As he said that, Xia Liren had already returned to the house, ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. He was struggling here. But does this silly dragon know what like is? Lucia can't even classify human emotions. Even if Xia Li asks her, do you like me? At this time, she answers yes, which doesn't mean that she really likes me. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Clicking on the computer screen, Xia Li stared at the unlocked computer for a while. His mind was blank for a long time, and the keyboard in his hand kept typing and stopped. Xia Li felt that he was holding back a lot of energy in his heart. He always wanted to say something and listen to something. Raising his head slightly and looking outside the door, Xia Li said loudly in the direction of the living room, Lucia, do you like the humans in this world? After a pause, Lucia's voice came from the living room. I like it. What about me? I like it too. Taiwan Novel Network. I like it too. Listening to Lucia's voice coming from the living room, Xia Li's mouth was rising unconsciously. It's broken, and it's going to be fished by the evil dragon. Forget it. Lucia is there. She doesn't know anything, but Xia Li herself is an adult who grew up in modern society. Can he still not understand? Don't say it. You may really not understand. For someone who has not yet fallen in love, Xia Li himself is not sure what kind of relationship this is. But Xia Li knew one thing very well. When Lucia said to him, she felt as if she was touched by this sentence, and she felt satisfied. Retract your thoughts. Xia Li's hand typing on the keyboard a few times. When he opened Jehu's backstage, he was going to send 2 of the manuscripts he had written in the past few days. The story is more passionate than before. It tells the story of the silver dragon Lucia, who was driven out after stealing the farmer's sheep. Then on the way to his new home, he met a female fire dragon who was also driven out of the nest by the female dragon. The 2 dragons spent more than 10 years of childhood together. The territorial consciousness in the young dragon stage is not that strong, and the relationship between the 2 dragons is very good. In addition, they are willing to cooperate, so even if they're not developed and formed, they can drive away some high-level monsters. In the face of crisis after crisis, they successfully defended their nests. Later, the human duke cut the nests of 2 young dragons into their own territory. Magic, sword skills, and knights. Under waves of clearing, Lucia had to give up her nest. In the sky, she and the female fire dragon flew in different directions. Xia Li read this story again, and always felt that the tone of the story in this book of experiences was a bit heavy. Modern people prefer to read more relaxed stories. But this is something Lucia has experienced personally. Since Xia Li wants to use words to construct a real world, then these cruelties must be preserved. But Lucia's childhood was quite pitiful. She's like a small boat on a huge wave, and any storm can overturn her carefully arranged home. After moving his fingers, he named the first volume of the record of seeks and experiences as The Story of a Young Dragon Wandering. The chapter was successfully sent, and Xia Li opened the comment area and took another look. There were 2 more messages tonight in a while, and it should be that the platform gave a little exposure. One of them is the expression of thumbs up and likes, and the other is what kind of story has been compiled even for the set collection. Could it be that the author has been to another world? Don't say, "I've been there, brother." When Xia Li saw this comment, his first reaction was hesitation, and the second reaction was excitement. Since they can all travel from A's to Earth, maybe others will encounter the same experience as them. After all, the vast universe has countless possibilities, and Xia Li's experience may not be the only one. However, when Xia Li clicked on this person's information column, he was disappointed again. It turns out that he is a heavy fan of Western fantasy. Judging from his historical dynamics and likes, it can be seen that he is obsessed with this type of story. In other words, it was the setting party that Xia Li wanted to attract from the beginning. Without replying to this verbal content, Xia Li turned off her phone. Feeling something wandering out of the corner of his eyes, he turned his head and saw a lamb walking towards him without knowing it. What's wrong? The oversized sheep stood up, and the black plastic eyes stared at Xia Li, feeling very cunning. "Xia Li, I'm a little sheep. Can you give me food?" The little sheep moved his hands. Xia Li corrected her and pretended not to see Lucia hiding behind her. "Sheep eat grass and don't eat. Then can you give me grass?" Xiaoyang asked sincerely. "I can't give you grass," Xia Li said casually, "but you can give it to me." Wait, I almost burst out. If he was facing his brothers, Xia Li had now welded the car door to become the Akima mountain bike god. But the dragon in front of him could not get into his car. She doesn't know anything, but she knows everything. Lucia knew very well about the reproduction memories passed down by the dragon clan. Last time, Xia Li asked Lucia to talk for a long time in order to write the setting collection. "Are you hungry?" Xia Li grabbed the little sheep's head, then cruelly pulled Miss Sheep out of Lucia's arms and threw it on the bed. "No," Lucia shook her head, "just a little bored." "Then what do you want to play?" Xia Li also spread her other hand away from the keyboard and turned the chair to face Lucia. Lucia thought about it seriously. She has been on Earth for so many days, and she has only been exposed to this kind of thing. She doesn't like the TV. She can only see an image on it, but she can't understand it. The computer is also average. The fruit ninja will disappoint her when she is defeated in the battle, but the gold miner is fine. However, I think the gold miner is not because it is fun to catch fake gold, but because the gold miner is in a 2-player mode and can play with Xia Li. If Xia Li hadn't played all these games next to her, Lucia would have been tired of playing them for more than 10 minutes. To sum up, the answer is to play Xia Li. "Come here, I'll find you some other games." Xia Li saw Lucia hesitated for a long time and couldn't give an answer. He thought to himself, this girl hasn't found her own hobbies yet. At this stage, she should be exposed to more entertainment projects. There are only novels in 4366. I'll show you the games played by adults. Of course, you can also play it along, Xia Li said, and clicked on Steam. "This is all my treasure trove." Lucia didn't have much interest at first, but when she heard that it was a treasure trove for heroes, she instantly became excited. She immediately came to Xia Li and watched Xia Li open a dark blue interface. While waiting for the interface to load, Lucia moved her butt and sat on Xia Li's thigh. Xia Li said that pure friendship is better than lovers, but if lovers on the bus can sit on their legs like this, then pure friendship can sit even better. Lucia glanced at Xia Li, found that the other party had no resistance. She felt a little more confident and moved her, but inside again. Xia Li's thigh muscles are hard. Sitting on them hurts my butt. Lucia muttered, "I don't even dislike you." Xia Li looked down at the dwarf dragon, and his tone of voice was a little more flustered than he thought. The dragon suddenly sat on her. Who could withstand it? Although her weight was very light, it brought little physical burden to Xia Li, but the psychological burden was great. If she sat in further, the passive of the holy sword would be triggered. Xia Li's Adam's apple rolled, and he randomly chose a pixel-style adventure game. You can play this, and you will be the hero this time. Xia Li found that teaching the dragon to play computer was not a wise choice. Letting the dragon sit on his lap was not a wise choice either. The dragon had no sense of boundaries, and she was not honest when she sat on Xia Li. She disliked Xia Li's stiff legs and moved her, but to try to find a comfortable angle. Xia Li felt like she was being roasted on a rack. Reach out to hug her waist. Pure friendship does not involve hugging the waist. If you don't hug, you're worried that the dragon will fall on you. Google search TWKN. In the end, he could only stretch his arms over Lucia's shoulders on both sides in a tricky way and put them on the keyboard. Xia Li taught Lucia to play Terraria for half an hour and Hades for half an hour. The characters on the screen were either dying or on their way to death. His eyes would always fall on Lucia's profile, smelling the faint fragrance of Lucia close at hand, and then the little people controlled by Xia Li in the screen would automatically die. There's no way to concentrate. Lucia is much more attractive in games. Xia Li now has high attack and low defense, and is no match for Lucia's full-blooded boss. He must find a way to weaken her. After several struggles in his heart, Xia Li felt that it was not a good idea to have Lucia invade his mind so frequently, so he used his own dragon trap formation. The computer was not enough, but he still had a mobile phone. The crystallization of modern human civilization. Even a babbling baby can poke it twice. This is the ultimate secret treasure of the hero. Xia Li carried this small box with him wherever he went. Lucia had been curious about it for a long time. Until today, the secret treasure of the hero finally fell into her dragon claws. Well, my secret treasure, you should use it carefully. Xia Li unlocked the phone and handed it over. He had installed games such as Defend the Carrot, Snake, and Happy Candy Crush in it that were very suitable for Lucia's temperament. It's similar to the operation of a computer, but the buttons are all on the screen. You can study it yourself for a while. Xia Li didn't teach Lucia much, and let her explore everything on her own. After thinking carefully, Xia Li confirmed again and again that his mobile phone did not have any software that could not bear the sight of dragons. Oh, so magical! Lucia was very supportive as always, and she went to the living room with her mobile phone. Xia Li was relieved to see that his dragon trapping array finally worked and Lucia was successfully sent away by the mobile phone. It's not good to always let the evil dragons stick to your butt. They each have to do their own things. At least Xia Li needs some private space. It's not easy to lock this evil dragon at home. Otherwise, you can raise some flowers, plants, cats, and dogs to divert her attention. Lucia, mop the floor later. I'll give you $5. Thinking of this, Xia Li shouted to the outside of the living room. Okay. Lucia was very happy to take the task. Lucia found a comfortable position on the sofa and lay down with an oversized lamb under her. Her 2 legs and white socks were hooked up, and she didn't know what rhythm she was stepping on with her toes shaking. Although the games on the phone were fun, Lucia got bored after a few minutes. Although she could find some fun in them, most of the frustration was caused by her poor skills. Whether playing on the computer or on the phone, it was not as fun as playing with Xia Li. Lucia thought sullenly and quit the game. After poking at Xia Li's phone twice, Lucia opened a colorful flower icon. Recording magic. Oh, this is me. Lucia saw her own photos in Xia Li's album, which were taken at the zoo during the day. It was full of images of herself being besieged by a flock of birds. Xia Li didn't come to save me, but was actually performing recording magic on the spot. Lucia was so angry that she let out a breath through her mouth. Looking at the stupid look of herself waving her arms to drive away the flock of birds in the photo, she became even angrier. Continue to flip the image back. Lucia saw Xia Li's college graduation photo. There were more girls majoring in Chinese language. Lucia used 2 fingers to zoom in the photo, trying to find Xia Li's figure in it. As a result, she saw Xia Li standing upright in the middle of a group of human women. These are all girlfriends. Lucia's face was full of shock. This made her even angrier. Xia Li used to treat the girlfriends in the team very well in the A's continent. He was always the first to go when there was danger. But when the target was Lucia, Xia Li's attitude completely changed. And when Lucia mentioned this matter, Xia Li refused to admit it, saying that he only had one girlfriend. Obviously, there are 100 girlfriends, Lucia said angrily. Buzz. Just as Lucia continued to look for evidence of girlfriend in Xia Li's album, the phone in her hand suddenly vibrated. Lucia was startled and almost let the phone fly out. So dangerous, I almost got hit by magic. Hiding behind a sheep, Lucia slowly moved her head closer and stared at the vibrating phone throne on the sofa. 2 buttons appeared on the phone. One red, one green. It was trap magic. If you choose the wrong one, the destruction magic will be automatically activated. Lucia vaguely remembered that every time she crossed the road, Xia Li would say that she could only go when the light was green, and that it was safe when the light was green. Then, follow the rules of this human world. Decisively choose green. Lucia is not stupid. After thinking quickly in her mind, she stretched out her arm quickly, raised a finger, and clicked on the green button. Soon, the phone stopped vibrating. Then a human figure appeared on the screen. Hello. Xia Li, where are you? Lucia heard the voice of a human woman. Her heart trembled suddenly. Girlfriend. One of Xia Li's girlfriends appeared in the small box. Lucia quickly supported herself on the sofa with both hands, dragged the little sheep in her arms, and quickly crawled forward half a step. Obviously, the reaction of the girlfriend after seeing Lucia was stronger than Lucia seeing her. Little girl, who are you? The woman asked gently. Who are you? Lucia had a cold face. The look in her eyes now was as if she was facing an enemy. Me? I'm Xia Li's mother. My name is Fong Xia. You can call me Aunt Fong. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone became gentler after seeing Lucia in the video, and she couldn't help but put on a smile on her face. Oh, it turns out that she is not a girlfriend. Lucia leaned her head over and saw the appearance of the woman in the small box. The other party looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, with slightly loose skin, black hair tied into a ponytail and resting on one shoulder, gentle eyebrows, black eyes that looked a little deep, and some sharpness and tenderness. Such eyes are 70% similar to Xia Li, and Lucia likes such eyes. The other party is the mother of the hero. Oh, that is a great human being. Hello. Lucia raised her face and greeted, and the cold expression on her face also eased a lot. Since she is Xia Li's relative and a great human being, there is indeed reason to get her recognition. The mother of the hero should be stronger than the hero, right? You must be Xiao Lu, Xia Li's roommate. I heard Xiao Dao introduce you. The mother of the hero said with a kind smile. I'm his girlfriend. Lucia answered without thinking, and she felt that there was something to be said, so she added 2 more words. One of his girlfriends. What? What happened? When Lucia held up her phone and pushed open Xia Li's door, Xia Li's first reaction was shock. He just played a game and relaxed for half an hour. How did Lucia meet Ms. Fong? When he saw his mother sitting upright on the sofa with a smile on her face in the phone, Xia Li felt that his world was dark. No, he didn't bring another girlfriend home. You mean the small dark room? Xia Li didn't let me sleep in the small dark room. I slept on the balcony before. Well, I had dinner. The fried rice on the roadside is delicious. If you are full, the fried rice is not dirty. Then, I will give the phone to Xia Li first. I still have to mop the floor. No trouble. Mopping the floor costs 5 yuan. Watching Lucia approaching him little by little, and then shaking the phone in front of him as if nothing had happened, Xia Li dropped his jaw. There was no need to listen to what Ms. Fong said on the other end of the phone. Just Lucia's words alone had made Xia Li declare a death sentence. Xia Li was so angry that he trembled. He had been a hero for 3 years, and he rarely suffered a setback at the hands of this silver dragon. The ultimate blow left by the dragon on the hero today was definitely enough to be recorded in the history of humans in the East continent. Xia Li, your mother wants to talk to you. Lucia handed the phone to Xia Li, and the little expression on her face was a little happy. Perhaps, for her, getting to know a hero's relatives was indeed a happy thing. Xia Li was silent. Close the door when you go out, he said. Otherwise, When you are subjected to domestic violence later, it will be bad if the dragon hears it. Oh, Lucia nodded, and before closing the door, she seemed to notice that Xia Li's expression was a little tense. So she leaned over the door and gave Xia Li a reassuring look. That look seemed to say, "It's okay, I've checked it for you. Your mother is inside. There's no danger." Xia Li, thank you. The door closed gently. Xia Li raised the phone and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Miss Fong is usually gentle, and her way of educating Xia Li is always encouraging. But, after all, she is a woman from Shu province. The lethality of the phrase, "I'm from Shu Daoshan," is enough to make most men in Shu province tremble. Son, explain it to me. One of the girlfriends? What's the matter with one of the girlfriends? Also, when you were a kid, I gave you 10 yuan for mopping the floor at home, and you gave her 5 yuan? Let's not talk about these first. Tell me, what does it mean to sleep on the balcony? What do you treat other girls? Mom, listen to me first. She's not my daughter. Sally suddenly stopped talking. No, saying this at this time is simply adding fuel to the fire. Instead, he looks more like a scumbag. Miss Fong is in a very unstable mood now. If Xia Li continues to provoke her, she may come and kill him with a spatula. After organizing her words a little, Xia Li spoke nervously. She's indeed my girlfriend. Speak clearly, kid. I only have one girlfriend. She is my girlfriend. Well, things are a bit complicated. I will tell you slowly. Behind the door, the evil dragon Lucia did not go far after leaving. Because Xia Li's expression was not very good, she was a little worried that Xia Li had encountered some difficulties. So, Lucia pressed her head against the door to listen to the movement inside. I definitely like her. If I don't like her, can I still bring her back? Oh, Sally said he likes me. Lucia excitedly lay on the door like a twisted seaweed. I didn't bully her. I will definitely treat her well. Don't worry about it. Sally should treat me well. Bring her back another day. It's not time yet, don't worry. Isn't this Xia Li's home? Why do we have to go back somewhere else? Just when Lucia was wondering where Xia Li was going to take her, the voices in the room stopped abruptly. Lucia's steps were in a hurry, and she hurried to the balcony to get a mop. She pretended to be cleaning the living room seriously, shaking the wet mop left and right, and heard Xia Li's room door click open, so she pretended to look up inadvertently. Xia Li stood at the door. The whole person was a little gloomy. The mother of the hero is really scary. It's just a few words that can make the hero look defeated. Why are you blushing? Xia Li looked at the evil dragon's face, as red as a monkey's butt, and said a little unhappy. I didn't. Nervously lowering her head, Lucia grabbed the plastic stick in her hand and mopped the floor hard. Xia Li said she was blushing. Xia Li's face was even redder than hers. Don't mop it. I'll mop it later. Xia Li said sternly. Oh, the brave man is so fierce. Lucia lowered her head and silently took the mop back to the balcony. Xia Li turned around and went to the bathroom to wash her face. This stupid dragon. He does nothing good and always tells on him. She can't mop the floor clean, and she's bad at playing games. Besides being obedient and eating a lot, what other advantages does she have? No, eating a lot is not an advantage. Back in her room, Xia Li was in a complicated mood. Now it's all exposed. Lucia must play the role of Xia Li's girlfriend in front of everyone. This is clearly forcing a good woman into prostitution. They were still sitting on the friendship train and moving slowly forward, and Lucia suddenly got a rocket, and their relationship went straight to the sky. I don't know where Fong Xia got the news from, but she seemed to know from the beginning that Lucia was a poor girl without parents. So after hearing that Xia Li actually bullied Lucia like this, Fong Xia exploded directly. Fong Xia was kind-hearted and treated relatives and friends very friendly, but she was never polite to Xia Li. Xia Li was severely criticized and ordered to make corrections. If the corrections could not be made, then she would personally correct Xia Li. It was really hard to say. Xia Li sat in front of the computer in frustration. Now that his thoughts on writing a book were completely cut off, he had to replan how to get along with Lucia in the future. Now that he had personally admitted his relationship with Lucia, Lucia would have to continue to play the role of his girlfriend for at least this period of time. It was okay to act in front of Chun Tao and the others, but if he acted in front of the old couple, it would be difficult to get rid of it. Otherwise, just confess that he had traveled to another world for 3 years. Anyway, there was the demon exorcising sword as evidence. But considering the old couple's more traditional ideas, it would be difficult for them to accept these things. And if this matter was exposed, it would be more difficult for Lucia to survive in human society in the future. Xia Li didn't want to see this scene. After thinking for a while, without any results, Xia Li heard the sound of his door being pushed open. Xia Li, come here. Lucia stood at the door, carefully preparing to say something. At Xia Li's command, Lucia shut her mouth obediently. She looked at the only chair in the room, and then at Xia Li's thighs. Without hesitation, Lucia chose to sit on Xia Li's lap. Xia Li was so angry that he had no place to vent, and this evil dragon came to him. Then don't blame him for venting his anger with the body of the evil dragon. Xia Li stretched out his arm and hugged Lucia's soft waist. Lucia didn't move, but just raised her head and looked at Xia Li, as if wondering why Xia Li looked angry. Huh? Xia Li snorted in his heart and didn't explain much. Not to mention, this dragon was soft to hold, like a piece of boneless marshmallow. What a soft and fragrant little evil dragon. He took one in a mouthful. As a punishment, you watch me play games. Xia Li took the handle and opened the Monster Hunter world. Oh, Lucia responded with a small sound. Thinking, this is a punishment? Isn't it a reward? Old Xia, come and see. In the evening, Xia Yuanjun, who had just returned from a meeting, had not had time to put down the thermos in his hand when he saw his wife walking over happily with his cell phone. He squinted his eyes and looked at the screenshot of the video in Feng Xia's hand. I didn't recognize who the person inside was at the first time, so I took out my reading glasses and put them on and took another look. Who is this girl? Xia Yuanjun confirmed that he had never seen this person before. Do you think she is worthy of our son? Feng Xia couldn't stop smiling. Xia Yuanjun pushed his glasses and changed his shoes at the door. Don't. He knows how to do our son's business by himself. He is only in his early 20s, so you are busy dating him now. Oh. Feng Xia saw that her old man had misunderstood and slapped her thighs and said, The little girl is Xia Li's object. Why should I kiss him? When Xia Yuanjun heard this, he became interested. Is that cohabitation roommate? What kind of roommate in the living room? Xia Li said in person, girlfriend. Did that boy admit it? Isn't this a catch for me? Feng Xia said proudly. Only then did Xia Yuanjun take a serious look at the screenshot of the video. There is no name in just one photo, but the pretty appearance of the little girl in the photo made Xia Yuanjun nod. Our son is very lucky. That's right, the little girl is very shy, but she is very obedient. She will answer whatever I ask. Feng Xia smiled and flipped through hundreds of video screenshots on her phone for Xia Yuanjun to see. She must have a good personality, but I don't know if Xia Li will bully a girl. Speaking of this, Feng Xia's face became a little weird. Thinking of what Xiao Lu said to her, Feng Xia became angry. Why do you mop the floor and sleep on the balcony? She doesn't understand the tricks of young people nowadays. Seeing that Feng Xia's face had sunk, Xia Yuanjun sighed and quickly stood up and said, How could it be? Xia Li's personality, although she was a little naughty when she was a child, she was like you, with a standard knife-like mouth and a tofu heart. It is normal for him to make trouble occasionally, but it is impossible to let him bully girls. After all, Xia Yuanjun watched his son grow up, and he said this with confidence. Feng Xia nodded too. Feng Xia knew the temperament of the child she raised was. Thinking of this, Feng Xia's expression eased a lot, and Xia Yuanjun pulled her and said, Okay, don't think too much, leave some space for the young people. Feng Xia didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something, and she spoke for a while. Lao Xia, you go to the street tomorrow to buy a Xinhua dictionary. Huh? What are you doing when buying a dictionary? Xia Yuanjun didn't understand. Let's name your grandchildren. Feng Xia's words were not sure where she was going. The young people are very fast. They're living together. I might bring a good grandson back next year. In the room, The crisp sound of the handle and the wonderful scenes perfectly present a passionate dragon-slaying game. The character controlled by Xia Li waved the dark red sword, and Shinajuden completed it in one go. At the end of the battle, Xia Li let go of the handle. Am I too handsome? He lowered his head and asked the evil dragon in his arms. Oh, handsome. Lucia came to her senses and nodded immediately. Lucia still understands this kind of human nature very well. Xia Li looked a little angry now, so Lucia decided to echo him. Did you see this monster lying on the ground here? It is an ice-toothed dragon, which looks quite similar to your color. Xia Li pointed to the computer and said. Lucia glanced at her head and continued to nod and agreed. Uh-huh. It doesn't look like it. The dragon's dragon wings and claws are connected, and the teeth are large and long. Not only is it much smaller than the pure-blooded silver dragon, it is even 1,000,000 times ugly. It's obviously not like it. It's very similar. In order to make Xia Li happy, Lucia said ignorant of the dragon's heart. Xia Li smiled, hugged Lucia's light and flexible waist, and lay back. Not to mention anything else, it's so good to hold a girl in your arms and kill her. When I killed the dragon just now, were you afraid? Xia Li closed his arms and hugged the soft and fragrant dragon in his arms with a bright face. Afraid. Lucia's white little face showed a look of fear. Although the picture is very real, Lucia knows that it is fake after all. Except for the cut off her tail and the beheading, Lucia can still accept other pictures. In contrast, Xia Li was even more scared to scrape the fish scales in front of her with a real knife. Just be afraid. Xia Li's mouth raised like a hook-biting mouth. Playing the dragon-slaying game in front of the evil dragon will scare you to death. This dragon made him scolded today, and now he has won a game back. So, what did you say to my mom just now? Xia Li packed up his bad mood and started asking questions. Nothing said. Lucia thought about it carefully and felt that she had said nothing wrong. But why did Xia Li always care about it? She is very honest and never tells lies. You told her, I have a lot of girlfriends? But I have only you, my girlfriend. Xia Li suddenly said seriously. While saying this, he wandered his eyes away from others and did not dare to look at the evil dragon's eyes. It's not that I feel embarrassed, but that Xia Li feels guilty. It is hard to say whether his feelings for Lucia are likes or pity. And Lucia's feelings for herself. Xia Li only felt a kind of dependence. Before both parties confirmed their feelings, Xia Li announced that she was her girlfriend, which was somewhat of a point of using her as a shield. Those women, and your former teammates. Lucia looked at Xia Li's face with her head raised. Her calves were now hanging in the air, and half of her body was lying on Xia Li's heart. Suddenly, I felt my back was hot, and I didn't know if it was because I was getting hot or Xia Li's chest was sweating. However, when the sound of the game on the computer quieted down, Lucia could hear a faint, powerful heartbeat. Dong, 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 dong. What Lucia can be sure of now is that the brave are nervous. They're all friends, ordinary friends. But they are women, too. There are many kinds of female friends. I can have countless female friends, but I can only have one girlfriend. Xia Li's eyes gradually moved downwards, and the evil dragon lying on his chest tilted his head, and his soft lips were gently closed together. Looking at her cheeks that were so close to her, and a moist breath blowing from the tip of her nose, Xia Li felt even more nervous. From a day when he picked up the evil dragon home, Xia Li felt that he had embarked on a path of no return. This is the rule of human society. Anyway, listen well. I only have you. I am the only girlfriend, and you can't tell anyone that I have other girlfriends in the future. Especially my parents. Xia Li emphasized. I can only be the only one. So, am I special? Yes, you're special. Hey. The Dragon Clan's thoughts do not have as many worries as humans. When Lucia heard that she was the special one, she pursed a smile that seemed very stupid to Xia Li. You are special in me too. In order to match Shun Tao's confession, Xia Li did not deviate from the version of the story to Ms. Fong. He wanted to give Lucia a fictitious identity on Earth, so he explained to Fong Xia that Lucia was indeed his roommate. Lucia was a classmate of Xia Li in the same university but different departments, and the two knew each other in their junior year. Later, when graduation was approaching, Lucia had not found a job, so she wanted to stay at his house for a few nights. Since the two had a good relationship before, they naturally fell in love. As for who confessed first and who chased who first, Xia Li kept silent, and Feng Xia smiled and did not ask much. Originally, the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend was Xia Li's trump card when he could no longer hide it. Now that Lucia directly exposed it, Xia Li had to bite the bullet and admit it. As night fell, the sound of insects in the flower bed of the community outside the balcony was intermittent. Xia Li lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The dragon slept peacefully, but Xia Li had to prepare for the next change. Now that the old couple knew about their relationship, it was equivalent to letting the neighbors in the entire community know about their relationship. Later on, with Feng Xia's speed of spreading the news, all the aunts and uncles will soon know that Xia Li is dating a girlfriend. It will be difficult to end this if we don't get married. Speaking of which, Lucia doesn't even have an ID card. So how can this guy marry me? No, it's not even close now. Why should I think so much? Xia Li sat up from the sofa and drank a sip of ice water. He is the kind of person who has a hard time falling asleep when he has something on his mind. This mentality is cautious in the A's continent, but it is the ultimate mental exhaustion on Earth. I always feel that some details have been overlooked. Xia Li took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat chat bar. Xia Liming, Taozi, did you sell me out? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a reply finally came from the mobile phone. Taozi who? Me? Xia Liming. There are only two of us in this mobile chat window. Could it be me? Taozi, impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm a man who sticks out for my brothers. Xia Li waited for a few minutes for the second message that was being typed over there to come in. Taozi, by the way, my mom just called me and told me that you admitted your relationship with Xiaolu. Taozi, she also told me not to eat the big ones, but the small ones. TMD, why do you think you sold me out? Xia Liming, eat what? Taozi, Qintao sent me an emoji of a pile of poop. Xia Liming, I ask you, did you say anything too much to my mom? Taozi, no. Taozi, I just mentioned it once. Taozi, my mom asked too much that day. She insisted on asking me where Xiaolu was from, what she was doing, and her family situation. They were afraid that you would be deceived by a bad woman. Taozi, I couldn't stand the pressure, so I said Xiaolu had no parents and asked them not to ask like that. Seeing this, Xia Li was silent. It turned out that Chun Tao spread the news that Lucia had no relatives, so Feng Xia was so angry. From her perspective, Xia Li was bullying a helpless little girl who had to do housework and sleep on the balcony, and only had dinner at a roadside stall. However, Chun Tao was a traitor, but it was indeed understandable. He ate all the big and small things for Xia Li, and Xia Li couldn't blame him at this time. It's okay to let the old couple know Lucia's orphan status in advance. Old Xia and Ms. Fong are kind-hearted citizens, and they will definitely take better care of Lucia in the future. Now Xia Li is the only one who is suffering. It is already very laborious to keep a dragon at home, and now there are two more supervisors. Taozi, where are the people? Half of them are gone? Xia Liming, forget it, I will let you go today. Taozi, no, don't let me go. Monkey will come back on the weekend, and we will have a meal together. Taozi, by the way, let Xiaolu meet more friends. After all, she is from another place and has no relatives or friends. How pitiful. Taozi sent this message and threw a string of silly emoticons. Xia Li replied, let's talk about it later, and turn off his phone. The moon was bright outside the window, and Xia Li pushed open the door of his room lightly. He was obviously going back to his room, but he felt like a thief now. He just went to the closet to get a set of clothes to change tomorrow. Carefully opening the closet door, Xia Li randomly grabbed his sweatshirt and trousers. Looking back, he saw a girl with her legs tucked in, holding a huge sheep in her arms. He didn't feel this way when he slept on a camp bed before, but now that Lucia is lying on his big bed, he feels that her body is small and one arm can completely hug her. Xia Li was about to leave when the voice behind him stopped him. He raised the clothes in his hand to indicate that he was just passing by. I don't know if this evil dragon didn't fall asleep at the beginning or woke up in the middle. Her bright amber eyes emerged from the quilt, and her voice was a little nervous. Your bed is quite big. Xia Li turned around and said, Of course, it's an 8-foot bed. It should be okay for 2 people to sleep. It's okay for 3 people to sleep. Three people? I mean, a family of 3, parents and children together. In order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, Xia Li explained repeatedly. Looking back at the dragon holding the big sheep with only half of its face exposed, Xia Li waited for 3 seconds to confirm that the other party did not say anything else, and then said softly, I'm going to bed, good night. Oh, good night. The door closed slowly, and the light from the living room gradually went out. Lucia raised her arm and pinched the big sheep's ear a little lonely. Early the next morning, Lucia was still cleaning the pool with a brush when Xia Li stopped her. Is it time to eat? Lucia wiped the dragon's claws clean, and when she saw Xia Li woke up, she walked over excitedly. There's no food yet. I'll take you downstairs to eat later. In the morning after good night. Shouldn't there be a good morning? Why does this dragon talk about food all the time? Come here, Xia Li waved. Today we have to complete the task assigned by the superiors. Please cooperate. Xia Li took out the tape measure from the drawer, and Lucia stood in front of him very cooperatively. With her feet together and her hands raised, Lucia stood there like a cross, letting Xia Li do whatever he wanted. It's so itchy. It's so itchy, Xia Li. Xia Li calmly measured Lucia's sleeve length and leg length, then opened Taobao to start shopping. I won't measure other places, just by size, asked directly. The clothes Xia Li bought last time must not be enough for Lucia to change and wash, and now he has to buy more in accordance with Miss Fang's request. Glancing at the snow-white feet swaying on the sofa, Xia Li looked at them more curiously. How long are your feet? Choosing clothes for a beautiful girl is definitely a pleasant thing. Lucia is a clothes rack. She looks good in anything. Xia Li only needs to use his imagination a little, and the corners of his mouth will start to rise wildly. Would you like a pair of cat ears? No, it should be dragon horns. Wolf tail. This tail should be a pendant, right? TSK. How come at a Q Fun store? But the maid outfits in this store are pretty good. Huh? I'm here to buy regular clothes. Why are you pushing this kind of thing to me? I feel perverted after seeing this big data. Lucia, who was lying on the sofa and fiddling with the lamb, subconsciously covered her head after hearing the strange sound Xia Li made behind her, and then grabbed the tail that didn't exist behind her. No magic. So these dragon-shaped characteristics cannot be shown for the time being. But does Xia Li actually like these things? Dragon horns are a symbol of strength, and dragon tails are powerfully aggressive. Does he like being whipped by the tail? If Xia Li likes it, he will definitely satisfy him in the future. Just when Lucia was trying to figure out why Xia Li's personal preferences were so strange, Xia Li set his sights on Lucia's legs. Lucia subconsciously clenched her toes and weakly retracted her feet under the belly of the little lamb. It's not a good thing to be stared at by the hero. With this kind of look, the next step should be to use the sword to chop your legs. Just like playing games last night, swinging a long sword and then turning around to ask if you're handsome. Your feet. Xia Li looked down thoughtfully. After hesitating for a moment, he squatted beside Lucia. The tape measure in his hand was like a teacher's pointer. Xia Li reached out and grabbed Lucia's ankle in white socks. Lucia was like a big cat with fate grabbing her neck's skin, and she dared not move. Behind the hero was the sword emitting a faint blue light. Lucia might not be afraid of Xia Li, but she would definitely be afraid of the sword. Itchy. Lucia's smooth instep hooked. I'm buying shoes. Measure them for me. Xia Li showed her the phone to Lucia without any guilt. Lucia saw all kinds of round-toed leather shoes on the phone screen. I don't want green fish-mouth shoes. Lucia turned around and whispered. The fish-mouth slippers Xia Li bought for her were too ugly. It was okay to wear them at home, but if she was going out, it would be too embarrassing. 23. Less than 23. 22.5. Xia Li squinted his eyes, and it was difficult for his eyes to focus on the tape measure. The dragon's feet were like a small boat, lying quietly in Xia Li's palm. Probably because she was afraid that Xia Li would tickle her Her feet were shrunk, her toes were hooked together, and a horizontal wrinkle was pulled on the little white socks. This ice cream. The length of this shoe size should be 35. I don't know if Lucia's body will grow. However, logically speaking, the earth without magic made the dragon lose the ability to disguise itself with magic. But Lucia is a carbon-based life, after all. Eating more will make you fat, and jumping more may even make you taller. I've measured the size. Xia Li took the tape measure back and put it in his pocket, and Lucia immediately retracted her feet and stepped on the sofa. Size. Seeming to react to what the size Xia Li was talking about, Lucia asked sincerely, "Isn't there a label on the sole of the shoe you bought for me?" As she said, she also turned over the label on the back of her clothes to show Xia Li there is also a size here. Stared at by Lucia's clear eyes, Xia Li was silent for a long time. This can't be said that he has become Thai. He just forgot about it for a while. With a light cough, Xia Li began to place an order online. Straight men never worry about choosing clothes, as long as the color is acceptable and it doesn't reveal when worn. A total of 3 sets of autumn clothes were settled. Considering that the temperature will drop sharply after the fall, Xia Li specially picked a white down jacket for Lucia. This dragon is cold-resistant and rarely goes out, so it is a bit unnecessary to buy down. But thinking of Feng Xia's order to rectify, Xia Li curled his lips and decisively chose to pay. Last time, I exchanged Lucia's gold coins for more than 14,000 yuan. Now, after adding up the living expenses, I have spent 3,000 yuan, and the remaining 11,000 yuan can buy a lot of things. I bought you some picture albums and books, as well as a lot of Chinese books. After paying with facial recognition, Xia Li threw the phone back on the sofa and began to speak to the dragon earnestly. You know, 2 few words. If you want to integrate into this society, literacy and calculation are the foundation of the foundation. Modern society does not allow violence. The strongest weapon for ordinary people is our mouth. Speaking, listening, and writing are very important. They are not only related to your social life, but also determine your future destiny. In order to make Lucia realize the importance of this matter, Xia Li deliberately set it in a serious direction. After all, this guy's personality and Feng Xia's side is Xia Li's college classmate. As a college student of the same class as Xia Li, it would be a joke if Lucia didn't know a single word. And Xia Li was right about one thing. Learning basic literacy skills is a very important step for Lucia to integrate into society. You teach me. There will be supporting video teaching materials to teach you, and I will only be responsible for testing you. Lucia lost interest instantly when she heard that the teacher was not Xia Li. Whether playing games or studying, it was meaningless to her as long as Xia Li was not involved. Every unit has an exam. Xia Li knew what the evil dragon was thinking and emphasized, if you fail the exam, there will be a punishment. If you pass the exam, it will be recorded in your little notebook, just like the previous cleaning account. You can save the money to buy what you want. Sure enough, after the rewards and punishments were clearly defined, Lucia was more willing to accept it. She sat up from the sofa, with her arms on both sides, and her shoulders and collar fell loosely, revealing half of her small shoulders. The warm light above her head shone on Lucia's soft black hair, and the curled hair tips formed a playful arc in front of her chest. After thinking for a long time, Lucia asked, "What is the punishment?" This money-loving dragon's first reaction was not a reward, but a punishment. Moreover, she seemed to be looking forward to this kind of punishment. Xia Li answered without thinking, "You will be punished to copy the test paper." Since you're not sitting on Xia Li's lap and watching Xia Li slay the dragon, Lucia was a little disappointed. "Is there such a punishment?" she asked again. "What kind?" At this moment, countless indescribable pictures flashed in Xia Li's mind. "It is." Lucia raised her 2 index fingers shyly and touched them lightly. She thought of the scene she saw on the bus again. The feeling of a boy and a girl hugging each other was very fresh to her. The picture of a girl standing on tiptoes and touching the boy's mouth, Lucia always felt itchy every time she recalled it. If pure friendship is more powerful than lovers, then pure friendship, doing things between lovers, isn't a punishment for pure friendship? Lucia searched for the word in her mind and spoke tentatively. Rumination? Xia Li? Question mark. The afterglow fell, and the sunset left a layer of orange-red veil on the old brick wall. In the streets with few pedestrians, the old man and the old lady were staggering forward with crutches, and the vigorous old tree was swept by the wind. Ah, yeah. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees again. Xia Li rubbed his nose and left the keyboard with both hands. This unique, slow-paced lifestyle in the old city makes it easy to calm down and do your own things. In just 2 days, the number of words serialized in this book of Guanwen reached 50,000. Looking at the dozens of good-willed comments in the comment area, Xia Li felt a sense of accomplishment. I used to write short stories on this, but I was just making up. But this time it's different. The story this time comes from the personal experiences of Xia Li and Lucia, what they see, hear, and think. As long as Xia Li can present these contents through words, it will be better than any story. All must be true. It's still no profit. Xia Li looked at the reward that was only a few cents in the backstage and sighed. However, this matter is not urgent. Now is the time to accumulate readers. At least it needs to settle to 100,000 words before considering making money. You have to take your time to serialize the records of experiences. You have to take your time to find a hobby for Lucia, and you have to take your time to learn Chinese characters. Everything needs to be baptized by time before you can see the harvest. What also takes time to settle is the most complex relationship between humans. Rubbing his sore shoulders back to the living room, Lucia held Xia Li's cell phone in both hands and lay on the sofa like a salted fish. She doesn't like watching TV, but she likes Xia Li's phone quite well. There are much more things to watch inside than TV. The learning materials will arrive tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you have to learn addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, and Chinese pinyin. Do you know? Yeah. Lucia's chicken nodded as if pecking at the rice. Xia Li didn't listen carefully when she saw the evil dragon. She held her cell phone with both hands, and her eyes were about to penetrate into the screen. He looked down, and Xia Li found that the evil dragon was watching a TV series. It wouldn't be a bloody love soap opera. Does this fool dragon understand what love is? Didn't see any name, Xia Li said again. Why, I just said, please repeat. Hia. Lucia was watching it excitedly. When Xia Li asked this, the smile on her face gradually solidified. I'll have #% at tomorrow. Lucia speaks very quickly. Try to get through cuteness. Repeat again, Xia Li said seriously. Lucia. With a snap, the phone landed on his face. Lucia quickly stood up and carefully recalled what Master Xia was talking about in his mind just now. I'm going to start learning tomorrow. Just know. Xia Li's expression relaxed. Sure enough, he still lived the most annoying person he used to be. Xia Li kind of understood Lao Xia and Ms. Fong in the past. By the way, Xia Li, there was a woman named Taozi just now. A woman sent a message. Lucia sat upright and returned the phone to Xia Li. Taozi is a man. Lucia knew the name, and Lucia also knew the name. No matter how you look at these two words, they are Xia Li's girlfriend. The names of female friends? Taozi is Taozi, Chun Tao, the one downstairs of our house, Xia Li explained. We have a good time, and we'll give each other nicknames. He calls me Xia Tuer, and I call him Taozi. Oh, I had originally thought about Miss Peach's appearance, but when I heard that it was Chun Tao, Miss Peach's beauty broke in Lucia's mind. What about my nickname? Lucia sat next to Xia Li with some anticipation. She and Xia Li should have had a better time. After all, she is her only girlfriend, and she is the kind of pure friendship. Xia Li unlocked her phone and opened WeChat, staring at Lucia. Lucia's amber eyes blinked. I should call you a stinky dragon, Xia Li said casually. Lucia frowned slightly, obviously caring about this nickname. After smelling his own clothes, Lucia didn't smell any stench. She pressed her nose against Xia Li's shoulder again and took a breath. Xia Li has seen people suck cats and dogs, but this is the first time I have seen someone sucked by a dragon. Then I call you Xiang Zhuang, Lucia concluded seriously. Xia Li smiled, and the corners of his mouth were curled up by the evil dragon again. Thinking about something was wrong. Why did I always use the charming technique of the evil dragon recently? So I quickly flattened the corners of my mouth again. Qintao asked me to go out for dinner with him tomorrow. Are you going with you? Eat what to eat? Lucia has a strong interest in rice. The group said to eat grilled fish. Fish! Lucia suddenly remembered the bloody scene of the brave man killing fish in front of her that day. Shaves the scales. If she eats fish in the dragon form, she likes it quite well, but if she eats fish in the human form, looking at the skin of the fish with scales off, Lucia always feels like a phantom limb pain. I don't eat fish. Lucia shook her head repeatedly. Then you won't go? Are there any great humans who need to meet? Thinking of the brave mother he met on the phone that day, Lucia asked with some concern. No, they're just some rough men. Xia Li paused and then said, if you don't want to go, then don't go. With your current ability, you can't handle so many people. This Kai Long is almost exposed just by talking to Chun Tao, the funny guy. Tomorrow, facing so many people, if each of them asks one question, Lucia's little head will explode on the spot. Forget it. Xia Li is not in a hurry to let Lucia meet his brothers. It's best not to meet. He has a hidden dragon in his golden house, and Lucia looks so pretty and well-behaved. It's best to lock her up at home and not show her to anyone. Thinking of this, Xia Li has made up his mind. I will order takeout for you in advance tomorrow, and you can eat it at the appointed time, Xia Li said. It may be cold by then. Come here, and I will teach you how to use the microwave. Xia Li took Lucia to the kitchen to learn new appliances. The microwave was placed on the kitchen shelf, which was a bit high. Lucia raised her head and studied seriously. Just twist it like this. Why don't you wait until I'm hungry before ordering food to be delivered, so it won't get cold? Lucia said cleverly. Then you'll come into contact with male rabbit ears and the delivery man. I will definitely not attack them. The point is not that you attack them. Xia Li scratched his head, thinking that this matter was difficult to explain. When I'm not around, try to avoid your contact with other humans. This is to protect those humans and also to protect you. So, Xia Li doesn't want me to come into contact with other males. Lucia murmured and then suddenly realized. When male dragons want to possess females, they will do this. Lucia doesn't understand human desires. But from the perspective of the dragons, she can understand what possessiveness is. Then will you come into contact with other females? There are only men here, no women. After listening, Lucia pursed her lips sweetly and nodded with satisfaction. Well, you go early and come back early tomorrow. The next evening, Xia Li finished packing everything that needed to be packed at home. He ordered 2 fried rice, a hamburger, 2 pairs of chicken wings, and a serving of fries for Lucia. Considering that this was the first time that the dragon was alone at home, Xia Li thought that even if she couldn't find anything to do, she could still kill a lot of time by eating. Finally, he checked the situation at home and felt that there should be no problem. I'm going out. Xia Li went to the door to change his shoes. Lucia, who was still pressing the TV remote control on the sofa, immediately got up and rushed over. Did you bring your phone? Yes. Where are your keys? Yes, too. Lucia thought carefully about the 3-piece suit that Xia Li always brought when he went out. Where is that square little card? You mean the ID card? Xia Li remembered this and took out the ID card from his trouser pocket and handed it to Lucia. I won't take this with me. You keep it for me. Oh, Lucia still doesn't know how to use this thing. She only knows that this little card can save money when going to the zoo. Putting the little card with the photo of the brave man in her pocket, Lucia watched Xia Li change his shoes at the door. What time will you be back? Maybe. Looking at the wall clock, Xia Li answered, considering that he might have to drink after dinner. At the latest, 9 o'clock. Then you have to be back on time. Lucia calculated a 3-hour countdown in her mind. Her serious expression now looks like a left-behind child who was abandoned at home in Xia Li's eyes. Why not just take her with you? Xia Li suddenly thought with some hesitation. But Lucia can't handle that kind of complicated social interaction. Just thinking about the brothers asking Kai Long a question each and making him dizzy, Xia Li wants to lock this guy up at home and hide him and not take anyone to see him. In addition, letting Lucia guard the house is an important part of getting familiar with modern society. Xia Li had his own things to deal with after all, and he couldn't stick with Lucia like two pieces of taffy all day long. Let's go. After changing his shoes, Xia Li turned around and went out. Wait a minute. Lucia seemed to remember something and held the door frame with one hand. At this moment, Xia Li had already made up his mind. If the evil dragon really didn't dare to stay at home alone, then he wouldn't go. It wasn't necessary to have this meal. Can you take that with you? Lucia hid behind the door and pointed at the long sword that Xia Li had casually thrown on the shoe cabinet. The main gate of Shandong Chuyan community. The evening in late autumn was darker than usual, and the street lights were on before 6 o'clock, stretching the hurried figures of pedestrians. The afterglow of the sun in the west had not yet completely submerged it, and the bright moon in the east had quietly climbed up the sky. The evening in Qingchang City rarely saw the sun and the moon shining together. Xiaotuer, are you going fishing? 3 figures were squatting at the gate of the community. Even though they had grown up, Xia Li still saw the same behavior as when they were little. Not a fishing rod. Xia Li shook the half-open black backpack on his shoulders. Carrying the demon-slaying sword in this way was the first time in history. If the evil dragon at home was not afraid of being in the same room with the demon-slaying sword, and worried that Xia Li would encounter bad guys in the middle of the night, Xia Li would not have gone out with a sword on his back. Oh, I know that. Chun Tao, who was squatting on the ground, stood up and took the initiative to explain, Xia Tuer's new sword is very heavy, and carrying it on your back is like carrying a weight. Old Xia is starting to exercise now, the tall and strong boy said. Men with girlfriends are like this. Another slightly shorter boy followed suit. These two were good brothers who played together when Xia Li was a child. The tall boy with a crew cut is named Ho. Although his appearance is nothing like the skinny monkey, he still can't escape the nickname of Monkey. The other short boy with a watermelon head, because his name contains the word yuan, was originally called a combination of Ho Yuan and Monkey. However, when he was in elementary school, he was disliked that the word yuan was too difficult to write, so he changed it to Yuanzi. Monkey, Taozi, and Yuanzi, the 3 people in front of Xia Li, belonged to the elite F3 of the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain. Except for the only girl who was not present for the postgraduate entrance examination, the faction members of Building 3 of Shandong Chuyan community have arrived, and the 4 of them are ready to go. Where is your girlfriend? Ho Zijie stretched his neck to look behind Xia Li, but did not see Xia Li's girlfriend, who was praised by Chen Tao. No, she doesn't want to go out today, Xia Li explained casually. Ho Zijie didn't think much about it. Although it was a pity that he didn't see him, he came back to his hometown today. The purpose was to have a meal with his brothers, so he didn't care. Let's go. The boss has grilled the fish. Let's go and eat it now. Ho Zijie greeted happily and led the team in front. The 3 walked side by side. Even the pace of progress was the same. Continuing the careless way they walked when they were young, they couldn't help but shrink their necks when the biting autumn wind blew. Only Xia Li carried a school bag properly, and the cold wind blowing on his face didn't make him feel too much. Looking back at the direction of his home, there seemed to be a petite figure standing on the balcony watching him in that familiar direction. Although today was the day to reunite with a friend he hadn't seen for 3 years, Xia Li's attention was always diverted to other places. Is this evil dragon okay at home? She probably doesn't know how to turn on a gas stove, and the plug board at home is also unplugged. By the way, the microwave is a bit high. When heating the fried rice later, won't it spill all over his face? Xia Li felt like there was a person living in his head, and he couldn't get rid of it. After thinking about it all the way, he felt that the biggest problem at present was that Lucia didn't have a mobile phone. Otherwise, all the questions he wanted to ask now could be conveyed through the mobile phone. This feeling that could not be directly conveyed in words made Xia Li feel anxious. But if you think about it carefully, he would find it difficult to speak out his feelings, even if he was face-to-face with Lucia. The grilled fish restaurant that Ho Zijie led the team to eat was not far from the community, and it only took more than 10 minutes to walk there. The owner of the grilled fish restaurant was an acquaintance, and he had reserved a seat in advance. Xia Li found a seat by the window, took out the backpack on his shoulder, and sat down. Have a drink. Ho Zijia shook the bottle of wine and asked everyone's opinions. Seeing that no one objected, he began to open the bottle with a screwdriver. Is there a toy sword in it? Fu Yuan, who was sitting next to Xia Li, leaned forward with some curiosity, staring at Xia Li's heavy school bag. Xia Li's school bag was placed on the soft sofa, and it was obvious that the sofa sank. The weight was not light at first glance. Yes, a toy sword. Xia Li nodded. Yuanzi Xiatuer's sword is heavy. Chun Tao, who was across the table, smiled and provocatively, you definitely can't lift it with your arm strength. Fu Yuan obviously didn't believe it. This person was the easiest to be led by Chun Tao. After seeing Xia Li's expression, which showed that he didn't refuse, Fu Yuan took the sword from the sofa chair, then lowered his arm and his whole body tilted down along with the sword. What material? Fu Yuan exclaimed. This density, isn't it a common metal? Probably all boys have the ideal of walking around the world with their swords. When Xia Li's sword appeared in front of F3, their attention was attracted. While the boss's grilled fish had not been brought up, Ho Zijia and Fu Yuan began to study the sword Xia Li brought. It's definitely not steel. This thing is much heavier than steel. Ho Zijia was tall and strong, and he had enough confidence in his arm strength, but it seemed very difficult for Xia Li to hold the sword in his hand. A normal steel sword of this size weighs up to 8 kilograms, and this sword is obviously more than 10 kilograms. This amazing weight is not an exaggeration to say that it is Thor's hammer. The veins on Ho Zijia's forehead burst out, so he could only barely grab it in his hand and wave it. Then, because the lines on the hilt of the sword hurt, my palms and I held them in my hand as if I was grabbing durian with bare hands, I had to put the sword down again. Boss, what are you doing for buying this thing? Ho Zijia didn't understand. Practice your physical fitness. Xia Li took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. He was quite happy to see some of his brothers who were thinking about his devil-repelling sword. How much does this sword weigh? Fu Yuanfa asked on the other side. His strength was much weaker than Ho Zijia. The moment he took just now, he almost let him lie on the ground with the sword. So when Ho Zijia waved his sword, he could only watch from the side. It weighs 20 pounds. Xia Li did not hesitate to think. Normal humans weigh about 20 kilograms when they take his magic repelling sword. When holding the sword in one hand, it is almost equivalent to holding 2 barrels of large farmer's sanquan in his hand and lifting it up. The difficulty can be imagined. 20 kilograms. Fu Yuan repeated in surprise. What material? I don't know either. Xia Li shook her head. Considering that the demon retiring sword is now connected to the scabbard, and the scabbard is not quite thin, the 20-pound sword does not exceed the general principles in the physical knowledge of the earth. Can you pull out? Fu Yuan asked again. You can try it. Fu Yuan had a shadow on the sword. He cast a glance at Ho Zijia. Ho Zijia understood it with all his heart, grabbed the hilt of the toy sword with one hand, held the scabbard with one hand, and pulled it out with force. Ho Zijia shook his head and said he could not pull it out. Fake sword. Ho Zijia said, Come on, give it to me. Xia Li took the sword back on a whim. The 20-pound magic-repelling sword instantly returned to the weight of 2 pounds in his hand. However, when the three of them saw his light posture, they only thought that he exercised regularly and had amazing arm strength, so they adapted so much. With the three of them holding their bodies and looking neatly, Xia Li easily pulled out the demon-repelling sword. When the blade was unsheathed, it made a sharp metal sound. The sharp edges outlined the silver metal edges, and the indigo sword body emitted a faint firefly in the air. With such fine workmanship and the weight of the sword itself, the three of them came to a conclusion. This sword is definitely not cheap. Awesome. Fu Yuan sighed. How did you pull out? Skill. Xia Li didn't say how to do it. He just showed the demon-repelling sword and returned to the sheath, and continued to throw the sword to Ho Zijia for research. Ho Zijia studied it for a long time, and his face turned red, and he couldn't pull out the sword. I've seen the mechanism. At this time, the grilled fish was also served. The steaming grilled fish and the fresh pepper and erectus smelled stimulated the senses. Xia Li and Chun Tao tacitly took out the bowls and chopsticks and took the lead in eating. Old Xia, where's the agency? Ho Zijia's big-faced plate was about to reach into the hilt of his sword, but he couldn't see any skills or mechanisms. Xia Li didn't speak and pretended to be a master, making it mysterious. It seems like it's sealed, Ho Zijia muttered, drew his sword and put it down, and thought it was important to have a meal first. Xia Li gave a mouthful of fish and saw the monkey and ape group being defeated, and laughed happily. I thought to myself, isn't it just a seal? However, as he was having fun, the smile on the corner of his mouth froze. Wrong. Seal. Xia Li suddenly felt a moment of trance. The ability of the demon retiring sword to recognize the master is by no means a simple physical switch. This is a more complex contract magic. Except when Xia Li drew his sword, it is in a state of seal activation at any other time. In other words, its seal magic has always existed. It also means the magic of Azuro continent can be activated on Earth. Xia Li and Lucia have tried many times to launch magic, but the results are the same no matter how many times they try. Xia Li concluded that there is no magic power on Earth, and there is no magic on Earth. But considering the existence of the demon-repelling sword, Xia Li's second conclusion is obviously wrong. Magic can exist on Earth. The magic brought back from Azuro continent has always been in the activated state. But Xia Li remembers it very clearly that the demon-repelling sword does not have the magic storage ability like crystal or it only has magic and no magic power on it. But this is very conflicting again. Any magic activation on the Azuro continent requires the consumption of magic power. Magic is the same as the most common electrical energy in human cities. Using electrical appliances requires electricity, and if there is no electricity, the electrical appliances cannot be activated. Old Xia, are you clinking glasses? At this time, Xia Li was already restless, and he didn't listen to anything Chun Tao and the others were talking at the table. When he heard the clinking of glasses, he raised his glass and clinked it with theirs, then subconsciously drank the beer in the glass. Frowning, Xia Li collected his scattered thoughts. The topics of conversation over there by Chun Tao range from national affairs to esports, followed by young people's workplace complaints and bragging. Whether the wine tastes good depends on who you drink with. The brothers present have watched each other grow up from the age of drinking milk to the age of drinking soda, and now they have to use bitter alcohol instead of sweet drinks to escape troubles. Xia Li used to like to go out for a drink with these three childhood friends because he enjoyed the feeling of laughing and releasing pressure with friends in a slightly drunk state. But now, listening to the noisy sounds in the restaurant and looking at the strange world of light and light created by the endless flow of vehicles and neon lights outside the window, it seems that the grilled fish at the tip of his nose is not so fragrant. It seems that there's a trace of concern that prevents him from truly integrating into the background here. Looking at the bubbling red oil on the grill, Xia Li had another thought after thinking about the exorcist sword. If Lucia was here, he would be happier. I should have replaced the grilled fish with hot pot earlier, so Lucia could eat white pot. This guy hasn't eaten hot pot yet. And Xia Li's analysis of the exorcist sword just now. If Lucia was here, he would definitely put his head next to the dragon's small earlobe at this time, and discuss with her in a corner in a low voice. In the huge grilled fish restaurant, every table has its own little world, and Xia Li also has his own little world. It's just that his little world is now left at home. Let's go. Chun Tao, who was drunk, blushed like a monkey's butt. Ho Zijia lifted his buttocks and patted it, saying, "Your face is here," and then the two of them started to make trouble again. Xia Li laughed so hard when he saw this scene, but it didn't last long, and the smile on his face returned to normal. Boss! At this time, Fu Yuan, who was sitting next to Xia Li, suddenly patted his shoulder. "I called a car for you." "What?" Xia Li turned around. "Don't eat. You look so absent-minded. You should go back early to accompany your sister-in-law." Fu Yuan said, "You miss your sister-in-law so much, and she must be thinking about you too." Xia Li usually gets along with these kids in a casual manner. Everyone makes a fuss about what they want to do and don't do what they don't want to do. It is always just right to go out to drink. As long as one party says he doesn't drink, the rest of the people will never persuade him to drink. Even if we had to leave early during the meal, everyone would at most sigh and let the person go. It is precisely because of this comfortable and harmonious atmosphere that we have not become strangers when we grow up, but the relationship is getting better and better. Come to the downstairs of Chaoyang community in Shandong. Xia Li looked up from afar. The steps under his feet gradually accelerated. While climbing the stairs, Xia Li directly took 2 steps and ran with 1 step. It seemed as if there was a feeling of anxiety in my heart urging Xia Li. He wanted to see Lucia immediately, and then told her that the secret that the magic sword might have hidden magic power. And I wonder if Lucia's stupid dragon had a good meal at home. This is the first time Lucia has been so far away from Xia Li since she came to Earth. This stupid and bold one is timid and bold. After being thanked by humans, I can stutter so much that I stutter. When I see strange humans appearing at my doorstep, I will launch an attack. Because the size of the gentian was too random, Xia Li was worried about leaving her at home. In the living room, as the darkness gradually enveloped the entire city, the lights of thousands of homes began to light up. Those magical lights dispel the ink-like darkness. Lucia stood on the balcony, a little lonely, looking at the gorgeous night view of the city like fireworks. She knew that behind every lamp here was a home. Just like the house under her feet, a house is a home. Looking at the hundreds of homes between these buildings, Lucia felt everything was strange. For those children walking on the streets, running or jumping, young people walking in a hurry, or old people moving slowly with crutches, everyone here has their own place to stay. So where is her place? Things like home are still too luxurious for the Dragon Clan. It is difficult for the Dragon Clan to have a fixed residence for a long time. Whether it is natural disasters or man-made destruction, it is easy to displace them. And a home requires more than 2 people to be considered a home, and a home of 1 person is not considered a home. Thinking of this, Lucia suddenly came to her senses. She held the oversized little sheep with 1 hand, pinched the cotton sheep's horns, and said excitedly, "Oh so, just wait for Xia Li to come back, it's home." Xia Li stood in front of the familiar tetanus iron gate and took out the key from his pocket in a panic. Open the door. The living room without lights was stunned by Xia Li for a moment, and then his heart suddenly stumbled. Lucia. No response. Without even having to change shoes, Xia Li hurried to the balcony. The wooden door leading to the balcony was wide open, and there were clothes for 2 people hanging on the steel wire above their heads. The biting cold wind blowing from the high place poured into their collars, and Xia Li shuddered. Looking at the height of the 3rd floor, countless guesses appeared in Xia Li's mind. No, I won't jump anymore, right? If it were this brave dragon, it would be very likely to do such a thing. When she went out, she told Lucia 100 words, but she didn't warn her not to approach the balcony. Lucia has no ability to be self-reliant now, and she can't even turn over the trash can. As a result, she will either go into the bureau or cover a small quilt under the bridge hole. Lucia. At the top of his voice, Xia Li shouted downstairs. Just as Xia Li turned around, she saw 2 figures appear behind her, subconsciously preparing to pull out the demon-repelling sword on his back. The faint light shining in outside the building allowed Xia Li to see the short figure clearly. Xia Li. Lucia held a sheep of about the same size as hers. At first glance, it looked like 2 figures were next to each other. You're back early. Lucia's white little face was moistened by the street lights, and the eyes that looked at Xia Li showed a feeling of surprise. She grabbed the sheep's neck and moved her hand, and suddenly she had the urge to hold Xia Li in her hand. Just now, when Xia Li was standing on the balcony and shouting her name anxiously, she wanted to rush over and tell the other party that she was here. But there was another different emotion that suppressed her impulse. If she just rushed over like this, she would probably feel shy. Just like when she heard Xia Li say she liked her in the room last time, her heart would be pounding and her head would be hot. Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief, and his hanging heart fell to the ground safely. This feeling is like finding an important lost item of yours, feeling very at ease. What did you do when you turn off the lights? He was complaining, but his tone was light. When she came to the living room, She turned on the lights, and the dim environment suddenly became bright. Xia Li turned around and saw the foolish dragon following her, and she even held a kitchen knife in her hand. "Didn't you say you'll be back at 9?" Lucia explained in a low voice. "But it's only 7:30 now, and I thought it was a bad guy invading." As he said that, Lucia handed over the dangerous goods, such as kitchen knife, to Xia Li. "So I hid and went to the kitchen to get a weapon. But you don't have to worry, I just plan to use the back of the knife." If Xia Li hadn't called her name just now, she should have been knocked fainted by a kitchen knife, hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. But there's also a high possibility that he will be killed by the brave. Because Lucia's attitude and tone were too sincere, Xia Li couldn't even say anything. Looking at her eyes that were particularly transparent under the light, Xia Li's tone completely softened. Putting the kitchen knife back on the storage rack, Xia Li turned to ask about the follower behind him. "Are you afraid of being alone at home?" "No." Lucia shook her head. The Dragon Clan is never afraid. But when I recalled carefully that I didn't have Xia Li's home just now, the feeling of emptiness made her hesitate again. The dragon is fearless and never fears loneliness. She used to be alone, looking at the top of the mountain, and never knew what loneliness was. But today, when she was huddling in the living room and watching the lights of thousands of houses outside, the feeling of being unable to integrate into the new world made her unbearable. A little bit. Lucia hugged the sheep with one hand and gestured out the universe with 2 fingers of the other hand. Xia Li was made a little funny by the stubborn dragon and pulled the little white hand to the living room. "Then I'll take you with me next time I go out." No. Lucia shook her head and refused. "I don't eat fish." "I'll take you to eat whatever you want." Lucia was silent for a moment, subconsciously thinking about what she wanted to eat. "If you answer bread at this time, you will definitely be disliked by Xia Li. Of course, it would be better if you could eat steak, but steak is expensive, so forget it." "Didn't think about it?" Lucia nodded. "I didn't think about it until I thought about it. Anyway, we still have more time." He pulled Lucia back to the sofa and lay on the salted fish. Xia Li was about to tell Lucia about her discovery on the demon-repelling sword today. As a result, when he saw 2 takeaways on the coffee table, his attention completely turned away. "Why don't you eat supper?" On the wooden coffee table in the living room, the 2 takeaways bought by Xia Li were still lying there quietly. One contains 2 bowls of fried rice, and the other is a fried chicken burger set. These 2 takeaways were carefully selected by Xia Li. Put the fried rice in the microwave and heat it directly. It is large and full. Hamburgers and fries were things Xia Li liked very much when he was a child. He thought that the inexperienced dragon like Lucia should also like it. Considering that the dragon dared not drink Coke, Xia Li specially added $2 to ask the merchant to replace Coke with orange juice. As a result, the evil dragon didn't move. It is almost 8 o'clock in the evening now, and the dragon has always been eating on time. When she stayed by Xia Li, she was simply reminding the little assistant to eat. "It is rare to eat tonight. Why not eat?" Xia Li opened the takeaway box and thought that the taste was normal and the food should be fine. Lucia moved her, but supported her body and replied seriously, "Because I found that there were 2 servings of fried rice." "Then what?" "There must be one of yours in it, so I want to eat it with you." "Didn't I say I'll go out to eat fish and come back later?" Xia Li said, "These things are all for you to eat." "But you only eat fish, and you didn't say you're going to eat." Teacher Lucia taught, "You should eat staple food for lunch and supper. That's what you said." You. Xia Li was so angry that she was about to spurt out an old blood. This evil dragon is always tricky from strange angles. He clearly said it many times before going out, asking her to have dinner on time. However, Xia Li was still very moved by Lucia's behavior. He could actually get a portion of food under the dragon's mouth. "Lucia must be an angel dragon. It just so happens that I didn't eat much tonight." Xia Li remembered that she was indeed a little hungry, so she grabbed the takeaway and stood up. "You wait. I'll go to warm up your meal." Lucia had been hungry for a long time. When she heard that Xia Li wanted to have a hot meal, she ejected directly from the sofa. The microwave hot fried rice is almost awesome. It doesn't have the pot and it's not hot, so Xia Li decided to heat it over an open flame. Ignite the pot, and after the pot is hot, Xia Li pours the rice in the plastic box and starts stir-frying. A portion of fried rice with fish-flavored pork and a portion of fried rice with potatoes. In order not to stir-fry, Xia Li heated it separately. Lucia behind him was so greedy that her head was about to be pressed on Xia Li's back. Xia Li was afraid that her waving arm would hit her in the face with an elbow. It'll be ready soon. I'll heat you up the hamburger meat in a while. The fragrance of a nose was everywhere, and Lucia secretly swallowed. Now if Xia Li is here, there will be two of them. The house for two people is home. If you're hungry, eat it first and get the chopsticks yourself. Xia Li had a portion of it and just put the rice into Lucia's stainless steel basin. Suddenly, he felt a pair of soft arms behind him hugging him. When he froze his movements, his mind suddenly crashed. The girl's arms were particularly soft. The place where she reached out to circle was Xia Li's waist. Xia Li turned around and saw Lucia's entire face buried in her clothes. What are you doing? Smell it. Will there be any other smell? Lucia pressed her nose against Xia Li's back and took a breath. This action is exactly the same as the action of a human holding a cat and sucking a cat. As someone who had not even contacted half of the female when he went out today, Xia Li was not guilty and asked with confidence. Then do you smell it? Well, it smells pungent, Lucia said. You're talking about alcohol? I only drank a little. This time Xia Li used his fingers to compare his fingertips to the universe. What is alcohol? Lucia asked over her head. After sucking Xia Li, her face turned red, as if she was stained with Xia Li's alcohol, and she was a little overwhelmed. Beer, replied Xia Li. The things you haven't drunk are similar to Coke, and they will attack the tongue. But the beer is a little bitter. Why should I drink bitterness? Lucia blushed and took a step back. Because drinking can make your brain stupid, and you won't have any worries after becoming stupid. This will allow you to temporarily escape the pressure. Having explained this, Xia Li thought of a more appropriate metaphor. Just like you, stupid, so there is no worries. I'm stupid. Lucia was dissatisfied, and obviously the evil dragon was unwilling to be called stupid by humans, so she refuted loudly. I'm smart. Xia Li brought the rice to Songming's clever evil dragon and pointed at the corner of the wall. Go and get the chopsticks and help me get a pair. Oh, Lucia nodded and did as she did. Xia Li simply scrubbed the pot, then opened the coal burger, put the slices of meat in the pot, and fried them again. Recalling the scene where Lucia suddenly hugged herself behind her, Xia Li couldn't help but tilt the corners of her mouth. This evil dragon might be really smart. He actually hugged him secretly in this way. Intersection. However, this stupid dragon probably didn't have such scheming. She should really want to suck Xia Li and confirm the smell on Xia Li's body. Xia Li is now regarded as part of Lucia's territory. The dragons who are sensitive to smell still care about this kind of thing. It seems that I should try to avoid contact with women who spray perfume when I go out in the future, otherwise this dragon will definitely find out. No, I don't feel guilty at all. Xia Li is almost tangled up. At the dining table in the living room, an urgent voice came. It's not ready yet. Didn't I tell you to eat first? Xia Li quickly shoveled up the hamburger meat and put it back into the hamburger. Lucia sat at the table waiting for the meal, and Xia Li said as she walked, Aren't you dragons very protective of food? You're the kind who will grab it when you're hungry. Why are you so abnormal today? This is prejudice, Lucia emphasized. When I was a child, I would also share with my friends. And you and I are not ordinary friends. We are pure friends, so we must share more. Although most dragons are not good at socializing, Lucia has her own way of making friends in her mind. Xia Li, don't talk about pure friendship. Pure friendship, eat quickly, and I'll tell you what I just found out. Xia Li stuffed the burger into Lucia's hand. Lucia has a big appetite, so these are for her. She was not polite with the food she shared. Lucia took a bite of the burger out of the fried rice. The juicy taste of this bread and beef made her eyes light up instantly. This is also delicious. The dragon's eating style was completely unsightly. This kind of hand-grab fast food was very convenient for her. She could compress the burger and stuff it into her mouth. If her mouth was big enough, it seemed that she could eat a burger in one bite. Xia Li looked at this scene steadily. When she had almost finished eating, she put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and spoke. Lucia, I think I found a way to send you back. After stuffing the burger into her mouth, Xia Li's words made Lucia stunned for a moment. The vegetable leaves at the corner of her mouth were falling down, and Lucia sucked them and rolled them back with her tongue. Go back, Lucia asked in confusion. Xia Li nodded. Yes, I'm going to send you back to the A's continent. After organizing his words a little, Xia Li told Lucia what he had just thought of in the grilled fish restaurant. The sealing magic in the Exorcist's sword has always been in the activated state, which proves that it has a certain ability to store magic power. If we can use this little magic power, even a little bit, as long as we can send any kind of signal magic to the A's continent, someone will find us. Even if it is to take back the Exorcist's sword or to tie me up and work for me for another 3 years, they will definitely be willing to consume resources again and summon me over. Xia Li said seriously, and Lucia had already stopped the chopsticks in her hand and listened to him blankly. At that time, I can push you into the summoning circle, or I can find a way to bring back more resources after I go there, and then open the plane teleportation magic on Earth and send you back. In short, no matter what method is used, as long as I establish communication with the humans over there, I will be 100% sure to send you home. Xia Li's plan is linked together and orderly. Listening to his serious analysis, Lucia fell silent completely. Poking the remaining rice in the bowl with the chopsticks in her hand, looking at the last 2 grains of rice in it, Lucia put one of them in her mouth a little lonely and then spit it out after thinking about it and put the 2 grains of rice together again with chopsticks. The living room was quiet for a moment, and the white moth that had been unable to find its direction hovered over the warm yellow incandescent lamp, casting a huge shadow on the faces of the two. Lucia finally licked the 2 grains of rice in the bowl directly. Holding the cold orange juice and taking a sip, Lucia's expression was sullen, as if she was thinking about something. After returning, Xia Li is the hero, and she is the silver dragon queen in the mouth of humans. In the human world, heroes and dragons are natural enemies. They will fight again, just like countless times before, and kill each other with the awareness of sacrificing their own lives. The hero has the mission of the hero. He is a hero standing in the center of the disaster, and behind him are thousands of humans who are looking forward to it. And the dragons will use their scales and claws, blood and flesh, to pursue the survival and freedom they have defended all their lives. If we meet on the continent of A's in the future, will you draw your sword? Lucia took a breath, and when she said this, she felt inexplicably sad. Xia Li leaned back in the chair, looking at Lucia's complicated expression, and his mood became inexplicably heavy. First of all, I won't go back there, Xia Li said solemnly. If the summoning magic over there can only take me there, then I will start collecting resources immediately after I go there, and come back as quickly as possible. It's hard to find a way back, but you don't have to worry. Xia Li spoke quickly, and Lucia, who was sitting opposite him, seemed to be listening very carefully. 3 years over there, 7 days on Earth. You will be here for no more than a month, and I will be back. So, you don't have to worry about the possibility of our next meeting on the A's continent. Xia Li finished talking to himself, and Lucia's expression became more and more complicated and even a little pale. Xia Li was obviously thinking of a way to go home for Lucia, but she looked terrified, as if Xia Li was not sending her home, but tying her home. 3 years, 7 days. Lucia used her limited calculation ability to count on her fingers. 7 days is 3 years, so 1 month is 12 years. In other words, Xia Li will stay in the world he doesn't want to go to for 12 years. And the purpose of doing this is just to let her go home. But she is not in a hurry to go back. Besides, is it really necessary to let a human hero spend more than 10 years on the A's continent just to let her, the silver dragon, return to her homeland? Has Xia Li really thought about whether this matter is meaningless to him? He is a hero of humans, not a hero of the dragon clan. Throwing her silver dragon, which is called a disaster, back, won't it cause trouble for humans on the A's continent? Why does Xia Li always want to do bad things? However, this statement is simple to understand, but it is very troublesome to implement. Xia Li was completely immersed in his thoughts, and he analyzed rationally. First of all, it's hard to tell how much magic power is in the Exorcist sword. Secondly, if you want to use the magic power on the Exorcist sword to send information to the A's continent, without coordinates, it may be more difficult than climbing to the sky to find your hometown in this vast universe, or maybe even in another parallel universe. Xia Li leaned back in his chair, frowning. He remembered that night, in the dark room, when Lucia grabbed the corner of his clothes and whispered to himself, "Can I go back?" Lucia looked very lonely at that time, like a lost little girl, lost in a vast crowd. At that time, Xia Li thought that if there was really a way to get Lucia back, he would be willing to take action for it. Don't worry. The road under your feet was more difficult than expected. Xia Li took a deep breath and said, "Now I have some clues now. I will definitely do my best to take you back to Gulagulagalu." Before he finished speaking, the straw that suddenly penetrated into Xia Li's mouth was bubbled by the airflow he spoke. Xia Li glanced at the orange juice cup that appeared beside her mouth, and then looked at Lucia, who was climbing onto the dining table at some point and holding the cup to her mouth. "Xia Li, question mark." A question mark slowly appeared on Xia Li's face. Lucia pursed her lips. Her cheeks were like puffer fish that were swollen, bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Go back and go back." Xia Li never left every word. She didn't say she wanted to go back. She hasn't even figured out where her home is yet to be. Xia Li. Xia Li was even more depressed now. No, she was thinking about Xia Long so much. Not only did she not feel grateful, she was still angry here. "Why are you angry?" "I'm still angry." With a strong sip of orange juice, the half cup of drink in Lucia's hand hit the bottom and made a dry, gurgling sound. Lucia shook the cup incredibly and found that Xia Li didn't give him a drop, and her already white little face turned whiter even more. "Bad, brave ones are bad. Go to sleep." Lucia retracted from the table, stepped into the ugly pair of fish-mouth slippers that Xia Li bought for her, and then said in a ruthless tone, I will learn pinyin and calculation tomorrow." The evil dragon in slippers shuttled back and forth in the bathroom and room, while Xia Li sat on the sofa and stared at her busy work. "I forgot to take the bath towel for a while, and then I turned back to the balcony to get my pants." Staring at the pure, white triangle cloth block that the evil dragon was pinching in his hand and shaking, Xia Li sighed in his heart. Wow, the evil dragon is so innocent. When his mind became hot, Xia Li shook his head quickly and put aside his messy thoughts. Although I didn't drink much tonight, I was still drunk. Taking advantage of the sleepiness that came, Xia Li tidied up the sofa and went to bed. In the hazy, it seemed dawn. There was thin mist flowing outside the window in the early morning, as if clouds had fallen from the sky. In the living room, the lingering mist and cold wind poured into the collar. Xia Li shivered and sat up from the sofa. I don't know if that stupid dragon got up. Thinking of this, Xia Li pushed open the door of his room. He was holding the pair of green slippers that were obviously very interesting but were complained about by Lucia countless times. Looking at the stacks of clothes piled up on the bedside, white sweaters, little yellow duck pajamas, and the lying down oversized sheep in bed, Xia Li suddenly remembered something. Oh yes, I've sent her back. Xia Li wanted to take Lucia back, not only because of her confused and lonely eyes that night, nor because of her nasal voice. Can I go back? Xia Li had the most important motivation. He and Lucia empathized with each other. As a time traveler, after Xia Li went to A's continent, the loneliness and fear surround him like a nightmare. Since the first day of his journey, he has been trying to find a way to return to the Earth. Even if he was regarded as a hero by the humans there, even if he was given a noble and supreme mission, Xia Li's determination to return home never had the determination to return home. Wavist. So, when Lucia, who was in a different world, pulled his clothes and asked him what he said, it brought him a considerable blow. Xia Li instantly took her into her. Thinking of the helpless and confused boy surrounded by nightmare, I looked at the girl with rosy eyes in front of me. Xia Li once saved himself, so he also wanted to save Lucia. Just go. Xia Li began to pack Lucia's things and put them in plastic bags. Ms. Fong said that she had broken up. It was normal for young people to break up now. Chen Tao said that Xiao Lu went back to the mountains to farm. At worst, she could be scolded by that guy. The clothes in the bag, just find a place to save them. When I think of her, I look it out and take a look. Will you miss her? No, I'm already thinking about it now. This naughty and annoying, and has a little cute, smart silly dragon. If she never went back, she would definitely be fooled by herself, right? At that time, Xiaolong will not be able to marry anyone, and it is impossible for him to fall in love with other women with Xiaolong. Over time, a little spark will come out. Xia Li looked at the pure, white triangle cotton cloth in her hand. The eyes are a little sour, but the fabric feels very soft. How sour and astringent. Xia Li. It seemed that some huge impact was pressed on her chest, and Xia Li's breathing stopped. Wake up suddenly. Lucia's enlarged face plate hit Xia Li's face. It seemed that Xia Li's expression just now made her a little worried, so she crawled over, pressed her half of her soft body, and approached her face to see what Xia Li was doing. The expression on his face was as tired and desperate as if he had defeated the battle, and there was a hint of moistness in the corners of his eyes. Lucia stretched out her little hand and wiped her fingers in his eyes. You slept like a pig, Lucia said. Lucia has seen pigs sleeping on the farm. Their sleeping position is like Xia Li, with their limbs supported and then lying on their side, their eyes closed and their heads raised, and their mouths will make a sound. Lucia can eat 2 pigs in one bite. If Lucia had said she was a pig before, Xia Li would definitely retort that you were a pig. But now, Xia Li doesn't say a word. He opened his eyes and stared at Lucia's white and clean face and looked for a long time. Lucia was very confident at first. Facing the brave's direct gaze, the dragon looked back without fear. After looking at each other for a long time, the white cheeks in Xia Li's eyes gradually turned pink. In the end, Lucia was defeated perfectly and moved her eyes away. What is this brave man doing? He stared at her like this early in the morning. Isn't itchy? I want to kill the dragon. I seem to have a stupid and spring dream. Xia Li sat up with her arms on her back. The feeling of losing some important items just now is still a bit uncomfortable when I think about it. It turned out that she was leaving like this. It was obvious that I had just arrived for a while, but why did I get used to her existence? The proportion of this stupid dragon in his heart seemed to be greater than he thought. You won't really fall in love with Xiaolong, right? But what is the best thing about Xiaolong likes? Cute? Trouble? Eat too much? What insect? Lucia didn't hear Xia Li's murmur after getting up. She tilted her head slightly, her lips pursed, and her cheeks looked chubby. This face, why do I like it more and more? It's stupid, not a bug. Xia Li wanted to reach out and pinch the dragon's chubby face, but finally chose to pull the dragon's little claws. Why is your pronunciation so unstandard? Learn Pinyin from me later. Oh, Lucia remembered that her study task for today was about to begin. Eat first, Lucia emphasized. Okay. Xia Li glanced at the time on the wall clock. 8 o'clock in the morning. This should be the latest breakfast in the past few days. I'm afraid that Xiaolong has woken up a long time ago, but seeing that he was still sleeping, he lay on the sofa and waited quietly. After waiting for a long time, he saw that the situation was not right, so he opened his mouth to wake him up. Alas, if Xiaolong woke him up earlier, he wouldn't have that horrible nightmare. Xia Li held Lucia's hand tightly, as long as this white and tender little hand was still in his palm, he would not have the nightmare like the one just now. He took Lucia to the bathroom to wash up and showed her his superb one-handed teeth-brushing skills. It was not until Xia Li wanted to flush that he had to let Lucia go, and then locked her outside the bathroom door. Lucia stood at the door with her ears erect. Rubbing her shrunken belly, Lucia waited patiently for Xia Li. The door in front of her finally opened. She looked up, and her eyes shone into the light when the door opened. The meal finally came out. Xia Li was wiping his hands after walking out of the bathroom door. Let's go. I'll take you downstairs to eat and pick up the express delivery by the way. There is no fog in Qingqing City today. The black clouds hanging in the air finally condensed into rain and fell down gently. Xia Li brought 2 transparent umbrellas out. When he was at the entrance of the corridor, he helped Lucia open an umbrella. As a dragon who would not even fear the water flowing back, Lucia was somewhat pretentious to her by holding an umbrella to hide from the rain. However, following the customs, standing in the rain, watching the rain fall on the transparent umbrella, listening to the knocking sound from the top of his head, Lucia's eyes were bright and bright. It is rare to listen to the sound of nature. This kind of rhythmless random raindrops makes people feel peaceful. Xia Li, I've put in white sugar, exactly the same as the sugar in the kitchen. Lucia raised a finger and clenched it on the transparent umbrella. The fine rainwater is stringed into water droplets and flows down the wall of the umbrella. If it were her a week ago, she would have exclaimed, "What a powerful light, film magic." Now, Lucia has a new way of understanding these strange things than using magic. Well, it's sweet. Don't believe it, try. Xia Li stretched out his umbrella, and the umbrella in his hand touched Lucia in the rain, so the two of them set aside a little. Lucia held her head and used her tongue to pick up the rain. Fortunately, Xiaolong at least knew that he had to put away the umbrella to taste the rain. But she would really believe Xia Li's random nonsense. It doesn't taste, Lucia said. Due to the rain today, the breakfast car outside the building closed its stall very early. Xia Li took Lucia to a noodle restaurant opened in the old alley. The noodles in Shu province are sold according to their weight. Lucia can eat 3 or 2 noodles by herself, plus a portion of kelp soup and a braised egg. Every time I saw her, a little girl, eat so well, Xia Li couldn't help but eat more. If this continues, they will definitely become fat. Xia Li, did I eat too much? On the way out of the noodle shop, Lucia turned the umbrella in her hand and was scattered by the high-speed splashes, scattering Xia Li's arm. Xia Li calmly wiped the water on her sleeve, thinking to herself why this evil dragon learned to reflect on herself. Not many. It's quite normal. The girls at the next table all eat only a small bowl, Lucia said again. After going out for dinner with Xia Li several times, Lucia was still a little uncomfortable with this kind of eating with dozens of humans. She is interested in grabbing things, and even if she doesn't grab them now, she can't help but go to see what she ate on the next table. As a result, when I looked at it, I found that compared to them, I seemed to be very edible. When Lucia first landed, Xia Li was disliked by her after eating 2 more bread. Now Xia Li wants to send her back, and if she is a bucket of rice, she will definitely be disliked even more. So, I have to restrain my appetite. She is a human, you're a dragon. It's normal for you to eat more. But this time, Xia Li didn't mean to be disgusted, but instead said, "Eat more. You can grow longer after eating more." After walking around the outside of Choyang community in Shandong, Xia Li came to the entrance of the next community. Although his community has a doorman and a mailroom, the old man who is guarding the door has a poor memory and always loses the express delivery. Later, he placed it in the next station, and the residents of the community all went to the station to pick it up by themselves. The distance is not far, and you will be there in a 50-meter walk. Lucia, behind Xia Li, followed quietly with an umbrella. When she occasionally saw a bumpy puddle at her feet, she stepped on her white shoes. The click sound of water made her she found it very fun. 7301 there, go get it. When he arrived at the express delivery station, Xia Li glanced at the pickup code on his mobile phone and said to Lucia. Lucia shook the umbrella like Xia Li, and then went to the shelves to find the password Xia Li said. This simple decryption method cannot defeat her. In less than 2 minutes, Lucia found what Xia Li wanted on the shelves. After taking a look at the action of the human beside him scanning the box on the red light, Lucia carefully imitated it and successfully picked up the piece. Xia Li watched the whole time at the door. Lucia is a little bit ill, but she has strong learning and imitation skills. With this kind of talent, it will not be difficult for her to do more complicated things or even work in the future. If this continues, it is only a matter of time to make the evil dragon a part of society. The premise is that she is willing to stay on Earth. Give me the heavy ones, You can get the light ones. Xia Li also has 2 express delivery in his hand, all of which are all clothes. Lucia took a large piece of it, containing a book and a book, which weighed more than 10 pounds. I'll take the heavy one. Lucia leaned over. She protected the big box in her hand like a dragon protecting the treasure, not touching Xia Li at all. Who do you look down on me? With this little weight, she can lift it with her agave tongue. Lucia knew that if she wanted to integrate into modern life, she had to show her value and was not good at serving as a living. Her Yinlong is not a race that can be eaten by vain. In addition to washing dishes, she can also help Xia Li a lot. It was a wrong judgment that Xia Li was so anxious to send her back. Oomph. The dragon hummed twice and walked forward holding a book wider than her shoulders. When he came to the rain, Lucia realized that she was holding something in her hands and couldn't hold an umbrella. Just as he was about to turn back and tell Xia Li, Lucia's vision dimmed, and a high-rise umbrella was quietly supporting her head. Xia Li, holding an umbrella for her. She watched the tiny rain fall from the heights and was isolated from transparent plastic film before it fell on her face. And Xia Li's head was covered with water droplets. This brave man who spent so much time and energy to do something futile in order to get her home put himself in a world he didn't like for more than 10 years. She also said she was stupid. Xia Li himself is a fool. Oh yes, Lucia suddenly remembered. Xia Li said that he is retired. He is not a brave man now, and his mission is to protect Lucia, a dragon. So say so. Isn't the brave man the dragon? Lucia, stand a little inside. This umbrella is too small, and I will get rain on my back. Lucia stared at Xia Li with her clear and transparent eyes open for a long time. Xia Li was not idle either, and the little abacus in his heart was flying. Oh! After hearing this, Lucia squeezed her chest foolishly without saying a word. So, going a little bit more. So, from the back of the head to the back, Lucia was stuck with Xia Li, and Xia Li had not stopped yet. It's almost okay. You can move closer to my arm. Xia Li said again. Lucia did what she did, moving her shoulders and put Xia Li's wrist on her shoulders. At first glance, it seemed as if Xia Li was hugging her in her arms. Seeing this scene, Xia Li's mouth began to curl upwards wildly. That's it, that's okay. Lucia's current thinking is very simple, and she feels that it should be useful to stay in this society. When she is by Xia Li, she must have her own role. Although the dragon race is not a social species, Lucia is somewhat aware of the rules of social species. Want to be recognized by social groups. Showing your value is an indispensable thing. Xia Li hugged Xiangruan and came to the gate of his community. Before he could reach the downstairs of Building 3, Xia Li ran away with the evil dragon he was walking in his arms. The rain is much lighter now, and the misty sky is already showing signs of dawn. Lucia stepped on the water splash, and the man rushed out in an acceleration of 1 meter. There are lonely human cubs. Hearing this sentence from the evil dragon's mouth was quite terrifying for Xia Li. It's time to bite the human cubs one by one in the next second. In Xia Li's sight, Lucia stood in front of a human cub above 1 meter tall. The human cub dragged a bag of rice in one hand and held a bottle of soy sauce in his other hand. The weather in Shu province in southern China has a lot of rainfall, and the temperature will basically not be lower than below 0 every year. But even so, the weather here is definitely not warm because of the high humidity. The autumn wind here is not a physical attack like the north, but a magic attack that penetrates into the bones. The strong boy was wearing only an ordinary long sleeve, and he didn't hold an umbrella on his hands, and his neck was so cold that he was retracted into his shoulders. Are these foods? Lucia asked while standing beside the little boy. The little boy raised his head slightly and looked at the older sister who was much taller than him. For some reason, when he met his elder sister's serious gaze, his first instinct was that he thought the other party would steal the rice in his hand. However, no one should have snatched rice in broad daylight, right? Well, they're all eaten. The child had no time in his hands, and his nose was frozen so cold that it flowed downwards, so he raised his shoulders and rubbed his face. I'll help you get it. Lucia stretched forward with her hands, but she remembered that she was still holding the box. So she turned back to Xia Li and put the cardboard box in Xia Li's arm. Xia Li, the soft and fragrant dragon in his arms, was replaced with a hard cardboard box, which was somewhat different. When the little boy looked back and saw this scene, his vigilance in his eyes became much more relaxed after seeing his acquaintance. Brother Xia, it's okay, you give it to her. Xia Li raised her chin and said, I don't know which drama the dragon is singing, but why he suddenly became so kind. Isn't this guy a symbol of human disaster? Do you call this a disaster? Lucia enthusiastically took the rice over. The bottom of the rice bag was already half wet. She didn't care about the dirt on her and carried it directly on her shoulders. Give me the plastic bottle over there, too. Lucia greeted. The little boy handed out the soy sauce too, embarrassedly. Thank you, Brother Xia. Thank you, sister. The little brother's home is in Building 2 next to Xia Li. Xia Li remembers this family. The boy's parents have been drifting in Beijing for a long time and have been raised by their grandparents since childhood. Grandpa just passed away last year, and now only grandmas with legs and feet are left at home. He took on the burden of his family at the age of elementary school, buying rice, vegetables, and eggs. He often saw this child entering and leaving the community. Families like him are quite common in old communities like Xia Li. Is it heavy? Seeing Lucia carrying a bag of rice upstairs in front of him, Xia Li followed behind him and asked. Not heavy at all. Lucia answered without looking back. The little boy was in charge of leading the way in front. Xia Li vaguely remembered whether the family lived on the 6th or 7th floors, and it was on the top 2 floors of the community anyway. Big sister, you are so strong. The child turned around enviously and looked at the elder sister's heroic movements carrying rice upstairs, and real feelings were revealed in her eyes. Of course, Lucia smiled. I'm a dragon. Paused, Lucia added, the descendant of the dragon. When Xia Li heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He had never taught Lucia this way. It was probably this guy who learned it when watching TV. I will definitely be so strong when I grow up. The kid smiled and said that he didn't have much biceps at all. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and took time out when climbing the stairs and joked at Lucia. Sister, how many floors can a bag of rice be carried? Please carry 100 floors. Lucia answered straightforwardly. 200 floors are fine. We're the floors of the floors. She can fly dozens of kilometers with her wings. There is no child who has been picked up at all. Xia Li, what an honest dragon. When they arrived at the 6th floor, the little boy took out the key hanging around his neck and opened the door. As soon as the iron door of the same model as Xia Li's house was opened, he ran in. Lucia stood at the door, carrying rice, and looked around, looking at Xia Li with some help. What should I do next? It's not good to break into other people's territory. It's not good to throw food on the floor. After all, the food in my hands should be a very precious thing for this human cub. In 2 minutes, the little boy returned from the black-swept house. He was pushing a cart in his hand. The first 2 wheels of the car are very small, and the back 2 are very large. An old man with gray hair is sitting in the car. Wheelchair. Xia Li bent down and whispered in Lucia's ear. At this time, he also did not forget to give the evil dragon science to popularize the vocabulary of human society. The airflow of Xia Li's speech blew on Lucia's soft earlobe, and the warm and humid wind made her unable to help shrink. Very itchy, Xia Li sneaked into her. Thank you, little girl. The old man smiled and narrowed his eyes, with the old wrinkles on his face squeezing together, and she looked at Lucia with great appreciation. You are the girlfriend they mentioned a few days ago. Xia Li's girlfriend. The old man smiled gently and handed out a pear in his hand. Yes, I'm his only girlfriend. Lucia nodded with a sense of accomplishment and proudly squatted her waist while saying this. However, after seeing the food handed over by the old man and humans, Lucia was at a loss again. She handed Xia Li a look at her asking for help again. Human cubs and human elderly people don't look rich, and she doesn't know whether to collect this pear. Thank you, mother-in-law. Xia Li took the initiative to take the lily. The old man smiled gently again. Xia Li did not take Luciato to stay. After saying goodbye to the family, he went downstairs with Lucia and return to their own nest. Xia Li didn't expect that his story had spread so much. Even the old lady who never leaves the house on the building next door knows how powerful Ms. Fong's information dissemination ability is. Xia Li, I feel that I am still very useful. Lucia was very energetic when she got home. I went to the kitchen for a while and then searched in the living room, trying to find something to do. Recalling the rice that the human cub struggled to drag and could be carried on his shoulder with one hand, Lucia felt unprecedented confidence. Although she eats a lot, she is very strong. It's really useful. Xia Li did not attack the dragon's enthusiasm and nodded and agreed. Then I will definitely help you in the future. Lucia paused, lowered her voice, and said again, or don't worry about sending me back, right? Chevron_left. I'm in a hurry to send you back. Xia Li was stunned by the last sentence that appeared on Lucia. He never rushes to send Lucia back. Moreover, there is only one theory in this matter and no actual experimental results, so I can't hurry. Aren't you in a hurry to go back? Xia Li asked back, after writing this. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. I'm not in a hurry either. Lucia replied with her neck terribly. The two of them stood at the entrance of the entrance. One raised his head, and the other looked at each other quietly for a long time. Whether Lucia is anxious depends on whether Xia Li wants to drive her away. After all, she is still a sloppy food for the time being. Although Xia Liming said that it was arranged for her to wash dishes and mop the floor, anyone can actually do such things. Overly simple labor is easily replaced, just like the human soldiers on the A's continent. Even if they fall, there are thousands of substitutes behind them to replace them. Lucia felt that she had to do something. At least you must become the one that cannot be replaced by anyone. Only in that way can she be considered to be based here. This is equivalent to the dragon clan occupying the territory with its own abilities, and only Lucia can give it to himself such a sense of security. Longbrain is not stupid. As long as Lucia shows the value of her existence in this family, Xia Li will definitely not be willing to leave her. Okay, let's take action now. After looking over for a while, Lucia's eyes became more and more determined. In the past, the giant dragon crawling on the ground, overlooking the tiny humans, suddenly felt that the humans standing in front of them had become their biggest challenge. Silent for a long time, Xia Li stared at Lucia's increasingly determined eyes, and her brows frowned slightly. No, what plan is being planned in this stupid dragon's mind? I'll mop the floor. Lucia had made up her mind and turned around and wanted to go to the balcony to get a mop. Xia Li was quick-eyed and quickly grabbed her collar. Come back for me, Xia Li said seriously after sucking the cardboard box held in his other arm. You have more important tasks to complete. Oh yes. Only then did Lucia remember that she still had to learn. Learning such things has always been long and boring. The Dragon Clan never despises learning human knowledge, not to mention whether the dragon brain can learn those complicated things. The main thing is still one word: laziness. Their physical activity limit depends on their mood. Last time I went to the zoo, Lucia was able to jump all day with her vigorous energy. But if it were reading books and studying, Lucia watched Xia Li take out books that were thicker than her palms, and her mind was already sleepy. Not good. The biggest challenge is whether you're studying well. To be a part of the human race in this world, the ability to speak is essential. You must first learn to speak, followed by see and write. While chanting scriptures in his mouth, Teacher Xia flipped out a large box of books. He took out the Pinyin Lattice book, took out a Pinyin book that even the first graders of elementary school students could understand, and placed it in front of Lucia. Start with pronunciation. Although your language skills are fine, some pronunciations are very inaccurate, and they have weak common sense in life. Just so happen that when you learn Pinyin, you'll learn a lot of daily vocabulary together, and you can read these slowly. In order to correct Lucia's pronunciation and improve her vocabulary, Xia Li was prepared. He bought supporting audiobooks from this online bookstore. It is a bit similar to the previous I can't click wherever you can't use. Just press a word on the book with your finger, and the corresponding voice will be released. This is a necessity for people like Lucia who can't even read Aoiiuu. Geese E. Xia Li pressed the E letter on the home page of the Pinyin book, and a gentle and clear female voice came out. Lucia, who had no interest at first, her eyes lit up. So amazing. She raised the book she was talking and took a look at the bottom. Where are human women living inside? This is an audio book, or it could be said to be a simple version of a learning machine. Xia Li explained casually, just like it to be an electrical appliance like a computer and a mobile phone. From now on, you can learn from her and read with her. Lucia leaned her face closer and followed Xia Li's actions just now and stretched out her fingers and pointed it lightly. Pronounce it seriously. Xia Li clamped her fists and punched Lucia twice on her forehead. After learning to recognize words after learning Pinyin, I bought you a set of test papers, which will ask you to form words according to Pinyin or mark the Pinyin for words. Let's combine work and rest. After you have learned enough Chinese, you will learn another mathematics course so that you won't be tired, do you know? After teacher Xia finished speaking sternly, Lucia didn't think there was anything wrong with his words and nodded honestly. No. Then you learned slowly. Only then did Xia Li stop satisfied and turn back to work in his room. Turning on the computer, Xia Li sent out 2 chapters of the manuscript of A's Continental Experiences and Experiences. The story of Lucia's young dragon period has not been finished yet, and it should be finished in the next 2 days. According to Lucia herself, the next part is about burning the village and looting the Duke's gold coin warehouse. As a brave man, although it is not good to think so, Xia Li is indeed more interested in this convenient story. Lucia's personality does not seem to be the kind of vicious dragon. Instead of using her power above all things to kill indiscriminately, she is more willing to stay in her dragon nest and sleep. There must be a reason for her to walk out of the cave and do things like arson and robbery. Glancing at the data on the platform background, the total number of readers has exceeded 1,000, and the number of likes has exceeded 100, which has reached a new milestone for Xia Li's story. Oh, goosey woo fish. The sound of Lucia reciting loudly in the living room can be heard in the room. Listening to the girl's pure, natural, and somewhat sweet voice, Xia Li lazily leaned on the back of the gaming chair, holding the back of his head with both hands. Who on earth was the one who pitifully dragged him to say that he missed home that night? Now the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Since Lucia said she was not in a hurry to go back, then Xia Li is not in a hurry either. Whoever is in a hurry is a dog. Thinking angrily, Xia Li glanced at the indigo demon killing sword that he casually leaned against the wall. It is difficult to put into practice the theory he talked about yesterday. With the little magic skills that Xia Li has learned, asking him to send magic signals to the A's continent is equivalent to asking a monkey to send a radio to an alien civilization. The difficulty can be imagined. However, even if the purpose is not to send Lucia back, it is still feasible to use the demon-killing sword to do some other magic experiments. Otherwise, Xia Li will always think about this matter. Grabbing the demon-killing sword in his hand, Xia Li went straight to the living room. In the living room, Lucia squatted in front of the coffee table. She had a Pinyin book in her hand, rolled it up like a hot dog, and was about to put it into her mouth. Xia Li came up to her and happened to see this scene. Lucia moved her eyes away, and the two looked at each other silently. Imitational learning is simple for Lucia. She just needs to follow Xia Li's, but every time she follows Xia Li's, she can do whatever Xia Li does, and she almost doesn't need to do anything. But if she was allowed to calm herself down and sit on the sofa to learn the so-called textbooks. For Lucia, the dragon, it is equivalent to being punished. What's the point of learning about Pinyin? Lucia stared at the strange book on the coffee table that made a sound for a long time. She had no motivation to learn at all and shouted quickly after hearing the sound of typing on the keyboard in the room abruptly. A goose. Language is really hard to learn. Lucia should be thankful now that the language of Xia Li's hometown and the language on A's continent are common. She has at least a little bit of foundation, and the memories passed down by the silver dragon also allow her to recognize a few words. Otherwise, if you start learning from scratch, Xia Li should be disliked as a fool. But Pomo Buddha, As he continued to read the standard pronunciation in the book, Lucia's attention was quickly attracted by another ordinary little book. I, East. Lucia read the 5 big words, Chinese practice book correctly. She reached out to grab the exercise book and then rolled it together. Just as he was about to take a bite, Lucia was terrified to find that Xia Li was standing behind him at some point. The dragon's body shook. Xia Li, are you working on gods and demons? Lucia calmly put the exercise book down, put it back on the table, and used her little hands to flatten it. Even if I eat this book, my mind cannot absorb its knowledge. Lucia explained herself, and after saying that, she looked at Xia Li with guilt. Seeing that Xia Li had no statement, she said, but these papers are made of plants, so it should be fine to eat them. It's not that I'm afraid of Xia Li. The main reason Xia Li is still holding the demon-repelling sword in his hand. Even for the sake of the demon-repelling sword, Lucia would give Xia Li a little bit of shame. If one day I find that there's a missing workbook or test paper, you will have no supper. After Xia Li finished speaking seriously, Lucia's little face turned pale. What a cruel punishment. Stop learning now. Xia Li was amused and crying about Lucia's way of eating books, which reminded him of his previous elementary school years, and he wanted to eat the questions he couldn't learn in one bite. But at that time, Xia Li only dared to think about it, but Lucia really dared to take action. Come here, I'll do an experiment. Xia Li grabbed Lucia's little hand and pulled the dwarf dragon squatting on the ground up. Lucia didn't know what Xia Li wanted to do, but when she lowered her head, she saw the magic-repelling sword emitting a faint blue light appearing in her dragon claws. Letting the dragon clan's claws touch the demon-repelling sword is equivalent to holding a fire stick with both human hands. Scales, skin, and these parts will all be decomposed by special enchantments on the demon-repelling sword. Lucia used to suffer losses on this sword. When she was so scared that she even closed her eyes, Xia Li's gentle voice sounded in her ears behind her. Look, it's okay. Lucia opened half of her eyes and saw the hilt of the demon-repelling sword lying quietly in the palm of her hand, without any terrifying scene of blood splashing everywhere. Although the magic power on the demon-repelling sword is still there, your magic power is gone. Xia Li stood behind Lucia, who was holding the sword while he was holding Lucia's hand. In the past, the dragon scales and skin on your body were all enhanced by magic power, so the demon retreat sword will have an effect on them. But now, the demon retreat sword will not harm you who have no magic power. Xia Li's explanation made Lucia feel at ease. The little face that was red because of a nervousness was gradually relieved. Lucia let out a breath and tried to swing Xia Li's sword, except for the fact that the sword was a little heavy in his hand. As Xia Li said, the demon retreat sword had no intention of hurting her. It turns out that this is how the brave man's sword is grasped in his hand. Lucia said in surprise, "What a magical power." Although I didn't feel the power much, I was still very nervous, especially when Lucia felt the hot chest behind her. Xia Li's movement of helping her hold the sword behind her was like holding her. Then can I stab Xia Li with my sword? Lucia suddenly thought. As a giant dragon that has survived under the shadow of the demon retiring sword for a long time, Lucia can finally avenge her previous shame today. If you can pull it out, then poke it. Xia Li let go of his hand. The hilt of the sword in Lucia's hand sank, and she quickly raised her face and said, I definitely can't pull it out. Please help me. Do you think I'm stupid? Xia Li smiled angrily. Just talk, Lucia muttered. She didn't really want to stab Xia Li. Dragons fight with their claws and teeth and never disdain to use weapons. Xia Li's loose hands were not idle either. After touching the dragon's white and tender claws, he naturally placed the hands on the dragon's flexible and soft waist. It wasn't intentionally taking advantage of this little thing, but the sword was too heavy and I was afraid that the dragon would flash. Secretly holding the fragrant, soft, little evil dragon in his arms, Xia Li suddenly became serious. You hold it first, pay attention to sensing the magic. Can you sense it? The dragon has a stronger ability to sense magic than humans and is stronger than Xia Li, the earth muggle. So Xia Li handed over the first step of his plan to Lucia. Lucia closed her eyes and responded seriously. The quiet air is still like a pool of stagnant water. Except for the breeze blowing on the face that will bring airflow, there is no magic here. However, after focusing all his attention on the demon-repelling sword in his hand, Lucia saw a thin and weak light in her dark gaze. A little bit. She frowned. If the magic power full of A's continent is as dazzling as the sun, then the magic power in the demon retreat sword is equivalent to the last ray of light before the match is extinguished. I'm afraid it's hard to even first-level magic to launch. Come on a concert, try to start magic. Xia Li's voice came to Lucia's back. His voice was dull, and Lucia couldn't help but feel tight. Singing magic. Are you going to enable teleportation or send a magic signal to the A's continent to send the magic sword to the demon-repelling sword? The most basic thing is okay. Xia Li's voice came again. Bang, pound, pound. Lucia heard the powerful heartbeat from the chest. What is Xia Li nervous about? Lucia was nervous because she was worried that Xia Li would turn on the magic and send herself back. So what about Xia Li? Oh, holding breath, Lucia's soft lips opened, and the ancient spell pronunciation overflowed between her teeth. She sang the most basic wind magic. If it was successfully activated, a strong wind would form in the surrounding air. The chant ends. Amber eyes opened quickly and looked at his hand urgently. There is no wind, no magic power surge. The casting failed. Very good. Lucia cheered in her heart. Call, call. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Looking down at the fragrant, soft, little evil dragon in his arms, Xia Li said without any regrets. The experiment failed. Lucia had a small face tense, but in fact the corner of her mouth was already secretly chuckling. Well, it's a pity that failed. Xia Li was really scared by the magic experiment 2 days ago. He was afraid that the theory he had guessed would come true. When the time came, a magic would be launched, the plane transmission would be opened, and he would open and close his eyes and return to the A's continent again. If he went back with Lucia, Xia Li could still barely bear it. He would play and fight with Lucia there, and then let Lucia help him collect materials and find a way to return to Earth. This kind of life seems to be good. But if Xia Li went there alone, he would really have to collect resources and find a way to return to Earth alone in a world without Lucia. And after returning to Earth, he would have to send Lucia back to the A's continent personally. What a scary story. If this kind of story is written and posted on the internet, the whole household registration book will be punished. Now think about it. The promise he made at the time was simply youthful and frivolous. However, if Lucia really needs him, he can do it. After learning that the little magic power on the demon exorcising sword was useless, Xia Li gave up the idea of studying magic. These things will be dealt with later when we have a clue. For now, we still have a focus on life and reality. The clothes that Xia Li bought for Lucia online have been received one after another. The size is purchased according to the smallest adult size, and Lucia wears it just right. Sitting in the living room, Xia Li stared at Lucia's figure frequently going in and out of the bedroom. Lucia changed into one set of cute or pure or a little mature clothes after another, and Xia Li's mouth curled up wildly. At his age, he can't experience the joy of raising a daughter, but he can experience the joy of raising a girlfriend. Even if it is a fake girlfriend, it is still a girlfriend. Which man can refuse to dress his girlfriend up beautifully and cutely? Lost. It's a big loss not to buy that pair of cat ears. Xia Li, this dress doesn't look good. Xia Li sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, quietly admiring Lucia's change of clothes. The dragon that came out of the room this time was wearing an off-white cotton velvet coat. The texture on the surface of the coat was ironed into the style of sheep curly hair, and a row of horn buttons were neatly arranged from the front of the belly to the collar. The wide and flat one-piece hat was hung on the head, with a pair of curved sheep horns and a pair of long pointed ears on the top of the hat. Well, a sheep-style plush coat. It really suits Lucia. If she put her long hair into 2 buns and tied them on both sides of her head, it would be more perfect. Xia Li cast an admiring look, but still didn't praise her awkwardly. Why doesn't it look good? Don't you like sheep? I like to eat sheep, but I don't like to dress up as a sheep. Lucia stretched her hands out of the loose cuffs, grabbed the sheep ears on her head, and muttered softly. As a top predator, how could she be a sheep? In the dragon's mind, lambs are born to be eaten. I think it looks good, Xia Li said from the bottom of her heart. Lucia, stop pulling the sheep's ears. There's nothing we can do about it. Since Xia Li likes it, there's really nothing we can do about it. She's Xia Li's only girlfriend, so she should be a little more accommodating to Xia Li. This sheep's clothing only wear it 7 days a week. Let's go, little lamb, let's go out. Xia Li rubbed Lucia's head. Lucia, who was already unstable because of the heavy hat, was rubbed by Xia Li and swayed from side to side like a tumbler. Holding the sheep's horns on the hat, Lucia stared at the bad hero and said, "Why are you going out? The refrigerator is empty. We need to purchase supplies." Xia Li pointed to his own refrigerator. "We can't order takeout all day long. The kitchen environment is terrible. It's healthier to cook by ourselves, and it saves money." "Okay then." Lucia reluctantly went to the door to change her shoes. After gradually getting used to the novelty of the human metropolis, Lucia would rather stay at home and watch TV with Xia Li, or sit on his lap and watch him slay the dragon. Dragons are very homebodies, and they don't go out if they can. But Xia Li's purpose is exactly the opposite of hers. He wants to take Lucia to contact the outside world more. Let Lucia integrate here and then like it. This can be regarded as compensation for the dragon's inability to return home. At the same time, Xia Li is also asking her to find a reason to stay. "We have to go to the repair shop to make an appointment for a master to come to our home to repair the range hood, and we have to go to the furniture market to buy a bed." Xia Li muttered. The range hood at home has been broken for a while. Xia Li can still tolerate the smell of oil smoke when he is at home, but Along, who likes to follow him and watch him cook, can't stand it and coughs every time. As for the bed, Xia Li, who has been sleeping on the sofa for a week, can't stand it anymore. If he doesn't sleep on the bed, his waist may die before he succeeds. Leave the community. It's still early now. Xia Li has lured Along out for a rare trip, so he naturally wants to take her out for a walk. In more than half a month, Xia Li hasn't let Lucia find her own hobbies. She doesn't even like playing games, and watching videos is only used to kill time. Everyone has some of their own preferences, so what is Lucia's preference? Xia Li couldn't even understand, even if she wanted to break her head. You shouldn't just like those shining gold coins and gems. This hobby is a bit expensive. Xia Li, I want to be a little chef. Just as Xia Li was thinking about whether to buy a pack of artificial crystals online, Lucia suddenly said something behind Xia Li. "Ah." Xia Li thought he had heard it wrong. Compared to shocking Lucia's sudden dream, Xia Li was even more surprised how this guy knew the word little chef. "Where did you learn the words?" Xia Li thought to himself that the pinyin books he bought were all serious things, and this kind of vocabulary would not appear. "During this time, I used your phone to swipe videos and learned online," Lucia said seriously with a little face. "There's a video of teaching people to cook on it. After I watched it, it felt very interesting." "So that's it." Xia Li nodded. "If you want to talk about Lucia's interest, eating it is definitely one. Since you all like to eat, it is understandable that you like to cook. However, the small broken site that Lucia usually likes to shoot is unreliable. The netizens above speak more and more sexy. It would be bad if they don't teach their little evil dragon badly. Since we're going to buy vegetables today, I will buy more. I want to cook for you," said the little angel of the evil dragon. Xia Li felt so beautiful that she was bubbling. "Okay, touch your girlfriend's little hand. Hold your girlfriend's fragrant and soft body, and then eat the dishes you cooked by your girlfriend. Isn't this the best match for successful men in their early 20s? No matter how dark the dishes are, as long as you can't eat them to death, then eat them to death. And it doesn't have to be a dark dish. Maybe Lucia will be a little genius in the world of cooks. Hey. Lucia's side is also so beautiful. When she learned to recognize words, the network of the human world no longer only has sound and images. Lucia can also understand this mysterious online world by reading text. She learned more online than Xia Li bought. For example, this highly praised comment that I accidentally saw in the food area. If you want to grasp a man's heart, you must first grasp the man's stomach. This is what she wants. Show your social value, and then become a part of this society and this family. Lucia must be the one that Xia Li cannot replace. Only in this way can she have her own home in this world. Xia Li took Lucia to the artificial park outside her home for a walk. Today is a weekday, and with the temperature turning cold, there is no one on the rainbow runway by the lake. The clear sky hangs above my head, and the water's surface ripples by the autumn wind. The sun after the rain was not warm at all, and the water vapor rising on his face was blown by the cold wind, and another magical attack poured into his bone marrow. Xia Li pulled the collar to the top and put his hands in his pocket. He walked slowly, almost the same as the old man playing chess in the park. And Lucia is different. The foolish dragon rushed out like a gust of wind, and the soft leather shoes under his feet rang loudly, occasionally rushing past the ant who was walking the dog. The ant was shocked, and the dog in the ant's hand was even more shocked. Aoa! A husky without a rope was frightened by Lucia and ran away with his tail between his legs. A series of screams of big dogs echoed by the quiet lake. Go! When Lucia was a dragon, she liked to scare this kind of animal, and her temperament did not change when she was a human. She held her claws in both hands and followed her big dogs but to chase her. The dog was so scared that it was about to fly out. The dog owner stood not far away, as if shocked by this scene. He has seen a dog chasing a dog chasing a little girl. The first time he saw a little girl chasing a dog. The key is that this dog has always been very brave and can actually be scared to such a futile appearance. Seeing the big dog about to jump into the lake, Xia Li quickly shouted at the top of his throat, "Come here!" Xia Li's leisurely painting style was completely broken, and he hurriedly chased after him. Hey, hey! Lucia stopped, and the dog that was about to dive immediately turned and ran to escape. Humans' 2 feet cannot run fast. If there were dragon wings, I would have caught it long ago. Lucia summed up. She was very excited now, and just ran a few steps to seduce her hunting desire. This is a dog with a master. It's the same as snatching someone else's dog. Xia Li felt it was necessary to correct the nature of the evil dragon in time. What about the fish in this lake? Lucia asked again, pointing to the lake. There are fishing ban signs posted on the roadside, so this cannot be caught. Where's the bird in the sky? Birds are not good either. So what can I catch? Most animals cannot be caught, and even wild ones are not. Xia Li paused for a moment, but insects can. Insect? Well, common insects, whatever you want. The humid environment in the south is the most lacking in various insects, especially the height of the 3rd floor of the Xia Li family, such as spiders as palms, flying cockroaches, and centipedes that are longer than fingers. These things exist all year round. If you really want to hunt, just catch the insects at home and throw them into the trash can, and you're not allowed to eat them. Xia Li said sternly. In the past, he used to spray insecticides to kill insects. Now, he lets the evil dragons at home be experts in catching insects. It is not only environmentally friendly, but also releases the nature of the evil dragon. What's the point of catching insects? Lucia muttered. She now wanted to take advantage of her excitement to sip on Xia Li's arm. Marking prey is one of the actions of hunting, but forget it, it will bite Xia Li in pain. Observation platform. The last hunting problem has not been resolved yet, and Lucia's attention has been attracted by something else. In the center of the park, there is a building similar to a giraffe. There is a ladder on the back of the giraffe that can be climbed up. This height of more than 2 meters can be regarded as a small viewing platform. The giraffe's long neck lowered its head and pressed against the ground. The entire neck was in a cross-section, which looked like it was a kind of track. There are human cubs sliding down from above. Dragon launcher, Lucia said excitedly. Xia Li, it's just a slide. How come this evil dragon is more and more able to form words recently? If you go play, be careful not to drop. Turning back, the evil dragon's figure had disappeared on the spot. In just a blink of an eye, Lucia had already arrived at the back of the slide, queuing up. Not to mention, it was quite harmonious that she, an adult friend, and a child huddled together. The slides in the park here are the most popular projects, and there are 2 or 3 children playing even at noon. The kids giggled, slipped off the giraffe's back and then fell into the arms of their parents. When Lucia was almost queuing up, Xia Li also walked over. The dragon hits. Lucia imitated the previous human cub, sitting at the highest point of the giraffe's spine, shouting excitedly. However, as she shouted, something was wrong. At the end of the dragon launcher, on the lawn, Xia Li squatted there quietly. He didn't open his arms, but just squatted, putting his wrists on his knees and looking at Lucia calmly on his face. Etc. Lucia sighed. If he slides down at this time, wouldn't the dragon hitting Xia Li? The impact of the dragon is very powerful. If it hits Xia Li will definitely flatten it into meat paste. Just as Lucia was hesitating to get up and not slippery, she turned around and found that she had no way back. The human cub blocked her retreat. Sister, go down quickly. The human cub with 2 ponytails on the back of his head urged. No. Lucia shook her head and tried to stand up. As a result, her hands loosened in her but fell off the edge of the slide. This plastic slide was polished very smooth by countless little butts, and Lucia slid down sideways. She tried to brake with her feet halfway, but this curved slide could not stop. Seeing that the dragon was about to knock the hero out, the stupid hero did not even have the intention to retreat. The hero even leaned forward, and his open arms were like a large capture cage. When Lucia landed, the capture cage hugged her directly. With a thump, Lucia crashed into Xia Li's arms. Successfully captured the dragon. Xia Li smiled triumphantly. Take it home and stew it. Lucia's head was slightly raised from the sheep hat. She was a little hot after running after the dog just now, and her face was red from the heat. This dragon launcher is not fun at all, and it scares dragons. If she had known that there was a hero at the end of the launcher, she would not have played it. How could she, a silver dragon, be caught so easily? Xia Li, I'm not an ingredient. You can't stew me. Lucia buried her face in Xia Li's thick sweater. She took this opportunity to take a deep breath and drilled her head into it again. Xia Li's taste was very good for Lucia. I still have to cook for you. If you stew, no one will cook for you. Then I don't care. Xia Li picked up the evil dragon from the ground and tidied up her hair that was flying because of static electricity. Catch it, it's mine. The dragon was very curious about how human buildings rose from the ground, so Xia Li took her to see it. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. There are many reconstruction projects near the old city, and they started hammering and banging after the lunch break at noon. The high-rise building was surrounded by a wall. Xia Li couldn't take Lucia in to see the heavy construction site. The two could only stand outside the wall and look up. Xia Li introduced to Lucia that the highest thing was called a crane tower. The crane tower is the high-altitude engine in urban construction. Its transportation capacity greatly increases the speed of building buildings. Lucia raised her head to look. The sheep hat on her head fell down because of the movement of raising her head, and Xia Li stretched out his palm to help her hold it. In this world without magic, humans can build such tall buildings just by relying on mechanical operation. In comparison, the magic world of A's continent, which can only build 10-story castles, is too inferior. However, Xia Li thinks that Lucia's concept is not true. 80% of the humans on A's continent still cannot get enough food, and high-rise buildings are flashy and impractical for them. They have no benefit except attracting attacks from monsters and dragons. Boom, boom. At the construction site, Xia Li couldn't take Lucia to watch it up close, but he could take Lucia to see the road construction. The road surface in the old city is renovated and expanded every now and then, and the construction team can often be seen here. A huge paver, like a steel behemoth, was roaring and driving slowly in front of the two people. The back of the paver was like cut black tofu, cutting out a row of neat asphalt roads. White smoke floated out from the newly built road surface, followed by an unpleasant smell of asphalt. Xia Li didn't like the smell and stepped back. He looked down at the dwarf dragon that was sticking to him. The dwarf dragon just frowned slightly, his eyes on the steel beast in confusion. It seemed that he was seriously thinking about how this thing could pull out such a long one. Little girl, are you scared? A few meters away, A worker wearing a safety helmet and with dark skin came over and smiled and greeted while drinking mineral water. It is common for passers-by to come and watch every time the road is repaired, but it is quite rare to see a white girl dressed cutely like this. Generally, such girls will stay away from noisy and dirty construction teams. Lucia noticed the stranger coming towards her and looked up at Xia Li again. The sound of the paver was too loud, and she didn't hear what the other party said at all. "Ask you if you're scared," Xia Li said, loudly with his head down. Lucia opened her mouth, but Xia Li didn't hear what she said. So she stood on tiptoe again and yelled in Xia Li's ear, "Don't be afraid. This piece of metal is not as big as my head. Let your boyfriend hold you a little. There are big cars here. It's very dangerous." The worker in fluorescent clothes reminded again in a friendly way. The roaring, huge machine was passing by the two of them at a snail's pace, and the deafening sound disturbed the dragon's hearing. Lucia only heard the word danger. Xia Li stretched out a hand to her, with his palm facing up. Between putting your chin on it and putting your hand on it, Lucia cleverly chose the latter. "It's too dangerous here. We must protect Xia Li." Xia Li successfully pinched the soft dragon claw and happily grabbed her over, carefully clamping her with both hands. However, following the principle of one dragon claw on top, Xia Li was the one being held. Lucia's hand slipped out like a little loach, and then she grabbed Xia Li with her backhand. Xia Li refused to accept. The two stood at the intersection and fought for several rounds in a strange posture. In the end, Xia Li gave up. Damn, how could a grown man be led by a girl? It would be a joke for others to see. When will this stubborn dragon correct himself? The stubborn dragon led Xia Li away from the construction area and crossed the road. She was willing to let go only after confirming that the surroundings were safe. "Xia Li, it was very dangerous just now," Teacher Lucia taught after realizing it. "If that kind of steel fell down, it would definitely hit you with bruises. First of all, if you want to make the paver fall down, even a Force 8 gale can't do it. Secondly, if that thing hits me, I won't get bruises all over my body. I will only get bruises here and there." Xia Li finished speaking patiently, and then turned his head to ask the evil dragon beside him, "How is it? I've been taking you around for so long today. How do you feel about this world?" The dragon's claws have retracted into the loose sleeves, and it is difficult to pull them out at this time. Xia Li shrunk his neck into the collar and sighed silently. "It's good." Lucia nodded without hesitation. Lucia has witnessed the revival and decline of human civilization on the continent of A's, but the civilization on Earth gives her another sense of thriving glory. The buildings here will become taller and more developed, and everything is developing in a good direction. Presumably, the city in the future will be more spectacular, the food will be more delicious, and the entertainment will be more abundant. Lucia will probably like it here more. This growing feeling is a bit similar to, oh, yes, it's a bit like my feelings for Xia Li. From being wary of him at the beginning, to letting down her guard, until now, she has the courage to sit in the arms of the hero without fear. The dragon race's understanding of feelings is a very complicated process. Their free nature never restrains feelings, and they are rarely as sentimental as humans. Lucia's brain is thinking quickly. I always feel that the feeling that I like this place more and more is a little different from the feeling that I like Xia Li more and more. But I can't tell where the difference is. Do you like it here? The question asked by Xia Li is the same as Lucia's. So Lucia answered without thinking, "I like it." Looking at her decisive and serious expression, Xia Li nodded slightly. "Then if I want you to stay here for a lifetime, are you willing?" Xia Li asked his real purpose. For a lifetime. Lucia knew what for a lifetime meant. But the dragon's lifetime is too long. So long that it can change things and move stars. So long that it will be forgotten by time in the long river of time. It's okay. When you don't want to stay here one day, tell me, and I'll find another way. Xia Li saw the dragon's tangled face and thought she didn't want to. Does the lifetime you said include yourself? Lucia thought of something and suddenly raised her head and asked, "What do you mean?" Xia Li didn't understand. "That is to say, do you have you in my lifetime?" Lucia found it difficult to express the meaning of this sentence with her language ability. But Xia Li seemed to understand her sincere eyes. "If you can't go back, then I will definitely be there," Xia Li said. "I will also help the humans in this society to supervise you. But if the dragon really can't go back, then she will fall into Xia Li's hands. Release her into society after training?" If it was Xia Li who had just returned to Earth, he would definitely choose this way to release Lucia. But now, release? Not happening. Let me eat rice at home every day. This is the subway. Standing at the elevator entrance of the subway, feeling the wind whistling out from deep underground, Lucia stood in the wind in a mess. Taiwan Novel Network. She knew that the human construction ability of this society was very strong, but she never thought that they would actually build tracks underground. Humans living underground. Rounded off, wouldn't they be goblins? Goblins. The office worker, called a goblin, walked out of the subway entrance with a briefcase in hand. Lucia muttered and shrank to Xia Li's side. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Li took off Lucia's sheep hat, revealing a pair of small ears that were covered with warmth. "Let's go. We've already walked to the subway entrance. We'll take the subway out today," Xia Li said as he walked down, and Lucia hurriedly followed. Standing in the escalator, Lucia looked at the gradually sinking scenery around her and couldn't help swallowing. It felt like she was entering some kind of dangerous underground maze. By the way, did Xia Li feel the same way when he explored with his teammates before? Lucia secretly glanced at Xia Li's profile. The white light in the underground maze shone on his face, and his eyes were calm. After noticing Lucia's sight, he slightly turned sideways to look over. Lucia immediately looked away and pretended to look at the sign GG behind Xia Li's head. "Don't run around. I'll go buy a ticket." Xia Li settled Lucia in a corner and took out his mobile phone to buy tickets. If he was taking the subway alone, it would be enough to scan the QR code directly. But with Lucia, who had neither an ID card nor mobile phone, he could only buy the ticket manually. Xia Li pressed his finger on the hot screen and clicked, and the evil dragon behind him curiously poked his head over here. A maze map of the human world? The destination Xia Li chose was Central Home, Pig City. Take the card and follow me to swipe the card to enter the station. Xia Li bought a ticket for Central Home City. He put the rectangular plastic ticket in Lucia's hand. Thinking of this evil dragon who couldn't take a train, couldn't get on a high-speed train, couldn't get on a plane, and even felt dizzy when riding a car. The only places Xia Li could take her to were probably the places that Xinjiang City's buses and subways could reach. The subway transportation in Xinjiang City is not well developed, with only 4 crisscrossing lines. There should be new routes built in the future, and these unfinished urban planning maps are the farthest places Lucia can reach in the future. Sighing, Xia Li led Lucia into the station, and he said as he walked, "This is called the subway, which is an underground transportation hidden under the human city. This kind of transportation is more convenient and comfortable, but the platform is too far from our home, and we need to walk a long way." Arriving at the security check, Xia Li stopped and let Lucia pass first. Since neither of them had a backpack, they only needed to scan their bodies to pass the security check. Lucia, who was wearing a sheepskin coat, was checked by the inspector for the first time. She looked at the rude human next to her with a look of shock, and then looked at Xia Li, who remained calm behind her. "I was robbed." Seeing Xia Li approaching with a smile, Lucia's little face was still a little horrified. "It's just to see if there are any contraband in your pocket." Xia Li smiled and said, "Fortunately, nothing happened. If the alarm went off when Lucia scanned her body, it would be troublesome. Now it seems that there is nothing strange in the body of the dragon in human form." Contraband. Lucia tried to understand the word, coming to the underground maze. Are all the humans in the subway bad? "This is called taking precautions before it happens," Xia Li said. "If someone brings a knife or gasoline in, the casualties in the entire train will be very serious. If a riot really happens, it will be serious no matter where it happens." Just when Lucia was thinking this, a snake-like steel monster rushed past her. Boom, boom. The subway track roared dully, and finally stopped steadily with a series of sharp friction sounds. The carriage opened, and the steel monster revealed its bright and clean internal structure. Lucia was a little stunned. "Let's go in." Xia Li stretched out his arm and said again. "I'll hold. You hold me, otherwise I'll get lost. If you want to coax the evil dragon to hold your hand, you have to follow the dragon's wishes." As Xia Li expected, Lucia hugged him as soon as he stretched out his arm. "It's dangerous here." The warm wind of the subway blew on her face, and Lucia's little face was particularly serious. She finally knew why Xia Li said to take precautions before it happens. This steel monster called Subway can probably hold 1,000 people in its stomach. These 1,000 people are in a confined space at the same time. If there are thugs here, Lucia swallowed her saliva again. She thought, isn't this equivalent to locking a dragon in a sheepfold? Standing in a not-so-crowded subway, the train patrolman walked quickly through the car with a horn in hand. After hearing the voice of "take care of your valuables" from the horn, Lucia hugged Xia Li's arms tightly. "Valuables? Xia Li, I will take good care of you," Lucia said seriously. Xia Li smiled helplessly. Okay, you take good care of me." Holding the subway ring with one hand and feeling the embrace of the soft little dragon with the other arm, Xia Li thought, why is it only his arm that is hugged? Not him. Teat can't CEO. I should have said one more word earlier. There are quite a lot of young couples hugging each other on the subway, and it doesn't matter if he has one more. Xia Li, it's dangerous." Xia Li was planning the map of Yin's state in his mind, and his arm was held in the hand of the soft little dragon and shook. Looking in the direction Lucia pointed, Xia Li saw a white-collar worker in OL clothes standing at the exit of the carriage waiting. Judging from her posture, she should get off at the next stop. There were several passengers waiting to get off next to the OL woman, and one of them was a man wearing a black plush hat, clinging to the OL woman's bag. The action looked like he was squeezed by the people around him, but in fact, from Xia Li's perspective, it was obvious that he deliberately leaned over. Xia Li watched the black-hatted man put a silver pair of tweezers into the half-open bag of the OL girl. Subway pickpocket? He looked down at the little dragon beside him. The little dragon's intuition detected the malice and danger before Xia Li, but she couldn't judge what to do at this time. Xia Li always wanted Lucia to establish the correct values of this society, and the man in front of her was undoubtedly the best tutorial. Without much hesitation, Xia Li walked over and grabbed the man's wrist. "What are you doing?" The black-hatted man obviously didn't expect that his covert action would be discovered. He turned back in horror, and after seeing the young man next to him, he subconsciously wanted to pull his hand out. But he found that the other party's strength was not at the same level as his own. "What are you pulling me?" On the subway, the man in the black hat tried to pull his wrist away from Xia Li's bondage. However, after several struggles, the other party did not move at all. This terrifying power. Could he be playing clothes? "Open." The man in the black hat felt guilty. He made his voice louder, and he was suspected of being a thief. Seeing this, the passengers around thought it was a troublesome and immediately took a step back. However, after seeing the little tweezers caught in the black hat man's hand, everyone showed such expressions. Now approaching the end of the year, the thieves are active, especially subway pickpockets. They have been frequently seen recently, and even the number of train patrolmen has increased. Just when the onlookers understood the situation and two enthusiastic young men were ready to help, the man in the black hat grabbed Xia Li with both hands and struggled hard. Xia Li pinched his arm with his backhand and then turned around suddenly. Bang! A powerful over-shoulder fell to the ground. Two phones with pink cell phone cases fell out of his pocket, and he lay on the ground. His mind was confused for a while. That was the power that a normal person could burst out? Realizing that he must have met a tough guy today, the man in black hat gave up resisting and could only let the young man behind him press on him with one hand. "Please give it up, borrow it." After hearing the movement, the train patrolman rushed from another carriage. After seeing the people on the ground, he immediately understood what was going on. "Why is it you again?" As he said that, he took out a pair of beautiful silver bracelets from his pocket and put them on the man with a black hat. The young man looked at each other with the young man who took action, but the young man had now returned to his girlfriend. When I took action just now, my eyes were as sharp as a bear. Now when I was holding my girlfriend's hand, the big bird was leaning on me. Please trouble you. The patrolman thanked him, and Xia Li just nodded slightly. When the next stop was reached, the patrolman pulled the man in the black hat and walked out. Xia Li, will he be executed? Lucia leaned against Xia Li and watched the scene. After being in this human society for so long, the people she met were all good people, and this was the first time she met a bad person. Xia Li told her that there are not as many bad people in this world as A's continent, but there are still some. For this reason, Lucia was a little careful about people and things. Today, in a crowded place, she found a bad person who was stealing something. Normally not. Holding the soft dragon claws of Xiang, Xia Li clamped them with both hands as if he was holding a burger. Lucia is thinking about the problem now, so the principle of a dragon claw on top has expired. A gangster like them, if you steal a mobile phone and sell it for about 1,000 yuan, you'll be free for a few days. If you don't steal it, you will go hungry. Or if you're caught when you steal it, you will go to the bureau for 10 or 20 days to jail. It will be released again then. Thinking of this, Xia Li recalled what the patrolman said just now. This thief should be a habitual criminal, and even the patrolman knows him. Lucia's hand was rubbed by Xia Li, and she wanted to pull it back, but Xia Li seemed to have a good time. On the A's continent, humans like to play with the transformed dragon tails, horns, or dragon wings. It is the first time that people who play with dragon claws have seen them. Xia Li's hobbies are really unique. Lucia's thoughts were tilted to the sky, and Xia Li was still analyzing Lucia. This is a unique way of survival for people like them, but this method is wrong. When Lucia heard this, she came to her senses. Suddenly, I thought of the possibility of this lifestyle. Don't think about it. When Xia Li saw where the dragon's eyes were looking, he knew what the dragon was thinking in his head. With me watching you, you will not be released to do something bad. Give me a good meal at home. Oh, Lucia felt that Xia Li's words were ambiguity. Eating rice would make her look like she was a sloppy and incompetent. But if this sentence is replaced by be a little chef at home for me, it will make Long feel much more comfortable. That would make her look a little more powerful. He can still become the one that cannot be replaced in Xia Li's family. But after all, she hasn't started to be a little chef yet, so she can't correct Xia Li's statement. The train reaches the next stop. Xia Li took a look at the site information and took Lucia off the bus. There were several passengers who got off the bus. Xia Li was instantly subdued by the principle of dragon claws and led out of the station by Lucia. The figures around were all in a hurry, and only these two people were leisurely dating. A passerby who passed by was just out and turned back. She quickly searched her pocket as she walked. I just found out that my phone was lost. I saw you in the car and subdued a thief. My phone must have been stolen by him. The woman in sportswear walked towards Xia Li. Xia Li nodded. They got off at the South Railway station. Okay, I'll take the subway in the opposite direction to get it. Thank you, handsome guy. The woman sincerely thanked her and immediately turned around and took the bus opposite her. Next to Xia Li, Lucia, who noticed a strange sense of danger, hugged his arm. I am still in the subway now, so I have to take care of my valuables. Xia Li, you were so cool and handsome just now. Lucia never felt awkward when she praised someone. Xia Li was fine with anyone saying that, but when the evil dragon praised him frankly, he would feel embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Xia Li began to make a conclusion to Lucia. Don't learn from me. I went there only after ensuring safety. The subway has security checks, and the strongest weapon in the thief's hand is just a pair of tweezers, which poses no threat to me. In fact, even if the opponent had a knife, Xia Li was confident that he would subdue him. When he was in the other world, he was not facing weapons like knives and tweezers. The claws of the dragons were 5 sharp, heavy swords, and their tails were pavers falling from the sky. Xia Li fought with these things every time. But why did she call you handsome? Lucia suddenly said with concern. She didn't want to praise Xia Li this time. It was because a woman praised Xia Li, so she had to praise him to cover up the praise of other women. Xia Li was reasoning with Lucia, but Lucia was thinking about something else. Maybe it's because I'm handsome, Xia Li analyzed rationally. What I did just now is indeed a righteous act. But he called you a handsome guy. What's wrong with handsome guy? Don't you think I'm handsome too? Lucia frowned. I think you're handsome because you are handsome, but she thinks you're handsome, which is a problem. Ah, what's the problem? Xia Li was about to be confused by Shalong's peculiar way of thinking. It's just a little problem. TT Kank. Lucia herself couldn't answer it. After saying that, she angrily put her nose on Xia Li's shoulder and took a big breath. Xia Li, so what does he, a brave man, smell like in Lucia's nose? Looking at Lucia, who was like a big dog smelling the smell of his master, Xia Li had to stand there and let Lucia suck. Okay. Lucia took a breath, and the expression on her face relaxed a lot. Take away all the perfume from that bad woman. This is the dragon race's defense of the smell of their territory. Done, Xia Li said helplessly. Yeah, then let's go, get out of the station. Central Home Furnishing City is a building complex integrating various large furniture brands in Qingqing City. After Xia Li left the subway, he grabbed the dragon's claw and walked straight towards a blue building. He has a light pace and a clear goal. Ijia, a furniture store that runs a restaurant. From the first floor to the fourth floor, there is strange furniture along the way, and Lucia is overwhelmed with sight. Before she could even ask what those things were useful, Xia Li pulled her to walk quickly. Do you feel that our family is small and low? Xia Li asked. The furniture and decoration here are completely different from the Xia Li family. One is exquisite, generous, low-key, and luxurious, while the other is the main featured old, broken, and small. No leak, Lucia said, shaking her head. The room I slept with windows to shelter from the wind and rain. After the curtains were pulled up, even the sun could not shine in, so it didn't leak. After thinking about it, Lucia added, It's not small, it's already spacious for me. This means that she is very satisfied with Xia Li's home. The Dragon Clan does not pay so much attention to it. Their only definition of nests is food and shiny things. Although Xia Li's family does not have any beautiful metals and gems, his family has a lot of food and also has a toilet. It's simply the perfect silver dragon nest. When I make money, I will buy you a bigger nest. Xia Li held the dragon's claws and said as she walked. Lucia was a little dissatisfied with this sentence and thought about it for a while. Xia Li's meaning is indeed a waste of money. She has already made a difference, but she is not an idle dragon who is lying flat at home. Then I want to make money to exchange you for a big house. The evil dragon is particularly competitive. Xia Li didn't attack the dragon's enthusiasm, but just nodded slightly. Come to the fourth floor of Ijia. The entire floor here is a place for food, and the environment is similar to that of the canteen in the university. Lucia, who had not shaken the material conditions just now, was directly attracted by the things sold on this floor. Xia Li brought the plate over and asked Lucia to get whatever she wanted. He can't afford the house and furniture now, but it's absolutely fine to have a full meal. Lucia directly turned on the rice sweeping mode, chose a lot of food she had never seen before, found a corner with Xia Li, and then started to eat hard. Goo! After taking a sip of milk, Lucia still had a layer of milk foam on her lips, like a white-bearded old dragon. Don't you eat? Lucia wiped her mouth. Xia Li has been staring at him since the beginning. His kind of smiling eyes made Lucia feel something was wrong. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Xia Li looked at him, as if he was looking at the little sheep outside the dragon nest eating grass. At that time, Lucia's expression on her face was the same as Xia Li, and she was so happy, thinking to herself, eat quickly, I'll eat after you grow fat. I'm full. Xia Li leaned on the chair and waited quietly. Oh, Lucia looked down at the plate piled up in her hand, feeling a little hesitant. Eat less. If you eat fat, you'll be slaughtered. Wrong. In this world, it is illegal to eat people, and eating dragons is definitely illegal. Xia Li probably won't fatten her and eat her. I'm stuffed. After struggling inwardly, Lucia decided to stop at it. She hasn't started to be a little chef yet, and in general, she is still a useless dragon. You cannot consume food at a faster rate than your own labor value. This kind of livestock will be directly disposed of on the A's continent. There's another chicken wing. You won't eat it? Xia Li glanced at Lucia's wings. With this guy's appetite, it's okay to eat one more chicken wing. And Lucia is not the kind of dragon that would waste any food. I won't eat, I won't eat. Lucia shook her head like a rattle. Xia Li, why are you still reserved? Then I'll eat it. Xia Li said. You eat, you eat. Lucia nodded generously. However, the next was a quiet for 2 minutes. The crowd in my ears was noisy, and the naughty kids were chasing, running from one end of the corridor to the other end. The white-collar workers holding the food passed by the table calmly, with the fragrance of more than a dozen delicious food floating on the tip of their noses. Girl, Lucia swallowed nervously. Xia Li stared at her. It was so strange. When he didn't speak, Lucia became even more nervous. Could it be said? I'm going to be slaughtered. I can't get enough. At this moment, Xia Li suddenly spoke. Lucia thought for a while, picked up the plate with chicken wings in both hands, and handed it out. For you? Hey, my hands are so dirty. I haven't washed them. It's definitely unhygienic to touch the food like this. Xia Li said to himself. He put his hands on the table, leaned back on the back of the chair, and had no intention of taking the chicken wings. Lucia frowned. He looked down at his dragon claws. Her paws had just been washed in the bathroom because she had taken a lot of fries and chicken wings and chicken legs, and Xia Li said she needed to wash her hand before she could eat them. Oh yes, humans are very fragile animals, and their guts are also very fragile. If you eat unhygienic food, you will easily get diarrhea. If you have severe diarrhea, you'll have to go to a place called a hospital and spend money to go to jail. This is what Xia Li had told her before. I'll feed you. Thinking of this, Lucia nodded honestly. She immediately put the plate down and wiped her dragon claws with clean toilet paper. She picked up the last chicken wing on the plate and sniffed it in front of her nose. Well, it's not rotten, and the smell is fine. The heat is also fine. She supported herself to stand up, bent down, and successfully fed Xia Li with her fragrant little hands. Seeing that Xia Li couldn't eat it in one bite, Lucia waited for a while and frequently changed the angle for him by holding the edge of the chicken wing. Hey, Xia Li can eat a banana in one bite. Why do you have to eat so many chicken wings? Okay, it tastes good. Xia Li savored it for a while, and the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. This silly dragon is still smiling foolishly. Silly dragon is really stupid. He didn't even know that he was fooled by Xia Li. With such a stupid level, wouldn't it be easy to take him down? Wait a minute. Lucia found that the chicken oil on her hands could not be wiped clean, so she turned around and went to the bathroom. Xia Li put one hand in her pocket and drank the milk she had left with a straw. Did you wash it clean? Yeah. Let me smell it, Xia Li said. So Lucia raised both dragon claws and stretched them in front of Xia Li's nose. Xia Li lowered his head and smelled it. It smells like chicken wings, cakes, salmon, steak, and ketchup. This was a lonely wash, but he didn't dislike it and led the fragrant and smelly dragon claws over. Let's go out and buy a bed. Go on, buy it. Yeah, it's okay to eat here, but the furniture is too expensive. We can go to the street behind to buy a bigger and cheaper bed. After walking around the street, Xia Li bought a double bed in an affordable furniture store. The bed is a simple wooden keel structure, and the head of the bed is wrapped in soft leather. The salesperson said that although it is made of solid wood, its load-bearing capacity is as high as more than 1,200 kilograms. After hearing this, Lucia secretly said in Xia Li that the load-bearing is poor, not enough for it to put a tail. The price is not expensive, with a total of over 2,000 beds and mattresses, which is already very affordable in physical stores. After writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. After paying, Xia Li took Lucia around the street and went to the electrical city. It was getting late at this time. The electrical appliance city usually starts to close at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the rolling shutter doors of shops are constantly being pulled down in the entire building. Xia Li walked in quickly and walked in before the range hood shop closed. The fat boss who was in charge of watching the store yawned and closed the door. When he saw a customer coming in, he opened his mouth halfway and closed it again. "Boss, I'll make an appointment for home repair." Xia Li took out his phone and showed the brand and model of his home appliances to the boss. Although this machine has been warranted, the boss is still very active in handling it because he has to pay the repair fee. The agreed maintenance time happened to be tomorrow, and the group of people who installed the beds arrived at the same time. After both matters were handled, Xia Li called out the evil dragon guarding the door and staring around. The evil dragon followed Xia Li quietly in a wide and flat sheep hat, revealing a pair of bright brown eyes looking around. There are many shops in the electric appliance city with doors open. Many of the electrical appliances sold, there are many tricks. Lucia can only barely identify the washing machine and refrigerator, and no other names can be called. Tour guide Xia didn't introduce her, and Lucia looked at his back with regret. Buy you a cell phone. This was a decision that Xia Li thought carefully for a while before making. Cell phone. Xia Li, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Lucia didn't have time to stop and bumped in her head, then tilted her head in a daze. Of course, she knows what a cell phone is. This is the treasure of the brave. The price will probably be very expensive, and she has no money, so how can she deserve this kind of thing? Let's go, it's not closed yet. Xia Li glanced at him and saw a mobile phone store at the gate of the electrical appliance city with its door open. The festive sign at the door should be what activities there are. The mobile phone store is brightly lit, and there are still many customers. As soon as Xia Li entered, a shopping guide greeted her with a smile. "What performance mobile phone do you want to choose?" the shopping guide asked enthusiastically. "It's fine if you can use it." Xia Li looked around and answered casually. "Is it mainly used to take pictures or play games?" "No need." "What age is it for users?" The shopping guide's enthusiastic question directly made Xia Li choose to remain silent. His eyes shuttled through the trial machine on the counter, analyzing these configurations and prices. Behind Xia Li, Lucia saw that he had no intention of paying attention to the shopping guide at all, and thought this was not good, so she raised a finger and said, 100 years old, huh? Xia Li directly sealed Lucia's little mouth and pulled her over and fixed it in front of her. "Do you like this?" He pointed to one of the mobile phones and asked the evil dragon in his arms. The back of the phone is silver white all over, and the surface texture has been polished into countless diamonds. The diamond pattern shines with sharp silver white light under the strong light, which looks very much like the beautiful scales of a silver dragon. Lucia stood at the counter, her eyes glittering. However, when she saw the price tag next to her phone, the light in her eyes disappeared again. 4 digits. More than 1,000 fried cakes. That's it. Seeing that Lucia liked her very much, Xia Li turned to the shopping guide beside her and said, "Is there any activity today?" Some. I'll introduce you to it." Shopping guides are still rare to see such honest customers. Generally, customers will hesitate for a long time when choosing a mobile phone. They often say, "I'll consider it again," after more than half an hour, and then make the shopping guide angry and vomit blood. Seeing the handsome guy in front of him so decisive, the shopping guide was not indifferent. After briefly explaining the discount plan for this event, the ultimate pull method ended with the ultimate pull method of give an extra thermos, but I don't use it to get the thermos, so you give me another 100 yuan. It's too expensive. Xia Li, forget it. Lucia, who was standing aside, was shocked by Xia Li's language skills when he bargained, and was surprised by the price of this phone. Xia Li really wants to buy such expensive things for herself. How many housework does she need to do to pay it back at this price? Drop. Lucia pulled Xia Li's sleeve and wanted to leave, but Xia Li had already taken out her cell phone and paid successfully. Lucia. Oh no, this time I really want to be a little chef for the rest of my life. Lucia felt sorry for the small money she spent, but at the same time, she was very excited. She has observed that every human in this society has such a small box. I didn't expect that one day I would have such magical props. Doesn't that mean that I am becoming more and more like a part of human society? It is difficult for the Dragon Clan to say thank you, but Lucia has her own way of thanking her. There's so many phone cards at home, and I'll plug them into you when I go back. Glancing at the balance in his WeChat wallet, Xia Li's eyebrows jumped. In fact, the money originally belonged to Lucia, and now spending it on her, Xia Li felt it was reasonable. The balance was less than 6,000. That was less than 2 months' living expenses for 2 people. Lucia adapted to modern life very quickly, and Xia Li felt that he didn't even have to wait for a month of adaptation to find ways to make money in advance. Last time when I went out to eat fish, I couldn't contact you even if I wanted to talk to you. The main purpose of buying you this phone now is to prevent me from contacting you when I go out one day. After a pause, Xia Li said, or you can contact me when you miss me. This phone is a communication magic that can be activated at any time, plus a small display for you to watch videos. After speaking, he handed the shopping bag containing the phone box to Lucia. Under the sheep hat, Lucia's face flushed with excitement. Holding the shopping bag, Silly Dragon smiled secretly on his face. This is much more precious than the lollipop that the human cub handed to her when he thanked her. I have to take it home and treasure it. Xia Li, I will definitely be your little cook, Lucia said shyly. Xia Li glanced at her and thought that she was still thinking about the little cook. If this goes on, she will not be a little cook anymore. When she came to the dark outside, the cold rain hit her face like beans. The cold air instantly made people sober. Xia Li slapped her forehead, looked at the time on her phone, and cursed secretly. Damn, it was too late. The supermarket was closed, and now she couldn't even be a little cook. It was 9:30 p.m., and it happened to be the time for the supermarket to close. Xia Li stood in the stormy night, looking at the already dim street lights, and his mood became heavier. It's still a little chef. It's raining and late now. Why can't I buy vegetables? Taiwan Novel Network. After looking at the evil dragon beside him, she knew nothing and smiled foolishly with the phone box in her arms. Xia Li made up her mind and took out her phone to start operating. The mall is closed today, but he can choose to place an order online, and a wild male rabbit-eared girl will deliver the vegetables to her door early tomorrow morning. Add a single pink apron, by the way. Considering that the chef's level is very low now and the cooking is mainly vegetarian, Xia Li only bought half a pound of lean pork, and the rest of the dishes are ordered according to the seasonal vegetables. Little chef, what dish do you want to cook? Xia Li asked while flipping through the product interface on her phone. Lucia stood by the side with her cell phone box in her arms, and she stepped on the water. Cook radish. Then what? Steamed eggplant and cucumbers. Lucia thought carefully and chose a few dishes from the dishes she had seen and felt confident. Xia Li, well, it seems like I'm going to lose weight these days. However, these dishes don't sound dark, and if they don't have any seasoning technical content, they shouldn't be able to eat much. The order was successfully placed on your mobile phone, and the appointment was delivered at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Xia Li glanced at the dark night sky, considering the possibility of walking 2 streets to catch the subway without an umbrella. He sighed, we may only have the option of taking a taxi. After saying that, he looked at Lucia, who was silly laughing next to him. Are you okay? No problem. Lucia was still excited about getting a new phone. Her current state reminds Xia Li of her parents when she was a child. When she was a child, she was eager to sleep in new clothes. At that time, I was not very familiar with the world, had a simple mind, and happiness was a cheap but precious thing. On the contrary, when people grow up, people's hearts become more and more complicated and difficult to satisfy. Seeing Xia Long looking like this, Xia Li suddenly didn't want Xia Long to be polluted by the vulgarity of society. It's good for her to be at home like this. It is best to be a chef at home every day, waiting for him to go to and get off work, and cook for him as an old lady. However, this kind of thing still needs to be taken into account Lucia's own wishes. The dragon's nature is free, and Xia Li cannot limit it. The estimated time for queues is 20 minutes. Looking at the news that online car hailing was full of unethical maps, Xia Li sighed again. Now the people around the electrical appliance city have finished walking, and the autumn rainwater, which was given the unique magic attack in Shu province, blows in obliquely. Even when standing under the eaves, you can feel the cold current being immersed in the bone marrow. Xia Li grabbed his cell phone and squatted down slowly. This is the unique relaxation of the people of Shu province. He will never stand if he can squat. and he will never squat if he can lie down. Are you cold? Lucia suddenly stood in front of Xia Li, and Xia Li squatted down her, and the man and dragon finally had the correct position difference. Not cold. Just as he shook his head, Lucia grabbed Xia Li's hand and touched it. There is nothing to touch on the brave's hands, and the palms have a thick layer of cocoons because they hold swords for a long time. Xia Li's hands were not cold, but the rain that was blown in by the wind always fell on his hair. Lucia's own clothes have a hat, so she doesn't have to worry about her hair getting wet by the rain, but Xia Li is different. The broken hair on Xia Li's forehead was covered with water droplets, and it looked wet. So Lucia stood in front of Xia Li, with rain behind her, and a pair of white little hands were lifted up, covering Xia Li's head like a roof. What are you doing? Xia Li raised her head. I'm an umbrella now, Lucia whispered, to hide you from the rain. Looking at the dragon's serious expression, the wide sheep hat on her head was shining with a shadow of outline by the dim light, and the beautiful amber eyes shone countless fine lights in the dark. Her hands were raised smoothly above Xia Li's head. Her palms were not big, but they were only enough to cover Xia Li's forehead. Suddenly, I felt like I was being teased. In such a pair of ignorant dragon eyes, Xia Li actually saw the feelings revealed. Xia Li's mouth was curled up by the evil dragon again, so he decided to fight back, so he hugged the evil dragon with his hand. Lucia was forced to lean forward, and her belly was directly pressed on Xia Li's face. Xia Li's face hit the evil dragon's white belly with a strong impact. He took a deep breath. The evil dragon sucked him so many times, so it's time for him to suck it back now, right? Well, after a period of marinating a glass of milk every night, Lucia had a faint milky smell on her body. The little evil dragon of Xiangru has turned into the little milk dragon of Xiangru. Very easy to suck. It would be great if I could take a bite. Xia Li raised her head in Lucia's arms. Although there was no huge mountain that could cover up all the troubles in the world, the curve of this girl, which looked like a small hill, was just right. Very quiet. No, right. Thinking of this, Xia Li immediately took back his thoughts. She hasn't fooled Xia Long into her official girlfriend yet. Why did she start a greed for her? When Xia Li moved her head away from Lucia's arms, Lucia reached out to rub her belly with some discomfort. Xia Li's breathing just now was too hot, and it was blown on her belly hot. Lucia, do you know what it means to like? Xia Li suddenly asked a question that surprised Long. While saying these words, Xia Li pretended to take a casual look at his phone. The online car-hailing driver has already received the order and is expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. He pretended to be bored and swiped the screen of his phone, but in fact he was nervous. Of course I know. Although Lucia does not have the same complex ability to understand emotions as humans, she still knows some of this basic emotion. The mountain I used to entrench, there were a lot of sheep on the mountain and a lot of fish in the lake. My feelings for them are just a kind of love. Listening to Lucia's reasonable and orderly analysis and looking at her serious and focused expression, Xia Li opened her mouth and swallowed the words again. Do you like this? Is this just greedy, right? Intersection. Then do you feel the same way for me? Xia Li asked again. His question silently made Lucia ask. Xia Li is different from sheep and fish, and he can't eat it, so this is not the case. You said before that you like humans, and I like me. But do you think these two feelings are different? Xia Li continued to ask. Lucia didn't say anything. Lucia shook her head as Xiao Liming looked at her nervous but pretended to be indifferent. It should be different. Lucia couldn't tell what was different. Lucia likes humans because most of them are very friendly. The humans in this world are not as cruel as those on the Azuro continent. But her love for Xia Li was obviously not just because he was a good person, but because there were more other factors. Lucia couldn't tell the difference between these feelings and could only vaguely know the weight of their separation in his heart. I don't know what it means to like. Lucia shook her head and admitted it calmly. In her opinion, it is normal for her to be born as a dragon and not to distinguish human emotions. When Xia Li heard this, he raised his eyes and showed a smile on his face that he had received his favorite answer. He said to Lucia, "Then I'll teach you." Listing comments crossed out. Remarks on defeat. At noon today, I received news of my failed promotion, and the editor opened a VIP channel. I can only put on the shelves. The key point, it was too sudden and there was no manuscript saved. The update was still the same at noon today, and the update mode will be turned on that day. I will shock everyone by upsizing 10,000 words a day. The update of the daily word count of the new book period can finally end. Release my king's power. Let me talk about the rules for adding updates. The leader added 2 updates. The Silver Alliance 20 updates. The Golden Alliance. Gassam made me. By the way, if you give me a reward, you can reward the character Lucia Shavana. You can upgrade the character, and you can also upgrade the star every day. Now you are about to have a 4th class star. Then add 1 update for every 200 monthly votes, and everyone will also invest more if you recommend votes. Although I don't know what it's useful to vote, there are other children, so I want to have it too. The following is a nonsense. If you're not interested, you can jump. This time, it is only 1 step away from Sanjiang, little by little. I should be the one who happened to be brushed off. Summarize the reasons for this failure. There are still too few readers of pure love. Nowadays, there are still many female protagonists in the harem. If this kind of well-written books, it will soon rush up, while pure love will rise rapidly. So the further you go, the more difficult it is. Maybe this is why Chidian doesn't have any pure love writing now. I hope there will be someone who will succeed this subject. Personally, I feel that pure love is what everyone should have in their hearts. Although I'm a cat repairman, I have been transformed from the harem. But this topic is very comfortable to write, and it has a quiet and heartwarming feeling. I wonder if everyone has this feeling. Now, the evil dragon has only written 200,000 words to make the male protagonist understand his intentions. I think it is already slow, and the following should be the offensive link. But I see why I went to my grandma's house in the comment section, and all the Magic Revival, Peerless Dragon Baby, and Legend of the Dragon King have all come out. This is a daily love article. Please sober up. In fact, the inspiration for this book was originally from a different world article for me. After the male protagonist passed the level and became a god, he returned to Earth with the heroine for a while, but the book was essentially a cool story with a plot, so he didn't dare to write too much on Earth's daily life, so he finished it in a few chapters. At that time, I felt that the heroine was surprised by the Earth as a demon king. She mistakenly thought it was a very powerful magic. This contrast is so cute. I thought it would be great if I could have a little more, so I left an inspiration to throw it into my brain recycling bin. 2 months ago, I was struggling to write without a subject, and I undoubtedly came across this idea and had a flash of inspiration. Cuckoo started writing. In fact, the heroine of the first version of the Evil Dragon is an elf who is close to others. I wrote about 30,000 words and slapped my forehead and felt something was wrong. According to my usual writing style, I will probably write about the elf who is close to people with E. The elf is Yukiko Noba. No matter what the heroine is doing, I will subconsciously think about where her E should go. Let me clarify. To clarify, I am not an LSP, but I am accustomed to the character's figure in my mind when writing books. There is no way to focus on the plot. But aren't all the elves like this? It's too big a difference to write a tablet elves. It would be meaningless if the elves didn't have E. So after thinking about it, it would be better to go from simple to extravagant. It's better to write something that I want. It just so happened that this year is the year of the dragon, and another slap in your forehead. Start writing. So the evil dragon was born. By the way, the magic weapon brought back by the original male protagonist is not the demon repelling sword, but the divination crystal. Originally, the early plot would revolve around divination, but I thought about it carefully. If I wrote this, the focus that should have been placed on the heroine would be deviated. In order to put the focus back, divination decisively deleted and changed it to the brave standard. Sword. This leads to the male protagonist's early career line, looking completely empty and feeling empty. Actually, there are, but it hasn't started digging out yet. Finally, I would like to answer a question that everyone is more concerned about. Question: will the male and female protagonists return to the magic world? Yes. We'll go back for a while. A complete story is not only the completeness of the male protagonist story, but also the completeness of the female protagonist. If you can go back to your parents' home to say goodbye and say goodbye to your friends there, it will be a way to make up for the male lead and the female lead. I am a perfectionist who repairs cats. Since I am all novels with magic backgrounds, since I can do this in this context, the heroine will not leave any regrets. Why not do it? I won't say much about other plots. I have more than 10 million words of complete experience in the cat repair, so everyone chooses to believe me, and it's over. The following is the chapter promotion link. I'm a pure newbie at Xia Li, and I don't know a single author, and I don't understand all kinds of things and mechanisms at all, and I haven't understood them until now. I am very grateful to the two readers, Surpasses, and Su Lintian, for helping me build a bridge and let me successfully connect with several authors. The winner of life, starting from baby Chao Manjun. When I was in the new book period, I directly gave Zhang Te, a new author who didn't know each other. Thank you so much, Cuck. Reigniting the Green Age Honey Girl. Honey Juice is also very good. Although they don't know each other, they're still willing to PY with me, the new author. Thank you very much. The Saint Lady will not surrender to the devil Shao Qin, who believes in miracles. Rua. Shao Qin is in my next issue. He is the first author I met on Xia Li. Cuck. Life in a different world, starting from an elf, made happy Koi. The Koi who started a book on the same day as me. He is also a brother in distress who escaped from the same place as me. The L's he wrote are really, and he knew that I was writing a chapter recommendation for Sanjiang silently. Koi really made me cry. I have no friends at all as a cat repairman, so I can't even get a few chapter recommendations together. But I have to write 2 more rows so that I look more powerful. I have a lot of friends, really woo-woo. Okay, that's about it. The reader group will be open later, so everyone should pay attention to the end of the chapter. I'll leave the first order to you all. This is really important. Showing belly. P.S. According to the news from a week later, Dragon didn't fail to advance, but didn't understand the mechanism and put it on the shelves too early, which led to the recommendation being canceled. Actually, it won, but not completely. Xia Li knew that he had high offense and low defense when facing relationship issues. Although the attack is very lethal, as long as you're counterattacked, you will immediately lose your combat ability. But in contrast, Lucia, this guy is absolutely high offense and high defense. Any move will be full of lethality, and its defense will be even more iron. Because I don't know anything, I'm not afraid of anything. No matter what Xia Li did to her, she was stunned. If you like Xia Li or not, like it. If you ask what it means to like, it is not clear. If you ask what it means to like Xia Li or like all mankind, it is not clear. Ask questions, just don't know, can't tell. Xia Li didn't expect this stupid dragon to understand human emotions at all. He can only teach it slowly. How to teach specifically? Xia Li, I don't know. In fact, Xia Li himself didn't understand what kind of relationship it was like. But when he had such questions in his heart, he could not extricate himself. Just like Chun Tao told him before, being guilty means not asking for advice. It was obvious that at the beginning, I was really just going for pure friendship. Cultivate Lucia into an elite dragon talent who can integrate into modern human society. Let her work, let her learn to do housework, cook, and let her be self-reliant in this society. Then give her freedom. This is Xia Li's initial plan. After that, whether it was to let Lucia go out and live at his house for a longer period of time, Xia Li didn't think it was all concerned. If she wants to go home, Xia Li will also actively help her find a way to return to A's continent. But now, Xia Li admits that he has selfish desires for Lucia. Moreover, this selfish desire is getting deeper and deeper as time goes by. Now it has developed into the extreme idea of, I wish I could lock the dragon at home and cook for myself for the rest of my life. Xia Li has no experience in love, but he is sure that his feelings and possessiveness are definitely not a normal friendship. What kind of pure friendship is that he has long overturned this sentence by himself? Xia Li thought about it carefully when this pure friendship relationship changed. It may have started with the dream of sending Lucia home. Maybe it may have started with the first time she crossed the street and held her own hand. It may also be when the corners of her mouth were raised by the dragon's stupid actions, or when she used her body to block the rain. When we get along, Lucia's small actions always affect Xia Li's emotions. It seems that the whole person's soul can be caught by the evil dragon's inadvertent words. Therefore, Xia Li has something to guarantee. You probably should. I like Lucia. Then I'll teach you. Xia Li's words are from the heart. He understood his feelings now, but Lucia knew nothing. Even if Xia Li goes up at this time, Lucia will nod seriously and say, I like Xia Li very much too. This is not what Xia Li wants to like. What he wanted was a shy little evil dragon who nestled in his arms and confessed shyly, I like you too, instead of confusing him with other humans expressionlessly and then saying that I like you too. I want Lucia to distinguish the different meanings of likes. Xia Li can only teach him step by step. Do you know what it means to like? Lucia opened her curious eyes and thought about Xia Li's words for a long time. Xia Li said she wanted to teach her these differences in feelings, but she stopped talking halfway. It makes the dragon even more dizzy. There's still 10 minutes to reach the online car-hailing service, and the driver's vehicle has been positioned for a while, but there is no movement. Xia Li put his cell phone in his pocket. It's just that you like the feeling of gold and gems, he said. Lucia turned around. After wandering around for a long time, why is this feeling? You should deal with this feeling now. Xia Li thought for a moment and found that the most intuitive love was a natural love for something. Although his feelings for Lucia were cultivated by later friction, the emotional foundations of the dragon clan and humans were different, and Xia Li needed to let her understand it in a purer way. But don't confuse me with other humans. Others are others. I am me. Since you say that your likes me is different from your likes others, then you must continue to maintain the difference between the two. Xia Li said seriously. This matter is still very important. In Lucia's heart, he could be Xia Li equals gold, but must not be Xia Li equals human. There's a big difference between the two. Oh, Lucia nodded with her little face. Lucia can still separate the feelings of human beings and gold and treasures. On one side is a smart and intelligent species, and on the other side is a shining thing. That is to say, just treat Xia Li as gold, just like she used to hide the gold and appreciate it again and again every day. Dee. On the roadside, not far away. The raindrops burst into ripples on the watery road, and the car's plain white high beam flashed twice in the dark. The online car-hailing car parked quietly on the side of the road. The passenger's window rolled down, and the driver inside was shouting at the side. Is it the car you called? Yes, master, wait a minute. Xia Li didn't expect the online car-hailing service to come so quickly. He looked at the water that had formed a stream under the steps and estimated that his shoes would definitely get wet if he stepped in. Xia Li bent down to pick up his trouser legs. Seeing this, Lucia followed his method and rolled up her trouser legs. Her technique was clumsy, and the wide sheep hat blocked her sight. Before she could roll up one leg of her trousers, Lucia's body lightened. Xia Li hugged her while she bent down, and she was lifted off the ground with all four limbs and was packed and carried away by Xia Li in a daze. The freezing rain in late autumn hit her face, and the sound of heavy rain in her ears covered the sound of Xia Li's footsteps. Lucia's eyes went dark and bright, and she was already sitting in the back seat of the car. Quickly taking off the soaked sheep hat, Lucia saw Xia Li open the passenger door, but before he got in, he turned back and sat in the back seat. After confirming the last digit of his mobile phone number with the online car-hailing driver, Xia Li sat next to Lucia and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you cold? Xia Li asked. Lucia shook her head. She was well protected by her coat, and her hair was not wet at all. But it was just claustrophobia sitting in the narrow car made her feel a little stuffy. It's raining and I can't open the window. Master, please turn on the air circulation. Xia Li murmured and said to the driver in the driving seat. The driver didn't reply, but silently turned on the external circulation ventilation system. This would at least make Lucia feel better. Come, lie down. Lucia was about to shrink to the corner of the car window. She wanted to see the scenery outside on a rainy day. The car lights, blurred by the rain, looked like a group of luminous magic balls that were gradually approaching and moving away. Feeling her clothes being pulled, Lucia turned around and saw Xia Li patting her thighs, motioning her to lie down. "My clothes are wet," Lucia reminded. Because her coat was very thick, she didn't care about the rain when she was playing just now. Now, her plush clothes were soaked by water, and she looked like a sheep that had absorbed water. "I'm wet too," Xia Li said indifferently. Lucia thought about it, and still curled up and lay down. The legs of the hero were stiff, and it was uncomfortable to lie down. However, Lucia liked the smell on his body. At this time, the evil dragon didn't know that she had successfully made the hero bite the hook as bait, and the hero who had bitten the hook was dragging her into the water. The car wheels were crushing through the wet ground, and the car was so quiet that the sound of the air outlet could be heard. The heavy rain in late autumn comes quickly and goes quickly. The rain outside the car window was getting smaller and less. Before the misty rain could gather into a string, it was ruthlessly pressed on the glass by the speed of the car, marking transparent watermarks. Lucia was a little motion sick, and after getting in the car, she lay on Xia Li's lap. The electrical appliance city is still far from Wanyo district where Xia Li's family is located. Even without traffic jams, it will take about 20 minutes to reach it, not to mention that the road surface after the rain is overwhelming. Xia Li looked at the scenery outside the window for a while, then lowered her head to observe the evil dragon on her legs. Lucia's face was very bad and even a little white. She always takes a car in this state, exactly the same as a person with motion sickness. With his head down, Xia Li's wet black hair was still dripping, and a drop of water fell down, falling on Lucia's quiet face. Xia Li quickly wiped his hair with his hands and stroked the broken hair to the back of his head. The evil dragon, who was just closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, slowly opened her watery eyes. Xia Li looked at her quietly, and no one spoke. "Hammer, the rain has fallen all the time. Who said it was going to thunder?" It was obviously just a fire flash. While he was blocking, the driver took out his cell phone and didn't know who he was chatting with. The authentic dialect of Shu province made Xia Li's scalp numb. What is he talking about? Lucia, who didn't understand a word, blinked with her curious eyes. This strange pronunciation method made her wonder if it was the language she had learned. He said it didn't rain for a while, and he said he wanted to thunder, but he didn't thunder. Xia Li bent her body down a little further. Both of them knew that these conversations were not good for the driver to hear, so they made the sound light and sounded particularly gentle. "English?" Lucia asked in a small voice. She knew that the languages of different countries in the world were different, and English was also very popular. "It's my dialect here." Xia Li's lips were almost putting on Lucia's ears. "I will naturally understand after you stay here for a long time." The heat he exhaled as he spoke made Lucia's ears itchy. The soft little earlobe quickly became rosy. Xia Li thought this guy didn't understand what shyness was, but he turned out to blush if he just leaned closer and whispered. However, it may also be due to the heat. Xia Li is not sure. In order to do this experiment, he pressed his shoulders down. The crystal-clear, pink little ears did not darken their color, and Xia Li quickly turned her eyes to the soft pink lips. He lowered his body again. "Keep testing down, and to what extent I want to try, I will be pushed away by Lucia." Then, until the tip of the nose gently touched, the breathing of each other was completely inseparable from you and me. Lucia still had no reaction. What a dagger. He was almost embarrassed, and Lucia was just looking at him curiously with her eyes open, as if she wanted to know what he was doing. "Do what?" "Of course, I almost kissed my mouth." "I'm almost you're still in daze." Xia Li was so angry. Looking at those smart and somewhat anticipated eyes, Xia Li did not feel happy because she was not rejected, but instead felt a sense of frustration. What should I do to make Xia Long shy? Only by making her shy and becoming shy can she follow this feeling and tell her decisively this is like. This kind of liking is completely different from her liking for humans, gold, and sheep. But she is not ashamed. Squeak. Hamapi, are you rushing to reincarnate? At this moment, the online car-hailing car the two were on suddenly braked. The driver rolled down the car window irritably, and there was a scent of birds and flowers in his mouth. This violent brake caused Xia Li to tilt his body. The soft lips, which were as soft as Xia Li imagined, touched their lips like a dragonfly. I'm going. Xia Li immediately sat upright. No, buddy, this is not intentional. Driver, your driving skills are really, really good. Xia Li wiped her face and felt a little hot, so she quickly rolled the car window down. The rain outside almost stopped, and a cool breeze blew. Xia Li took a long breath. Xia Li, you have a fever. I'm just burning it. Before he could calm down, Xia, who was lying on Xia Li's legs, suddenly spoke. Xia Li retorted with embarrassment. Then why are your face so red? Where is it popular? You must be motion sickness. I'm dizzy. Xia frowned with a pretty brow, thinking why Xia Li suddenly fainted. Moreover, there's a saying in the A's continent that the human dragon knight rides on the back of a domesticated dragon. But because the dragon's flying speed is too fast, humans will be unable to breathe and their brains will not be able to adapt, which will produce the effect of the dragon halo. But she hasn't even been long Hua, and Xia Li hasn't ridden her yet. I will definitely slow down in the future. Thinking of this, Xia suddenly said. This nonsensical train of thought made Xia Li laugh. What was the silly dragon thinking about? I just kissed. I just accidentally touched you here. Do you feel anything? Xia Li didn't believe that Xia was fine. He pointed to his lips and asked Xia. Feeling. Xia couldn't quite put it into words. But after thinking about it carefully, she found that this indescribable, itchy feeling in her heart was a bit similar to the time when the female and male dragons of the dragon clan hooked their tails together. If it were a human action, Xia remembered that she saw human couples kissing each other on the bus last time. Oh yes, Xia remembered. Xia Li, are you hungry? The pair of bright and flawless amber eyes kept changing with the changes of the street lights outside the window. Xia Li looked at the girl in his arms and felt uneasy. What do you mean by hungry? His Adam's apple rolled, and Xia Li secretly swallowed his saliva. Is this the kind of words that the dragon uses to test human males? Comrade Xia Li knew that he could not stand the test at all. There must be nothing in your stomach, Xia said. Otherwise you didn't regurgitate just now. Regurgitate? Xia Li opened her mouth and looked at the dragon in her arms in disbelief. She almost got a stitch in the side. What is going on? She was kissing her lips, and she was asking herself if she was going to regurgitate. I was wrong last time. This is not regurgitation. Xia Li corrected her with a strange look on his face. Pure friendship will not regurgitate. It's not a matter of pure friendship. Xia Li rubbed her wet hair. The boomerang that was once launched finally hit her body. Besides, we are no longer pure friendship. It is difficult to explain to Xia the difference between pure friendship and couple. The fundamental problem with this matter is Xia Li himself. He told Xia from the beginning that pure friendship is better than couples. So now if we say to Xia that we are couples in Xia's heart, the relationship has been demoted, which will make her feel frustrated. So, Xia Li was not in a hurry to explain anything to Xia. It just tells Xia that their relationship is evolving in a direction that is more powerful than pure friendship. Xia is easy to fool. She is happy to accept it when she hears that her relationship with Xia Li is developing in a good direction. Xia Li said that the final stage of pure friendship between them is pure love. Thank you, master. It's okay, go slowly. Close the car door. The irritable driver smiled at Xia Li, then kicked the accelerator and left. Let's go. At the entrance of the community, the cold autumn rain was as thin as spider threads blowing on the face. Both of them were wet by the rain. Xia Li's hair was dripping, and Xia's back was wet. The rain was still drizzling, and Xia followed Xia Li upstairs with her hat. In the corridor, the broken voice-controlled lights were as hard as Xia had when she first arrived. Xia Li stomped her feet and failed to successfully turn on the voice-controlled light, so she took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. Be careful, the ground is slippery, he said to Xia behind him. Then I'll hold you. When he heard that there was danger, Xia's little hand naturally stretched out from his sleeve. Xia Li, this is how he was caught by the evil dragon. Without saying a word, he grabbed the dragon's claws. In the corridor, without any light, a white flashlight shone on the ground, and landed on Lucia's clean face. The sound of the two people's footsteps echoed in their ears. Looking at Lucia's lips that were naturally pursed together, Xia Li's heart was a little throbbing again. That moment, just now, was considered the first kiss of the evil dragon. It probably doesn't count. After all, she didn't know she was kissed. Moreover, this time it was neither Xia Li took the initiative to kiss, nor was it the evil dragon took the initiative to kiss. Pure accident. Or pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, Lucia would ask so many whys like a curious baby. There's no reason why. Asking is because I think I like you, and it makes no sense to like you, so don't ask. Xia Li thought to herself. However, it is still difficult to say a confession from him. Just like most Chinese-style families, the Xia Li family rarely talks about like and love. For children who grow up in this environment, expressing feelings is a very awkward thing. Lucia held her head and saw that Xia Li walking in front not only did not look at the road, but also wanted to look back at her, so she was a little confused. What do you think of me? Xia Li turned against him. Lucia frowned and said nothing. Xia Li is very strange today. He is very offensive, but he is completely unhurried to himself. It's not a kind of impatient, but it gives Lucia a much softer feeling than usual. Lucia, who cannot understand human behavior, decided not to think about it. The two of them walked around the second floor stairs one by one, and the door of the home downstairs was half open, and there was warm light inside. Sally slowed down and glanced inside. The exit of the zoo is a large commercial store. Like most scenic spots, if tourists want to leave the park, they must go through the commercial store. Visitors to this kind of zoo are usually couples or parents and children. The animal peripherals sold in the commercial store are very attractive to these two groups. Of course, Sally naturally knows that the prices in the scenic area are ridiculously expensive. Contracted stores like this are even more commercial in nature. So, he will never consume today. Xia Li, just as Xia Li passed by the shelf at a very fast speed, staring straight at the exit of the zoo without looking sideways. The evil dragon beside him was instantly sucked away by some mysterious force. Lucia stood in the middle of two rows of shelves, unable to move her feet. Little sheep. She pointed to the doll on the shelf and said. Sally had no choice but to turn back. Speaking of which, taking Lucia to visit the zoo today was like a dragon entering a buffet restaurant, but she was not allowed to eat a single bite. It was too cruel for dragons. Xia Li stood in front of the plush sheep doll and hesitated for a moment. He thought, if he really couldn't afford it, could he not afford a fake one? This zoo only sells grilled sausages for 5 yuan. How expensive can the sheep dolls in the store be? Thinking of this, Xia Li picked up the sheep and took a look. Oh, this is really slaughtering tourists like sheep. Or he could be Lucia's little sheep. $2.98 is really too much for a sheep doll the size of an arm. I can eat lamb chops at this price. Xia Li said it was not cost-effective, but he did not choose to put the sheep back on the shelf. Lucia's eyes were full of stars. Dragons are more or less a collector. Lucia certainly knows that this is a fake sheep and cannot be eaten, but she wants to collect the fake sheep back. This way, rounding it off can also be regarded as quenching thirst. Grabbing the doll and going to the cashier, Sally was about to line up to pay. Looking up, Sally accidentally glanced at the mobile stalls outside the zoo exit. Wait a minute. Under Lucia's expectant eyes, Sally turned around again and stuffed the black-hearted little sheep back to its original position. Lucia's beautiful amber eyes went out. Don't buy it yet. There's a big one outside. Sally pointed out the window. Lucia slowly turned her head, and her gray eyes lit up again after looking outside. Boss, how much is archery per time? In front of the stall with no business, the dozing boss woke up from the question, cleared his throat quickly, and raised his hand to show Xia Li 2 fingers. 21 times. Then I'll do it once. Xia Li quickly took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. Seeing this, the boss did not hesitate to put a bucket of 10 arrows and a black longbow in front of the young man. In addition to archery, the surrounding stalls also have games such as shooting, hooping, and darts. The rules of these projects are basically unified. The more arrows you hit, the more points you get, and then the points can be exchanged for gifts. The gifts range from first prize to fifth prize, and there are even super prizes to attract people's attention. Vendors like this have sprung up like mushrooms since more than 10 years ago. Tourists would come to join the fun at first, but later these vendors became more and more deceptive and people stayed away from them. Xia Li picked up the longbow and weighed it in his hand. It was not made of wood or steel, but plastic. The arrows were even more child-level, with soft tips. You need to pull the bow to the full length to pierce the foam target. It was completely incomparable to the arrows with steel spikes and even poison that Xia Li had encountered on the A's continent. However, it is enough just for entertainment. After taking a breath, Xia Li set up the longbow. The black eyes were slightly empty, as if there was a sharp light hidden in them. 20 meters away was the target. It was a dead target. Xia Li especially remembered that when he had just become a hero and accepted the compulsory course of the instructor asked him to shoot sparrows with arrows. If he hit the target, he would have food to eat. If he missed the target, he would continue to shoot until he had food. The bows at that time were much heavier than this one, and the trajectory of the sparrow's flight was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Xia Li, shoot quickly. Lucia beside Xia Li was more anxious than Xia Li himself. It was written on the sign that if you hit 3, you will get a prize, 8 will give you the first prize, and 10 will give you the special prize. Lucia didn't know many words. She only knew that next to the first prize was a super large sheep doll, which was even bigger than the one she saw in the store just now. It was simply a 1:1 replica of the real lamb. If it was this sheep, Lucia wouldn't mind sleeping with it in her arms at night. That would definitely be more satisfying. Wind magic protection. Lucia waved her hand, and a short basic spell came out of her mouth. The breeze lifted her skirt, and her soft long hair swayed gently. Lucia hummed twice and changed to a more childish gesture. Swift wind, hit spell, space acceleration. The owner of the stall had just woken up from his nap and was unscrewing the thermos to drink tea. He slowly cast his eyes on the young man. The young man looked focused, and his bow posture was the most standard he had ever seen. The boss took a closer look at him while drinking tea. Could he be an expert in archery? However, even if he was an expert, it didn't matter. The center of the bull's eye was so small that it was impossible to hold 10 arrows, let alone 10 arrows. The boss tried it himself against the wall and basically only hit 7 arrows, and it was difficult for the following arrows to hit the center of the bull's eye. Swish! The sound of the arrows broke through the wind. The boss had been in business for 5 years, and this was the first time he heard a customer make such a sound with his plastic bow. He took a look at the target and hit the center of the bull's eye as expected. It was indeed practiced. The boss thought, it was just 1 arrow. Could you hit them all? He took another sip of tea. When he looked up again, there were 5 more arrows in the red circle in the center of the bull's eye. Puff, cough, cough. Wind? Forget the sound of the wind. This time, he didn't even see how the arrow flew out. In the blink of an eye, 9 arrows had hit the bull's eye. The red heart, with a diameter of less than 3 centimeters, was shot into a sieve by the plastic arrows. The arrangement of the arrows was extremely exaggerated. They filled the bull's eye very full without leaving any gaps. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Coming out of the bathroom, Xia Li's head was smoking and he breathed a sigh of relief. The girl's bath water is so hot. Every time he went into the bathroom after Lucia took a shower, the water from the shower was as hot as boiling water, making Xia Li scream. I don't know whether Lucia is not sensitive to hot water or because girls generally have higher body temperatures. He found a set of clothes and put them on in the small dark room. Xia Li thought it was wrong and walked out wearing only a pair of pants. He appeared at the door of the room with his upper body naked. Lucia was still blowing the last handful of hair, and the sound of the hairdryer kept buzzing in her ears. As if she noticed the sight behind her, Lucia slowly turned her head and looked at Xia Li at the door. Xia Li pressed his elbows on the door frame and supported his head with his palms. He looked very manly in his own eyes, and he only needed a rose in his mouth to fascinate the little girl. Xia Li still has some confidence in this body that has been through 3 years of hardship and training in another world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hairdryer was whirring, and Lucia was sitting by the bed, blowing her hair seriously. Xia Li, no. Give me some reaction? Hey, I'll come in and get some clothes. Xia Li felt that his brain must be rusty, so he wanted to stand in front of Lucia like this. It felt like a male dragon doing a courtship dance, but the female dragon opposite didn't know anything and was still confused. While rummaging through the boxes, Xia Li saw Lucia's eyes following him. But after seeing his naked upper body, the evil dragon's clean and white face did not have any other reaction except the slight redness when he got out of the bath. Xia Li guessed that he had never noticed when Lucia would blush before. He felt that the evil dragon's face was quite thin, especially when dealing with strangers. He was so shy that he didn't look like the same dragon. Why is she so thick-skinned now? Is it true that after getting to know Xia Li, her shyness threshold has also increased? This won't work. If Lucia wants to realize that she likes Xia Li as a lover, Xia Li's lethality is far from enough. Have you finished blowing? Yeah, it's almost done. Lucia got off the edge of the bed and shook her head. Her soft black hair, which had not yet completely dried, was scattered on her shoulders. Her black hair hung down to her waist, making her already petite waist look even thinner. With her rosy and plump face, Xia Li always had the urge to bite her. Let me check it. Xia Li walked over, grabbed a strand of hair, and smelled it. Yeah, it stinks. I smell good. Lucia was obviously not satisfied with Xia Li's statement. Xia Li smiled. Let's go. If you don't go down, Aunt Zhao will come up with noodles. Knocked on the door of the neighbor on the second floor, and the person who came to open the door was still an elderly middle-aged woman. Isn't this a coincidence? It's just cooked. Zhao Qin opened the door enthusiastically and turned back to the kitchen to get noodles. Where's Uncle Chun? Xia Li was not polite and put on shoe covers at the door. He's on a business trip. Zhao Qin answered casually. Wait a moment, I'll blanch some more leaves soon. Aunt Zhao, don't add chili to my girlfriend's portion. Okay. A response came from the kitchen, and Xia Li turned his head and saw the evil dragon behind him taking off his shoes with his hands. Don't take off your shoes. This is not our home. Xia Li took a pair of shoe covers and squatted down. Lucia took off one of her shoes, and Xia Li held the clean little white foot and spread it in the palm of his hand. The feet without socks are smooth and tender. Perhaps because they just came out of the bath, the feet are still a little wet and warm in the palm of the hand. What top-notch jade foot. Shashasha. Hee itchy. Lucia's alls are about the same sensitivity as humans. She shrinks back when Xia Li touches her. But now she is outside. She is a high-ranking silver dragon. What is the difference between being teased by the hero and being defeated? Lucia shrunk her shoulders and secretly glanced at the figure of the middle-aged woman busy in the kitchen. She lowered her head and looked at Xia Li with a pair of cute faces. Oh, you never be shy now? Could it be that the sensitive point of this evil dragon is doing embarrassing things with Xia Li in front of strangers? This is too exciting. Come on, we don't have much food to serve you at home. Eat it while it's hot. At the same time, Zhao Qin came out of the kitchen with noodles. Xia Li quickly put on shoe covers for Lucia, turned around and looked at the table of dishes and said, Why are you cooking after eating noodles? It's too much trouble for you, Aunt Zhao. What's the matter? I'm serving Xiaolu. Xiaolu, come eat more. Zhao Qin waved to Lucia happily, and Lucia walked over quietly with a silent face. Seeing the huge contrast between the evil dragon in other people's homes and in his own home, Xia Li couldn't help but want to laugh. What about your giant dragon hitting? What about the storm inhalation? Eating a big bowl in one breath? Zhao Qin naturally didn't know Lucia's appetite, so she served a little more according to the average girl's appetite, about 2 tails of noodles. This amount, for the evil dragon of Xia Li's family, can only make him half full. However, this shy dragon did not show any dissatisfaction with this bowl of noodles. She carefully held the chopsticks and put a mouthful into her mouth at Zhao Qin's urging. Meat sauerkraut noodles are one of the specialties of Shu province. Mixed with minced meat and bean sprouts, evenly accompanied by thin noodles, plus the water spinach, a noodle dish for people in Shu province. This noodle is so beautiful that Xia Li swallows his saliva at a glance. I rarely eat this kind of thing since I left home to go to college, but today I got to eat a bite thanks to Lucia. Do you want me to prepare another bowl for you? Seeing Lucia's restrained and shy way of eating, Xia Li wanted to laugh, but still gave the dragon some face. His whispered question did not get a response from Lucia, but was only glanced at by Lucia. Those innocent watery eyes seemed to be saying, "I usually eat this little." Ha. Xia Li laughed out loud. "What's wrong? It's okay. The noodles are delicious. Aunt Zhao's cooking skills have improved again." "Oh, how can your mother be as good? Xiao Fang's cooking skills are amazing." Zhao Qin was very happy to be praised by Xia Li. At this point, she remembered something. "By the way, have you taken Xiao Lu home?" "Not yet." Xia Li shook his head. Xia Li knew that Zhao Qin was asking knowingly. Whether he took Lucia home or not, the whole community knew about it based on his family's Ms. Fang's ability to spread the news, not to mention that Zhao Qin and Ms. Fang were in the same boat. There are no secrets between these two old sisters. One of the purposes of Xia Li taking Lucia here to eat supper today was to let Zhao Qin reveal some information to Ms. Fang, so that Ms. Fang could have a more detailed psychological expectation of Lucia's situation. "Hey, you two have been living together for a while. You can take her home to meet her." Zhao Qin cleverly avoided the topic of Lucia's family situation. She had heard about this from Chun Tao before, so there was no need to expose this scar in front of Lucia. After saying this, Zhao Qin paused. Xia Li knew that the next step should be to trigger a combo. How old is Xiao Lu? 10, 22 years old. Xia Li wanted to report 18 years old according to Lucia's real age ratio between humans and dragons, but changed his mind. This guy's current personality is her college classmate. 18 years old is not in line with common sense. Looks quite young, Zhao Qin said with a smile. Well, she's a little shorter and has a round face, so she looks younger. Xia Li nodded. Lucia, beside him, was listening to their conversation with her ears perked up. She was eating noodles very politely at this moment, eating slowly and deliberately, slowing down to wait for Xia Li to slurp together. Xia Li endured the upturned corners of his mouth and stuffed another mouthful of noodles into his mouth. Not short. Girls in our area are all about this height, Zhao Qin said from the bottom of her heart. After a pause, she took out her mobile phone and told her ultimate goal. Well, your mother also wants to see Xiao Lu. How about I take a photo of you two and send it to her? She was still asking, but in fact she had already turned on the camera function of her mobile phone. Xia Li did not refuse and pulled the evil dragon next to her, who was about to bury his face in the rice bowl. Lucia knew what taking a photo meant. It was a magical device that could freeze the image of a person. Lucia did not like taking photos, but she did not know how to refuse human women, so she could only shrink her head and rub her head into the bowl as much as possible. Why are you shy? Come here. Xia Li pulled her. Get in touch with more interpersonal communication. You're only facing one person now. When you go to my house, the old couple will make you even more at a loss. Xia Li whispered to Lucia, and then added in a way that Lucia could understand. By then, those two will be great humans. You won't be able to handle them, so you have to practice in advance. Oh, when she heard that they were great humans, and they were Xia Li's parents, Lucia had to muster up the courage to face them. If she wanted to suppress Xia Li in the future, it was secondary to have a good relationship with Xia Li's neighbors. Xia Li's parents were the main target of the strategy. Judging from Xia Li's reaction when he received a call from his mother last time, the mother of the hero is definitely a restraint on the hero. Lucia only needs to win over the hero's mother to become a teammate. Then, she is equivalent to letting the hero lose on the spot. We have to leave a good impression on my parents. Xia Li held Lucia's hand, and his mind was calculating. So, you come over first and put your hands on my waist. Yes, that's it. While speaking, Xia Li picked up the dragon's white and tender little claws and put them on his waist, and then he hugged Lucia's shoulders. At the moment when Zhao Qin finished saying 3, 2, 1, he hugged Lucia even harder. Lucia opened her eyes in surprise, with a noodle stuck to the corner of her mouth, and her soft face was forced to press against Xia Li. Click, the picture froze again. Oh, what a good relationship. Zhao Qin opened the photo with satisfaction and admired it. Xia Li leaned over to take a look and was also very satisfied. And Zhao, send me a copy later. Okay. As they talked, the two chatted about trivial matters in life. Although Xia Li doesn't like socializing, he is still very comfortable dealing with his elders. What's more, Zhao Qin is the one who grew up watching him, so she is not very restrained when talking. Lucia had difficulty in fitting into this atmosphere, so after eating the noodles in her bowl, she quietly stepped down from the table. A black shadow was seen in the light of his eyes. Lucia accidentally saw a big black and white dog hiding beside the sofa and immediately became interested. No longer silently like a shy and good baby, the pure blood silver dragon's nature is getting less and less. Lucia walked slowly over, holding her hands in front of her chest, looking like a dragon rushing to eat. The black and white flower dog with its tail in its corner and trying to reduce its presence was lowered, and its head was terrified, and its mouth screamed as if it was being swallowed alive. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. In the living room, Lucia chased Heisey, the name of the dog. Although the home layout here was unfamiliar to her, she was smart, and with the blessing of her hunting nature, she caught Heisey in minutes. Come over and rub it wildly in your hands. Listen to Chun Tao on the dining table. Accompanied by the background sound of the screams of the black man behind his head, Zhao Qin finally couldn't help but speak. Yes. Xia Li nodded vigorously. He knew what Zhao Qin wanted to say. She really has no parents and no friends. Xia Li lowered her voice and said, You have seen it too. She is a relatively introverted person. Xia Li said nothing wrong with this. To outsiders, Lucia is a cold and introverted personality. This is the innate nature of the dragon. Even in front of Xia Li, Lucia was lively and cheerful. But when she became quiet and there was only one person left, loneliness would accompany her like a shadow. For Lucia herself, she didn't feel anything about it. This strange world, and everything strange can be digested and accepted by her. Sally always takes this into consideration. Well, I'm a little withdrawn. After hearing this, Zhao Qi nodded in agreement. The two families have had a strong relationship for 20 or 30 years, and Zhao Qin watched Xia Li grow up. So when she treated Xia Li, she seemed to be treating her second child. Let's look back at Xiaolu, who was playing with the dog. Zhao Qin only thinks this little girl is too pitiful. Not only are he without father or mother, but even his grandparents have passed away in the past 2 years. The tuition fees for her school, except for the scholarships given by the school, all rely on her to work while studying in college. At this age of flowers, other girls are held in their hands by their parents, but after graduation, she relied on her own to enter society alone. This kind of family situation is not uncommon in the news, but seeing it in reality makes me feel different. And Zhao, I'm fine. Since she's with me, I will definitely do my best to take care of her. Looking at the moving expression on Zhao Qin's face, Xia Li felt guilty. These backstory were essentially made up by him. Although using this identity to gain sympathy is also an important part. If you continue talking, Xia Li feels that sooner or later it will be revealed. Say less, do less. Lucia's current identity cannot stand any scrutiny. Until Xia Li has a way to solve her life experience, Lucia's situation cannot be mentioned on the surface. Why? Zhao Qin still sighed deeply. All of them are miserable children. And Zhao, it's getting late. I'll take Xiaolu back first, so you can go to bed earlier. For fear of triggering Zhao Qin's combo again, Sally didn't stop for a long time, so Lucia, who was squatting next to the sofa, fucking a dog, ran away. Before leaving, Zhao Qin went to the kitchen to get them a can of bean paste. Sally didn't refuse either and took away the neighbor's kindness. Just so happens that if his little chef wants to learn Shu provincial cuisine, bean paste is an indispensable thing. Xia Li, that dog is very fun. When he got home, Lucia returned to her previous lively appearance. She was covered in dog hair, and there was also on her face and forehead. It is conceivable that the dog from Chun Tao and his family is suffering from an old age today. You want to raise it? Xia Li took off the black hair from her face. Not raised. Lucia shook her head and used her hands to scatter her face. She can only have one meal at home. If there is one more, she is worried that she will compete with the dog for food. I wasn't full just now. Do you want to eat something more? Xia Li remembered this. Xia Li knew the amount of food in the evil dragon. Lucia was about to nod, but she thought it was wrong. Now she is the little chef at home, and Xia Li has no reason to steal her work. Xia Li, you must want to eat instant noodles. I'll make it for you. As he rolled down from the sofa quickly, Lucia hit the ground with her feet and walked into the kitchen with her slippers. Xia Li, I'm full, I'm not hungry. You're hungry. I'll give you instant noodles. Seeing the evil dragon cushioning his feet to open the cabinet from a distance, Xia Li had no choice but to walk over. Buzz. The phone in my pocket vibrated. When I opened it, I found that it was a photo sent by Zhao Qin. In the photo, Lucia hugged Xia Li's waist with her hands. She was hugged deeply by Xia Li, with noodles hanging on her clean face. Her helpless eyes had no place to put them, and in the end, she could only close her eyes in pain. Superior. /U003 E /U003C. Xia Li looked at it over and over again and liked it more and more. He wanted to print it out and hang it on the wall, preferably at an angle where he could see it when he woke up. Sure enough, the feeling of liking someone cannot be hidden. Now, whenever he looks at Lucia's photo, he will feel a sense of satisfaction. Such sudden feelings and throbbing are really strange. Xia Li tried to dissect it deeply, but found that there was no causal relationship at all. It's not because Lucia is this or that Xia Li likes her. There is no such reason. This feeling is too pure and intuitive. Because I like it. Just like accidentally tasting a new flavor of potato chips. A sentence, I think this is delicious. Liking is such an intuitive emotion. I like Lucia. I don't know when this sentence will be conveyed to the silly dragon's heart. If he wants to break the shackles of friendship, it is definitely not enough for him to work hard alone. Feel the human emotions for me, stinky dragon. For humans, waiting is a punishment. Xia Li, instant noodles attack me. The shout from the kitchen broke Xia Li's thoughts. Coming back to his senses, Xia Li saw Lucia with her head covered by the instant noodle box. Why are you so stupid? You told me to come. No, I'm a little cook now. Okay, you're the little cook. This time I'll be the rice bucket. Xia Li rescued Lucia from the box, and the two squatted on the ground to pick up the instant noodle boxes. He raised the seafood fish noodles in his hand and said, Is one bucket enough? Lucia shook her head modestly. It depends on you. Xia Li then remembered that it was him who wanted to eat himself. Then I'll eat 2 buckets, plus a glass of milk. Is this enough for me? Enough. This is the charging port. When the battery is less than 50%, plug it in to charge. The next morning, the first thing Xia Li did when he woke up was to teach Lucia how to use the phone. Lucia had clearly woken up very early, but she didn't wake Xia Li up. She just sat quietly on the small stool. When Xia Li opened his eyes, he saw Lucia sitting on the sofa in the living room without turning on the lights, staring at him silently with a pair of eyes. It was scary. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. When charging, you can only plug in the charger, not other strange things. Xia Li demonstrated to Lucia how to charge the phone. There was a socket next to the sofa. Both of their phones were Type-C sockets, so they could share the same charger. Walking to the wall, Lucia tried to charge the phone according to Xia Li's method. With a ding sound, the phone lit up. Lucia's eyes also sparkled. Why start charging at 50% instead of 0%? Because it makes me feel safer. Besides the charger, is there anything else that can be inserted into the hole? No, Xia Li explained. I specifically reminded you to prevent you from putting strange things in. Especially with freshly washed hands, you must not touch it. Otherwise, it will electrocute people. Electrocute dragons. Oh, Lucia silently took note and carefully took the phone from Xia Li's hand. Put your finger in the center. The fingerprint authentication is successful. The phone is unlocked, and it lights up automatically. Phone. This is the first treasure she has obtained on Earth that is more precious than gold. The phone card has been installed for you. There's only one contact here, me. When you make friends or get to know my parents in the future, I will add new contacts for you. Xia Li said, and opened WeChat on the phone screen with his finger. He downloaded very few software for Lucia. In addition to WeChat, there are only some small games and video software, such as Bilali. Opening the WeChat interface, Xia Li clicked on the only contact in it. This is me. He pointed at the aloof-looking anime male head and said, Xia Li, why are you a girl? This is a boy. Lucia's recognition of anime avatars is very low, because she often sees weird animal-eared girl wallpapers on Xia Li's computer desktop, so she will think it's a girl when she sees anime avatars. This summer dawn is my net. Just about to continue introducing my net name to Lucia and teach her to recognize 2 more words, by the way. Xia Li paused, took the phone back, and shamelessly added a note to himself. It's so boring for you and me to call each other by our net names. I'll help you change the note. That is the nickname. Well, I want to call you Xiangyoja. Lucia nodded and said. This is the title she had thought of before. However, Xia Li did not do as she wished, but entered 2 words in the interface, plus a love symbol. Boyfriend. A bit showy, but it's just right for a soft girl like Lucia. What does boyfriend mean? Lucia didn't understand. It's the abbreviation of boyfriend. I'm your boyfriend now, right? Xia Li asked the dragon in a coaxing tone. Lucia, who had been fooled so much that she couldn't find her direction, naturally admitted this. Well, you're also my only boyfriend. Xia Li smiled. That's it. It must be right to note it like this. Now everyone in the community knows that Xia Li has such a girlfriend, and Lucia must take her part of the responsibility for this. So, no matter whether Lucia is passive or active, Xia Li decided to trick her into this pirate ship first. Then what did you note for me? Lucia leaned over to look at Xia Li's own mobile phone. Xia Li was typing the 3 words, Stinky Dragon, and it happened that these 3 words were recognized by Lucia. The white profile of the dragon gradually calmed down. Silently deleting these 3 words, Xia Li re-entered. Girlfriend. Lucia's quiet face smiled again. Silly boy. You didn't know you were fooled, and you're still laughing? Bang, bang. The door was knocked at this time. Xia Li looked at the time and judged that it should be someone from Yituan. Delivery. I'll go open the door. He took a big bag of fresh vegetables from the male bunny-eared girl at the door, plus a pink polka dot apron. Xia Li carried the things to the kitchen to put them in, and Lucia followed him happily. Various vegetables that Lucia couldn't name were neatly placed in the refrigerator. Lucia took out her mobile phone uncertainly. When she turned to the corresponding plan introduction on the video software, she would stop and watch it carefully. Xia Li was relieved that the evil dragon had such a strong learning ability. Before, I didn't want Lucia to touch the stove because I was afraid that she would play with fire. But after observing for a period of time, I found that Lucia didn't have much interest in fire. She preferred to play with water and bubbles. The kitchen is yours. Yes, I'm the cook. Lucia answered without hesitation, meaning she is the cook, so the kitchen is her territory. He repeatedly emphasized this word, as if he was brainwashing himself. Xia Li took out the apron and hung it around Lucia's neck, and then tied a small bow behind her waist. This slightly flat little, but seemed to be a little more upturned by the apron bow on her waist. Xia Li hooked his fingers on the bow tie and gently pulled it. I thought the sweater under the apron was really a nuisance. It would be better if I just wore the apron. Something was wrong. Why is my mind getting more and more perverted? Is it that coveting the body of the person you like is also an important part of the relationship? It looks good. Rubbing his hair, Xia Li reluctantly moved his eyes away from Lucia's apron. The little cook was full of energy after receiving the praise. She lifted the sleeves of her sweater, holding an eggplant in one hand and a spatula in the other. In order to ensure the mystery of the lunch served at the end, Lucia drove Xia Li out of the kitchen. You go out and wait first. Okay. Xia Li smiled from ear to ear and was pushed out by Lucia. Then the people inside closed the kitchen door. Don't play with fire. Don't touch water when the oil is hot. Xia Li shouted inside. Got it. Call me if you need anything. Yeah. The little cook inside responded loudly. The experience of raising a girlfriend is just like raising a daughter. However, the girlfriend you raise yourself is much more fragrant than the ones outside. Xia Li was refreshed and relaxed. lying on the sofa. Listening to the clumsy sound of cutting vegetables from the kitchen, Xia Li turned over on the sofa like a salted fish. Eating the dishes cooked by my girlfriend. It's so cool. Although I haven't eaten yet, I have been fed mentally. Opening the phone, Xia Li flipped through the recent contacts on it. Always wanted to find someone to show off this feeling. After flipping through it, Xia Li stared at the chat window with Feng Xia in a daze. Zhao Qin must have sent the photo to Feng Xia last night, but Feng Xia hasn't sent a single message since she had a video call with Lucia last time. There must have been a lot of gossip about Xia Li behind her back, but the plan there is probably not to alert the enemy first. So Xia Li, on the other hand, is keeping his troops on hold. The two sides are deadlocked. Forget it, I won't move unless the enemy moves. Neither Xia Li nor Lucia are ready to deal with the situation on their parents' side. After closing the chat window with Ms. Fong, Xia Li turned to open the chat group of his brothers. Last time, he left the dinner early and didn't drink much wine. The group had already been noisy and scolded Xia Li for putting love before friendship. Xia Li went silent for 2 days and ignored them. Now that the limelight has been avoided, the group is talking about other things again. Monkey, what would you do if the person you like went out to attend a junior high school reunion but didn't come home all night? Peach, I would ask around like you. Monkey, damn, I already said it was an if, and this person is not me. Towsy, stop pretending. We all grew up together, but the junior high school classmate you chased. What's her name, Yun? You still haven't let her go? Towsy, if you ask me, I still can't win in a 10-year long-distance race, so why don't we just give up? If you can't catch up with Yuan, there is still UNZ among our brothers. You can make do with it. Towsy at UNZ. UNZ, do you want to eat oil cakes? Ha ha. Xia Li laughed so hard looking at the chat records of this funny F3. In the past, he would just smile, but today Xia Li laughed so hard that he rolled on the sofa. Maybe it's because he's in a good mood. He's happy to see everything. Xia Li liming, brothers, we're chatting. Towsy, oh my god, what flash by. Monkey, I saw it. It seems to be the traitor among us. UNZ, good morning, boss. Xia liming, good morning, it's noon. Have you eaten yet? As soon as Xia Li ran out with the hook, 3 fish took the bait instantly. Except for Fu Yuan, who was preparing for the civil service exam at home. Ho Zijia and Chun Tao, 2 office dogs who were still in the internship period, started to complain about everything. Monkey, damn, it makes me angry when I talk about this. I'm still working on the plan. Everyone in the next group has gone on lunch break, and only our group is still playing like dog smile. Towsy, for my boss B, it's good enough to get off work on time in the evening. It's not even 12 o'clock now, and I still expect him to let me go out for dinner? Xia liming, what a coincidence. I haven't eaten yet either. After Xia Li sent this message, he deliberately waited for a while. His silence was followed by silence by everyone in the group. According to Xia Tuer's temper, there must be something good behind this sentence. Xia liming, I'm waiting for my girlfriend to do it for me. 3 people. Take him out. After waiting for more than an hour, the hustle and bustle in the kitchen finally stopped. Standing at the door, Xia Li, who was eavesdropping, immediately turned around and returned to the sofa after he noticed the movement inside. With a creak, the kitchen door opened a little bit. Xia Li, are you a sheep? Xia Li, who was tiptoeing back to the sofa, was stunned and turned around. I am a human. Humans are omnivorous. Lucia said to herself, as if thinking about something. Xia Li stretched her neck and took a look at the situation in the kitchen. He had heard it specifically that there was no sound of cooking in the kitchen within this hour. It should be that Lucia is not sure about the high-risk cooking method of oil, so she didn't try it. After Xia Li saw the green slices in the stove pot, she immediately understood the meaning of Lucia's question. I can be a sheep, Xia Li nodded. It's no problem for people to eat 2 meals occasionally. When will the meals start? Xia Li urged to ask again. Lucia rubbed her little hands on her apron and turned back to the kitchen. I'll make you more food. Xia Li flew to the dining table and sat down, waiting for the dragon to feed. It's strange that he used to be busy in the kitchen for a while, and then pushed all the food to Lucia, who looked hungry, like feeding pigs. Now the roles are swapped. Don't say it, it's so cool. staring at Lucia walking towards her. The apron on the girl was a little long, and the hem of the skirt was dragged onto her knees. In order to facilitate cooking, she specially tied a high ponytail, and the long ponytail was hanging down straight, so that the sweet figure looks a little more lively. Lucia came to Xia Li with a pair of insulation gloves and carefully holding a stainless steel basin. Xia Li couldn't wait to support her body to see. Boil eggplant potatoes and green peppers. Isn't this the 3 fresh rice? Can the 3 fresh rice be boiled in white water? Xia Li grabbed a piece and threw it into her mouth. Although it was so hot that I couldn't even speak, I still breathed a few breaths and squeezed out the words sent from my mouth. It tastes no, but it smells quite good in my heart. There is nothing more fulfilling than the evil dragons you have cultivated yourself to cook, right? This is a pure blood dragon, an evil dragon that made all creatures in A's continent frightened and even offered tens of thousands of gold coins in the human kingdom. Lucia was holding her hands on the edge of the table and had no confidence in her cooking skills for the first time. In order to ensure that Xia Li would not have any problems after eating, she cooked it repeatedly for a long time to ensure that the food inside was cooked. It may not taste very good, but it won't kill anyone after eating it. Lucia looked at Xia Li with some anticipation. Xia Li put down the chopsticks and took a sip of the soup. With these eyes, Xia Li was willing to be a sheep today. Eat vegetarian food. Eat vegetarian food. It's delicious. In the end, he responded to Lucia's expectations unhappily. Then I'll make it for you next time. Make something even better for you. Lucia's expression, which had been held in for a while, finally opened up, and she pulled the stool to sit down. Okay, let's take your time and try a more difficult dish next time. Xia Li was not anxious about this. He was a rookie in the kitchen. Lucia was a dragon. It was not easy for her to cook human food for the first time. He went to the kitchen to grab some Shu provincial kimchi and mixed it with rice. Xia Li ate 2 big bowls of rice with great face. Seeing this, Lucia hugged the big rice bowl in her hand and asked Xia Li urgently, "Did you feel like you caught something?" "Uh-huh." Xia Li was cleaning the dining table. When he planned to cook, he would be responsible for washing dishes. As for living, it should be a match between men and women. It is definitely not possible to squeeze Lucia too much. Lucia is so honest, and she will explain everything in Feng Xia's words in the future. If Feng Xia knew that she had ordered rectification to be even worse, Feng Xia would really come over with a spatula. "What's caught?" Xia Li was confused. Lucia rubbed her heart and touched her belly. It said on the phone that grabbing a man's heart means first to grab his stomach. It is because of this that she wants to be a little chef, making delicious food for Xia Li. So Xia Li can't live without her and will not drive her out, and she herself can be regarded as a member of the family. "You mean here?" Xia Li suddenly squatted down. He understood something and grabbed the dragon's white and tender little hands and placed them on his heart. The heart of the brave. Lucia was in a trance. This place used to be the place she wanted to run through when she fought with Xia Li. It was like Xia Li wanted to penetrate her dragon heart. Now, when he touched the powerful heartbeat under this strong chest, Lucia actually shrank his hand back with some fear. Fearing that his strength would hurt Xia Li, Lucia found that she didn't dare to touch her. "You have caught it long ago." Xia Li suddenly spoke. Hey." Looking at those pair of eyes that seemed to be affectionate, Lucia's own heartbeat seemed to resonate with the brave. Bang, bang. Jumped so fast. No, right? Lucia stood up and pretended to be busy cleaning up her bowls and chopsticks. "Something is wrong." Xia Li curled his lips. He thought he had just said a sweet word that was quite offensive. Why didn't this silly dragon react at all? "The order is wrong." Lucia buried her head in picking up the bowl. "What the hell?" Lucia said nothing and hurriedly took the bowl away. Xia Li was very strange recently. She was also very strange recently, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. The way Xia Li looked at her was like a giant dragon looking at the treasure in the human warehouse. Greed? Or a desire? Looking back at myself, I must have a desire for Xia Li. Otherwise, the lazy dragons would never cook for humans. I had something to ask Xia Li, and this was my desire. Lucia's mind was a mess. The emotional problems of the dragons which were not well developed to begin with, were directly burned and smoked after a little processing in the brain. Grabbing the bowl, the dragon successfully fled from Xia Li. Xia Li was helpless when he saw this. Lucia's defense was so terrifying. He had threatened to teach her what love was, but now Xia Li had put himself in it, and the silly dragon was still like a wooden stake. Was his thinking wrong, or was he not aggressive enough? But every time Xia Li attacked, he hurt the enemy by 100 himself by 2,000. Lucia didn't understand anything, and she couldn't even react that he was teasing her. Stupid dragon. Xia Li cursed inwardly in anger. He took his bowl into the kitchen and drove Lucia out. Go to the sofa and stare blankly. Give me the bowl. The kitchen is my territory now. In the afternoon, the master who repaired the range hood and the worker who installed the bed arrived at the same time. Xia Li arranged 2 groups of people to work in different rooms. Lucia huddled in a corner of the sofa, watching different strangers coming and going in her house. They stepped on the floor, and they will have to mop the floor later. They touched the door frame, and the door must be wiped again. Hey, why do they put things on our dining table? Now the dining table has to be washed again. What are you thinking about? Study hard. Xia Li cut a piece of apple and came over to feed the evil dragon. The evil dragon held the pronunciation book in his arms and opened his mouth to receive the food. I will clean the nest later, she said vaguely. Xia Li glanced at the workers walking in the living room and laughed secretly. Are you a germaphobe? However, thinking of the evil dragon's possessiveness of the territory and its sensitivity to smell, I think it's okay to do so. Okay, then we will clean together later. Xia Li nodded. Lucia chewed the apple flesh in her mouth, looked at Xia Li quietly, and frowned slightly. Hey, what do you mean? Xia Li laughed angrily. Why do you look like I'm stealing your business? How much money have I saved during this period? Lucia hesitated. Xia Li turned over and got off the sofa. Wait, I'll calculate it for you. Xia Li turned out the small notebook with Lucia and Xia Li's autographs. He would make an account every day before going to bed these days, and the bill information inside would only be more, not less. 282 yuan. Xia Li pointed to the number at the end and said, It's actually more than 200 yuan. What do you want to do with this money? I haven't thought about it yet. Lucia shook her head. Okay, tell me what you want to do. I'll buy it for you. Or I can transfer the money to you on WeChat now. Xia Li turned on his phone and wanted to operate. But then he thought again, Lucia is still a newbie on the internet. And basically all newbies will step on some pits when they come into contact with the internet. Lucia is so good at fooling Yellow. If the little money he has saved up is swindled away by bad guys, he will cry. Do you want to turn it around? Xia Li asked uncertainly. No, I want to save it, Lucia said seriously. Xia Li didn't expect that the evil dragon actually had his own little abacus. Could it be that he wanted to save money to buy gold? With the unit price of this black-hearted landlord, if the evil dragon wants to buy gold, he has to wash tens of thousands of plates in his house. You continue reading. I'll go in and take a look. Xia Li wandered back to the room to supervise the work. This kind of large-scale furniture is assembled on site. Xia Li stared at the rows of wooden keels and wondered if this can really bear 1,200 kilograms. If Xia Li himself and Lucia, it should be about 220 kilograms. On the surface, it should be enough, but if it is Lucia's real body, it's hard to say. Xia Li paused and felt something was wrong again. This bed is for him to sleep on. What does it have to do with Lucia? Should we move the bed to the center of the room? After the installation master in charge of the connection put the bed together, he came to seek Xia Li's opinion. This small dark room is quite small. Xia Li was wild and bought a 1.8-meter bed. After putting the bed in the whole room, he could only add a bedside table on one side, and there was no place to put the wardrobe. Xia Li's family has no need for wardrobes for the time being, but bedside tables are different. Bedside tables are necessary items for mobile phones and tissues. After thinking for a while, Xia Li waved his hand and said, Just put it against the wall. There is barely enough space for a computer here. After greeting the installation master here, Xia Li returned to the kitchen, and the range hood over there was also repaired. I have to say that the quality of the household appliances I bought before is good. The maintenance master only changed 2 parts, and the range hood started to whir, and even saved a lot of money. After sending off the 2 groups of people, Xia Li cleaned the small dark room overnight. From today on, this will be his room for a long time in the future. Lucia has claustrophobia, so it is definitely not feasible for her to sleep in the small dark room. Not only does it not work here, but it is even more impossible for Fengxia to sleep there. Halfway through the cleaning, Lucia, in the living room, also heard the news and came to help. Xia Li calculated the price with her, saying that the small dark room was a little dirty, and she would be charged 20 yuan for mopping the floor. Lucia pouted, not saying whether she was happy or not, grabbed a rag, and started to work seriously. When the room was almost cleaned, Xia Li moved the computer and chair together. Lucia's interest in the computer was limited to watching Xia Li play games, so it was a waste to put it with her. Xia Li also had to serialize his records, so the computer was naturally more convenient in his room. I'll go clean the living room. Lucia finished her work, and there was still dust on her nose. She wiped her nose like a little cat. Okay, those workers didn't wear shoe covers when they came in just now, so you can clean that side too. I'll give you 20 more. Xia Li offered. Lucia's cheeks puffed up again. Like a balloon, if Xia Li said one more word, she would blow air into her cheeks. Huh? Why is she not willing to pay her more? 20 is 20. Xiaolong muttered as he walked out of the room, then went to the balcony to wash the rag. Xia Li sat on the gaming chair and sorted out his computer, stretched his head, and looked over there. Was the offer too low? The original intention was to use this method to motivate Lucia, raise the unit price, and give her more money, so that she could more easily reach the amount she wanted. But Xia Li thought again. Now Lucia is his girlfriend on the surface. It is a bit unreasonable for him to order his girlfriend to work by offering a price. Other people's girlfriends are used to pamper. Why is it that when it comes to him, Xia Li, he is used as a tool dragon? Hey, Lucia, why don't I do it? Xia Li didn't care about the string of wires hanging next to the computer and got up to the balcony. Lucia was washing the mop on the balcony. Washing hard, sucking hard, the faucet made a sound of water, and Xia Li in the room couldn't hear what he was saying at all. Oomph. Lucia puffed up her little face and scolded the innocent mop in her hand. The mop cloth was washed like new by Lucia's pounding, and she didn't let it go. When Xia Li quoted the price to her just now, it reminded her of the time when the client gave the commission to the Adventurers Guild in the A's continent. Humans at that time were also like this, pointing to a thing and then giving their own orders and reporting the reward. If the adventurer thought the reward was not bad, he would fulfill the commission. It was exactly the same as their current situation. This is clearly an employment relationship. Although I don't know much about the relationship between humans, the employment relationship is definitely not as strong as pure friendship, and it may not even be as good as a couple relationship. What is Xia Li doing? Lucia was puffed up like a puffer fish, and the handle of the plastic stick in her hand was creaking when she grabbed it. What are you doing? Xia Li rescued the stick that was about to be ruined by the dragon. I'll go mop the floor. Lucia said the most cowardly words in the strongest voice. Take a break. Xia Li yelled back. I want to make money from the client. What client or not? Xia Li was amused by the name Lucia came up with. Grabbing the dragon and staggering to the living room, he then launched the dragon from his arms. The dragon hit the sheepdoll on the sofa successfully. Lucia turned over and hugged the sheep. A pair of beautiful eyes appeared between the sheep's horns, and she looked at Xia Li angrily. She wanted to get paid for her work, but she didn't want to be priced by Xia Li every time. When she was willing to do some housework occasionally, Xia Li still said that he would give her money. It seemed as if this home was Xia Li's alone and had nothing to do with her. But Xia Li herself said that this was their home. You are my client from now on, don't you know? You collect money, I do the work, I work for you. Xia Li was holding a mop and wandering in the living room. My girlfriend, I have to pamper her. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Li's girlfriend began to lose her temper. Although this is also a client relationship, Xia Li's words made Lucia feel that this house is also hers. Her puffy cheeks shrank. Lucia's feet returned to the ground, and she walked away in slippers. What are you doing again? Xia Li hid for a moment, fearing that the evil dragon would come and snatch the mop from his hand. Go wash clothes. The clothes caught in the rain last night haven't been washed yet, Lucia muttered, and the expression on her face was much more relaxed than before. I don't know why this evil dragon is so moody. Could it be that cycle has come? Xia Li's thoughts drifted away, and he bent his body to start cleaning. After he finished mopping the living room, Lucia was still in the bathroom and didn't come out. That's not right. The washing machine is on the balcony. What is this evil dragon doing in the bathroom? Thinking about how I was soaked when I came back last night, and I haven't washed my underwear manually. Sally has a bad feeling. What are you doing? In the bathroom, the evil dragon stood in front of the wash basin. She held a piece of light gray cloth in her hand, put some soap on it, and then scrubbed it carefully with her delicate hands. Sally said that small things like this should be washed by hand, and large ones should be put in the washing machine. Washing clothes. Is this clothes? These are pants. Sally's old face turned red. Oh, it's pants. In order to verify whether it was pants or clothes, Lucia lifted it up and pulled it apart, observing it carefully. The pants were not big, just a circle larger than Lucia's face, and they were rectangular boxer pants. There was a small pocket in the middle, and I didn't know what it was used for. You put it down. Sally's old face turned red now. It had only been a short while since he had taken good care of the evil dragon, and the evil dragon had already killed this gentleman. Go wash your own underwear, don't wash mine, Xia Li said angrily. I haven't even washed yours. After the A's continental record of experiences and experiences serialized by Xia Li, the platform gave a considerable wave of traffic. The number of readers now exceeds 10,000, and the number of likes is as high as 1,000, and the message area is even more blooming. Although most of them still have good reviews, one or two steel bars may occasionally appear. Some netizens with tricky angles like to find enemies in the void or make some awkward things. Xia Li said that he wanted to make a real and complete story. Then it will inevitably receive good and bad reviews. After all, each carrot and vegetables have their own preferences, and having these good and bad reviews is the real truth. Xia Li selectively ignores it, and he will not read these bad comments to Lucia. The evil dragon's face is thinner than that of ordinary people, and Xia Li doesn't want her to see the negative information. Lucia is so cute. Ha ha, little dragon, my little dragon. Will the little dragon in this world go to fall in love? I want to raise my daughter. Don't watch Lu Bao fall in love. Xia Li chose a few comments that sounded very comfortable and read them word for Lucia. When he read the woo behind him, he looked down at Lucia's expression. Lucia's face was so happy, and her two pursed lips were smiling secretly. Hey, I know that humans like you very much, right? Lucia sat on Xia Li's thighs, her two short legs swaying in the air. Xia Li, you whine for a while, she said with some dissatisfaction. Woo-woo. Hey, stupid dragon. Xia Li felt a little secretly happy. He moved Lucia on his legs into his arms, pretending to speak unintentionally. How do I reply to the last comment? Last one. Lucia went to see it. After learning Chinese characters for a while, Lucia could recognize them as long as they were not too complicated. Xia Li said the saying, will the little dragon in this world go to fall in love? I want to raise my daughter. Don't look at Lu Bao in love. It turns out to be asking if you're in love. Lucia thought about it carefully. The Dragon Clan's romance may be different from what you humans understand. It's just a way to be with the opposite sex for the purpose of reproduction after you grow up and mature. It means this is the problem that Xia Li is waiting for, and Lucia's words made him unable to help but say, your love is a love that aims to reproduce. So too, Sally felt it was necessary to speak out for human love. All our love is also for the purpose of reproduction, except for Plato. Plato, Plato is saying that he is only in love spiritually, but not physically. Is this the case with Xia Li? Of course I'm not, Xia Li said sternly. Lucia didn't know anything about pictures, and the topic went back to the previous question. You can reply to that person and say I can't fall in love. Lucia said seriously. Xia Li is not happy to change this time. Why not talk about it? Because I just said that for dragons, love it takes adulthood and heavy idea of reproduction to find the opposite dragon clan. I have just developed into an adult body dragon, but the story you wrote is my story when I was a kid, so there is no such thing as love. So it's about this. Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Lucia in the book cannot fall in love. Unless he, the brave man, appears. Only then can Xia Li get in with some private goods. He hugged Lucia's slim waist in his arms again. Xia Li put his hands on the keyboard and began type. The first volume of the adventures of the young dragon in the A's continental experience has ended. Lucia, in the second volume, has left her childhood, which is considered to be between the young dragon and Jackie Chan. Adolescent? The dragon in adolescence is like the puberty of humans. It has a very unstable personality and is the most restless age. Their age is about 30 to 100 years old. Dragons at this stage are also the most terrifying age on the A's continent. Lucia, the title of Silver Dragon Queen, was developed at that time. The fingertips typing on the keyboard and the small dark room filled with furniture became smaller after the two of them squeezed in at the same time. Xia Li just posted it with Lucia, and it was very warm and comfortable in these late autumn days. Lucia, like most dragons, likes to fly in the sky and takes an adventure trip at any time. At this time, the dragon's body developed rapidly, and there was endless power in its body. Snatching human territory and burning human villages are basically what the dragons of this age do. Silver Dragon Lucia crossed mountains and ridges, crossed the Frost Sea, and found a hill near the junction of the plain and the mountain to re-establish a nest. Xia Li asked her why she chose this place. Lucia's answer is because the soil is fertile. When the soil is fertile, the grass will grow very quickly. With more grass, more animals will eat grass. Fertile land to raise sheep is the knowledge passed down from the dragon clan. That was Lucia's wealthiest time. She occasionally went out for a walk, rolled around the forest, and then stood on the top of the mountain and roared. There were endless food and water, and various small animals to help her relieve her boredom. Of course, it is not only the dragon race that looks at fertile soil. The barbaric and tall beasts, the evil demons polluted by magic. These races come from all directions, and Lucia is never afraid of them, and she will destroy as much as she comes. The only things that can step into the silver dragon territory are the only enemies. Relying on his invulnerable scales, the perfect dragon body helped Lucia resist most of the damage. Even the demons who controlled the treacherous magic could only escape under Lucia's strong attack. Until later, the emergence of human beings. The human world has turmoil again. The dragon clan never cared about the fact that the certain empire had annexed the certain kingdom, and which countries stood up again and again. The dragon clan only knows that humans with enchanted weapons are their greatest threat. Migrating human groups are stationed in Lucia's territory. I thought these people would leave just after living for a while, but they flattened the land and built a building on the spot. Once the building is formed, the land under your feet will become their home. Lucia was unwilling to accept this. Lucia at this time was not Lucia at that time. No longer a bullied young dragon, Lucia spreads her overwhelming dragon wings and burns down the foundation built by humans. The buildings that had not yet been built were razed to the ground by the dragon tail. But those humans were like mushrooms in the forest. After the one on this side was extinguished, the other side emerged. Later, humans discovered that the dragon that opposes them is not an ordinary dragon. It is a pure-blooded dragon without a single piece of scale on its body. Taking villages as units, the existence of pure blood silver dragons was reported one by one. Villages, towns, and then to the city-states, and even the king's ears. Although the dragon clan is not a rare race in A's continent, pure blood is indeed rare. Not to mention, the pure-blooded silver dragon is a relatively warm type in the dragon clan. Its refining value, its dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon horns comparable to top magical materials. This is no longer a giant dragon that harms the human village, but a walking treasure. Under the command of the king, human siege teams followed one after another. Warriors who were carrying torches at night, magicians who burn trees and grasslands with flame magic. The existence of a silver dragon is even more precious to humans than this land. The running flock was engulfed by the sea of fire, and the insects curled up in the trunks turned into ashes with their habitat. Adult birds flapped their wings amid the sound of human attacks, and the chicks could no longer fly out of the forest. The silver dragon Lucia stood on the top of the mountain and overlooked the scene. The dragon was angry. And then I'm just like that. Cuckoo slapped them. Lucia stood at the computer desk, clenched her fist, and waved it twice. Xia Li automatically made up the scene of a giant dragon landing in response, then swept the dragon's tail, overturning the human to the ground with its huge forelimbs, spitting white smoke and spraying flames. The silver-white dragon scales reflected the divine light like a fiery divine light in the darkness, and the countless silver scales were like countless sharp sword blades in the darkness, charming and dangerous. It should be cool. That fire burned for many days, Lucia said, and the next day I was over. Xia Li was writing a story according to Lucia's experience, but Lucia's sentence directly made him stop writing. What does it mean to eat too much? Aren't you not eating people? Eat the sheep. Lucia put her hips on her hips and said angrily, the flock is burned to death. I ate more than 10 in one go. Xia Li, eat 2 big bowls with tears. Then what? Xia Li, typing backspace twice, hovered on the keyboard with both hands, waiting for Lucia to continue talking. Have you won? Xia Li asked again. Win, Lucia paused, but didn't win completely. As she said that, she took Xia Li's water cup and ruined it, cleared her throat, and continued. There are more human siege teams than the ants on the ground. I realized that even if I defeated them, they will immediately add a new team. It is not a solution to continue like this. I will die there sooner or later. Lucia recalled the past, and her little face became more and more serious. Then, I ran away from there. No matter how powerful I am, as long as humans continue to attack me, I cannot settle down. Moving is not a solution. My existence has been remembered by them. They will follow my whereabouts and come to my new territory. And my new territory will be destroyed in their siege. The animals, plants, and even demons there. Greedy humans are like locusts passing through the border, and they don't leave any armor wherever they pass. Xia Li stopped his hands typing on the keyboard, turned the chair, and looked at Lucia quietly. In Lucia's calm amber eyes, Xia Li seemed to see her former anger. The soft lips were pursed open in a gap, and Lucia seemed to be smiling. But this smile made Xia Li see another face of the Dragon Clan, loneliness. The pointed little tiger teeth were exposed, and Lucia sneered. After realizing this, I launched an attack on the human kingdom. That day, the burning sun in the sky was blocked from its light. No one expected that the huge shadow hovering in the air would actually descend to the royal city. Walls, bows and arrows, magic turrets, these things attacked the silver dragon like toys. The silver dragon roared and landed on the ground, took off, and then landed on the ground again. And this kind of arrival, every 10 minutes, is the real nightmare of the human kingdom. The dragon caught the monsters deep in the forest from somewhere. She threw the monsters from the sky like she was laying dumplings. The monster thrown in a human town fell to a haze, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to destroy everything around him. At this point, a pure blood-silver dragon led hundreds of monsters to successfully spread the news of the destruction of the human royal city. And Lucia also gained the title of Queen of Silver Dragon. This kingdom has just been established not long ago. It has a very weak foundation and a little combat power. I still want to attack me. Without the protection of the Adventurers Guild, they are nothing. Lucia held the water cup in her little hand and drank water like a buffalo. Xia Li's cup was ruined by her again and again, leaving a circle of lip stains on it. And they themselves don't know that the royal city they built is actually very close to the monster's nest. I can run a round trip within 10 minutes of flying. Even if I didn't take action that time, when the next beast tide started, unless there was a brave man in charge, I would still be wiped out. He silently brought the kettle over and filled Lucia with another cup of hot water. Xia Li was thinking in her mind that the distance between the silver dragon flapping its wings and flying for 10 minutes is actually not close. The main point of defeat in that human royal city is that Lucia launched a surprise attack. However, the kingdom with a history of 100 or 200 years has a weak foundation. When time is insufficient, it is difficult to assemble a team to fight against the Silver Dragon and the Warcraft group. You are quite smart. Xia Li sighed. Xia Li's mood is very complicated when listening to the story of Long from a human perspective. However, this is the case in the A's continent. Under limited resources, there will be confrontation and struggle between races, and endless wars will leave the Earth they're full of holes. There is no such struggle on Earth because the master here is humans. Otherwise, if we look at the ecological environment here in the dinosaur era, humans and dinosaurs might be more fiercely beaten. That kingdom is a little poor, but there are a lot of gold coins in the treasury, and it is lying on it, and the sound is very good. Lucia rolled on Xia Li's big bed, raised her hands, and fluttered her feet. Rolling from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, the girl's sweater moved to the position, revealing her white belly. Dragon belly. Want a touch? The dragon's belly has no scales, only a soft shell. Although this place is invulnerable, it is definitely the softest part of the dragon clan's body. Xia Li Xia Li sneak attack, sneak attack. Xia Li walked over and pulled off her sweater to cover her belly. Where did you sneak attack? Xia Li said innocently, fearing that his actions would scare Long. He resisted not reaching his hand in to touch his belly. I'd touched it if I had known it. Losing. Lucia's little feet wearing white socks clamped Xia Li's arm like scissors. She lay on the bedsheet and stared at the ceiling in a daze for a while, then moved her waist and rolled for a while, lay down beside Xia Li, and opened her eyes. He looked at Xia Li with bright eyes. Tell me your story, too. I want to hear the story of the brave. Me? What's the point of telling my story? Xia Li sat back on the computer and wrote a brief outline to record the plot. Behind him, Lucia was still lying on the bed and staring at him with anticipation. You said that you were a man on Earth, not a man from Azaro. Lucia had long wanted to ask this question. When she learned that Xia Li's hometown was on Earth, she was curious about this, but she was not that familiar with Xia Li at that time, so she didn't dare to ask. Then why? You would rather put yourself in danger and help the humans on the Azaro continent? Lucia said curiously. Xia Li was silent for a moment. He couldn't explain this matter. He helped the people over there because he was also a human being. As human beings, when Xia Li saw the evil dragon clan in that world, the burned villages, the destroyed kingdoms, the displaced elderly, and the children who lost their parents, his feelings were as sad as the humans over there. There are more than Lucia, a giant dragon in A's, and there are more dragons with worse personalities and even joy in slaughter. Xia Li was summoned on the A's continent as a brave man. He drew out the sword in the stone and was given supreme power and honor. He fights for mankind and for himself. Many things are involuntarily. Because I am a human, Xia Li said softly. Lucia sat up from the bed and looked into his eyes gently. But I think, Xia Li added, this matter cannot be said about right or wrong. There are good people among humans, and there are good dragons among the dragon clan. The right or wrong is too generalized in this matter. The battle for resources is the battle for survival, the prey of the strong. Even on the earth with rich resources, the prey of the strong is the basic rule here. So human and dragon are just conflicts of positions and interests, and everyone is right. Xia Li's explanation made Long fall into a brief thought. If it were the past, Xia Li would definitely not have reflected so much. He is a human being and should help human beings, and this is reality. But there is nothing to do. Xia Li is now in love. He is willing to think about this question from the perspective of the Dragon Clan, and the answer to this question is also very obvious. There is no right or wrong. As an Earthling, Xia Li is not qualified to comment on right or wrong from the perspective of an onlooker. Lucia thought for a long time, but she didn't think about it. However, she could understand Xia Li's words. I am a human being. If someone bullies the young dragon while wandering outside, Lucia will also stand up to help the young dragon. When I saw injustice on the road, I roared, and humans and dragon clans looked quite similar in this regard. Lucia gave up on this and asked Xia Li again from a different perspective. So, being a brave man must be very rich. Why do you say that? Because the human kingdoms are very rich. Every time I pry open their warehouse, not only are the gold coins inside enough for me to lie on, but the food store there is enough for me to eat for a long time, but I just don't like to eat it. Lucia muttered, there are still many humans who are hungry, but the king of humans hides these things. The granary is an essential thing in the hands of every human ruler. As for the actions of the kings and emperors on the A's continent, Xia Li will not comment. However, there is one thing that Xia Li feels it is necessary to correct Lucia. The brave have no money at all. Lucia was a little surprised. The high-level knights of humanity are all rich. Why do brave men who are 100 times stronger than knights have no money? Xia Li laughed dryly. I really won't go hungry. Whether it's the ruler of humanity, the city lord, or the lord, I will warmly treat me when I know my arrival. But when she said this, Xia Li's face showed bitterness. He could not say that those people in other worlds thought Xia Li had noble qualities. When Xia Li successfully slaughtered a mischievous mixed-scale dragon, the nobles only gave him honors, or gave him rare magic props and scroll, never give him money, because they think it is too vulgar to give money to the brave. The heroes of human beings cannot be tainted by such tacky things. Giving Xia Li money is simply humiliating Xia Li. But Xia Li actually wanted to be humiliated by money. The brave men who have no money finally borrowed money from their teammates. Sometimes they really have no money and even secretly sell those magic props on the black market. There's really hardship. There are all food and everything. Why don't you buy a house or a car? Xia Li made an excuse for herself and said with a stern face. Lucia thought about it, right? But she has been on the earth for a long time and subconsciously believes that money is an indispensable thing in human survival. If you don't have to worry about food, drink, and accommodation, money is the same as a decoration for people and dragons. Then you keep talking. Lucia nodded and recognized Xia Li's concept, and she wanted to continue listening to the story. Xia Li didn't want to talk, so she put her hand on the keyboard again. Lucia is not happy now. His little feet were on the floor, without shoes, and his feet were quietly walking over with white socks, tilted his butt, and then he sat on Xia Li's legs. I want to hear the story between you and those female friends. So this is what the stinky dragon wants. Xia Li hugged the stinky dragon with one hand and moved the mouse with the other hand to look through the hundreds of words he had just written. Those are just teammates. Xia Li said, just like you often see, human adventurers will act in groups, and I also act in groups here. After all, I am a brave warrior and a swordsman. My magic is not as good as the natives over there. My reconnaissance ability is not good, and my common sense of various species is not as good as theirs. So, I have teammates. Then what? Lucia didn't hear what she wanted to hear. Then there was nothing else. No one is purely friendly with you. Pure friendship? I am pure friendship with those teammates. No, it's a real friendship. Xia Li was almost confused by the dragon. What is this? Jealousy from a distance? But is this really jealousy? Lucia just cares whether her pure friendship and only girlfriend have been broken. For this, Xia Li has a clear conscience. Because he had never thought that he would stay in A's continent for the rest of his life. He had never thought of falling in love when he was there. And it was so dangerous at that time. He was walking on a tightrope every day, so he had no time to get involved with girls. No girlfriend? Lucia frowned and looked up. No. Xia Li was full of confidence. Why? Why so many whys? Xia Li laughed angrily. Because they are not as pretty or cute as you. Oh, as if she had finally heard the answer she wanted. Lucia's face was very satisfied. The evil dragon got off Xia Li contentedly. However, Xia Li crossed his arms and hugged the evil dragon around the waist. Don't leave, Xia Li said. You told so many stories just now, I want to write them down in one breath now. You are responsible for accompanying me. With the evil dragon sitting in his arms, Xia Li raised the monitor so that there would be no dragon head blocking his interface. With both hands around Lucia's waist, Xia Li typed on the keyboard. When he got tired after typing for a few times, he raised his hands and stroked the dragon's head, relaxing like petting a cat. This stinky dragon was simply a fatigue-relieving station. After writing down the story of Lucia's title of Silver Dragon Queen, Xia Li was a little nervous again. Will anyone like it? From the perspective of humans, all the resistance and counterattacks Lucia did were bad. In this modern society where humans are respected and aliens are regarded as enemies, Lucia's actions may not be understood by everyone. But the world over there is so cruel. Xia Li originally wanted to write a lighter story, but after writing about the young dragon of the Silver Dragon and going to write about the adolescence, he found that the story was inevitably heading towards tragedy. After struggling for a long time, Xia Li decided to send out such a story after hesitation. After all, what he wanted was reality. Reality is the only advantage of this record. After uploading the chapters and adding some racial settings on the East continent, Xia Li opened the web AI and refined 2 pictures that were almost acceptable and put them up. Now this record has started to improve. If the platform is willing to continue to release it, it should attract many readers. AI drawing is efficient and cheap, but some details still cannot meet Xia Li's needs. Xia Li wondered if he should ask someone to do a commission if he really made money in the future. In the kitchen, Lucia's voice came from afar. Xia Li, do you want your spicy? Retracting his thoughts, Xia Li instantly thought of the little cook's current cooking skills. Lucia is still at the stage where she can cook food, and it is too difficult for her to control the taste. I don't want it spicy. So Xia Li raised her voice and replied loudly. To be safe, Xia Li chose to eat tasteless boiled vegetables. Today we will eat meat, slices, and radishes. After a few days of practice, Lucia can now cook some meat dishes. But the cooking method is still boiling. Looking at these tasteless meat slices and the radishes that were not cut neatly, Xia Li propped himself up and wondered, where's my portion? Lucia obviously brought one up. She mixed the meat slices and radish in her rice bowl and buried some Sichuan pickles in the rice for a different taste. You just said, I don't want it, so I didn't prepare it for you. Lucia stirred her rice and said, Xia Li, you're happy to be naughty, right? Xia Li got up and went to the kitchen to get it himself. When he passed by Lucia, he didn't forget to pinch her face. Where's my rice? Looking at the empty kitchen, Xia Li was so angry that he put his hands on his waist. Lucia followed him with a rice bowl, and there was a little red mark on her face that Xia Li had pinched. She stirred the big bowl of rice in her hand, and her expression seemed to be hiding a smile. Xia Li walked around, but didn't see any food. Finally, he took a bite of the remaining half of the radish in his mouth. The radishes in the south are not as sweet as those in the north. Xia Li's expression was distorted by the bitterness of the radish. The rice is all here. Lucia finally didn't want to see the brave man chewing the white radish, so she raised her bowl to show him. This time it's not just a boiled dish. Lucia is making stewed rice tonight. Made directly in an electric rice cooker, it's the kind of super convenient stewed meat rice. Except that there is no pepper. It looks a little less bright, but Lucia can still guarantee the taste. After all, she ate a few bites when it was just out of the pot. You're teasing me, right? Stinky dragon. Xia Li pinched Lucia's other face again, and both sides of her face were red, very symmetrical. Xia Li didn't take his own bowl from the kitchen. He just made do with Lucia's big rice bowl, and the two of them sat at the dining table and ate dry rice. The rice tasted pretty good, except that the taste was a little lighter. It tasted okay. I thought the meat slices would have a fishy smell, but after Xia Li tasted a few bites, he found that Lucia should have blanched it with ginger and cooking wine in advance. It's delicious. His little cook has improved again if she is left alone like this. Won't Xia Li have a feast in the future? This is the blessing he earned from doing good deeds in the other world for 3 years. While using a spoon to eat, Xia Li took out his mobile phone and flipped through the comment section of the record. Most of the comments here are friendly, but just as Xia Li worried, there are still some netizens with more irritable personalities who are cursing there. I came here to see the show-offs get slapped in the face, You show me humans being fought back by dragons? Someone below replied, then this book is not suitable for you. Go read something else. Why did it suddenly become cruel? What about being a lying dragon who eats and drinks? The floor replied, didn't this book emphasize authenticity from the beginning? I think this kind of development is quite real. Haha, it's real. It makes the author seem like he has really been there. Stupid X. Claw, can you just read the book properly? Why are you arguing? Xia Li, are you looking at beauties again? Xia Li was browsing the comment section and thought that he had been a bit noisy, but since netizens were so enthusiastic about fighting each other, he didn't need to reply. As a result, when he looked up, a dragon's face approached him. Xia Li turned off his phone with a guilty conscience. What do you mean by looking at beauties? Are you insulting the innocence of a hero like me? The few times Lucia caught him looking at beauties before were purely accidents. That was when Xia Li was sitting on the sofa with Lucia reading and studying. He took out his phone and browsed a certain sound for a while. As a result, Lucia leaned over and said that she saw a beautiful woman dancing in his eyes. What beautiful woman? Xia Li was upright and had nothing to fear. He browsed a certain sound just to watch the hoof repair and sword forging competitions. Occasionally, one or two beautiful women twisted their waists. It was purely because of his age and gender that he was automatically identified by big data. Then why are you hiding? Lucia put her little hand on Xia Li's phone. Xia Li's phone had recorded her fingerprint. When she put her hand on it, the phone automatically unlocked. Xia Li calmly locked the phone again. Lucia stretched out her slender fingers, and the phone unlocked again. Oh, angry. He didn't show it to Lucia because the comment section of the record was not harmonious, and he was afraid that Lucia would be unhappy after seeing it. Why now? He felt like Lucia was checking on him. Your hero is protecting you, stupid dragon. The two of them pulled each other on the dining table for a while, and Xia Li was tired of it. Let's bet. Xia Li put his hand on the back of Lucia's hand and took this opportunity to touch her soft little hand a few more times. If my phone is not a beauty after unlocking, then you kiss me. Kiss you. Lucia tilted her head. Yes, it was last time. Just use your mouth, touch my face. What's the meaning of doing this? Lucia was still puzzled. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but it will make me feel better. Xia Li controlled his facial expression and spoke in a very tactful tone. This is not a better mood. He turned into a rocket and flew into the sky. Lucia thought for a few seconds, and then chose to pull her hand out of Xia Li's palm. Xia Li, question mark. No bet, I believe you. The dragon said. Xia Li, you doubt me. Although this is not the first time that Lucia has trusted him, Xia Li is not happy at all. The honest dragon didn't step into Xia Li's trap at all. Xia Li watched the dragon pack up the dishes and go back to the kitchen. Not long after entering the kitchen, Lucia returned again. One person and one dragon stood face to face. Xia Li lowered his head, and Lucia raised her head. The pair of bright eyes locked on Xia Li's cheek and paused for a long time. Lucia felt her head was a little hot. It must be because she looked up at Xia Li for too long. Xia Li said, just putting your lips on his face can make him feel better? But, next, I'll bet with you next time. After saying this harsh word, Lucia returned to the kitchen in soft slippers. Not long after entering, the feeling of hot head spread from cheeks to earlobes. While washing dishes, Lucia used the back of her hand to cool her cheeks. Strange, it was just an action to put lips on the face. But once she thought about the scene of herself doing this, she felt something was strange. This feeling made her want to bury herself in the bed like an ostrich. I won't bet so little next time. The voice of the brave man roared from the living room, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. I want to bet bigger. Chevron_left. There will be a heavy rain and strong wind warning tonight. Please close the doors and windows before going to bed. Before going to bed, Xia Li received a weather warning on her mobile phone. Taiwan Novel Network. He pushed open the door of the evil dragon's room and reminded the evil dragon lying on his side inside. The evil dragon curled up with a mobile phone in his arms. There was no light in the room, and the fluorescent light of the mobile phone shone on her chubby face. Okay. In the gap between watching the video, Lucia responded to Xia Li without turning her head. Xia Li closed the door gently. Heh, stinky evil dragon. After having a mobile phone, she doesn't come to stick to her boyfriend anymore. Obviously, at this time before, they were all watching TV together on the sofa. Sure enough, the mobile phone is the biggest invention that hinders human social interaction in the 21st century. Go back to the room to play a game first. Tonight, I made an appointment with Chun Tao and a few others to play LOL. Sally sat back in his chair and hung the headset on his head. The little prince in the canyon, once he closed his eyes, he didn't love anyone. After fighting with his brothers in the game for more than 2 hours, Xia Li saw that it was not late and it was almost midnight. I'm going to sleep. The nightlife has just begun, and you told me you're going to sleep? Do you look like a young man in his early 20s? It's normal. Xia Tuer is living with his girlfriend now. MD Envy. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. With a few blessings of take care of yourself, Xia Li closed the game. When he just returned to Earth, his biological clock started to feel sleepy at 8 o'clock. Now it's 12 o'clock in the evening, and he is almost reaching the limit of this body. Yawning, Xia Li went to the toilet to flush. When he came out, he deliberately stopped in Lucia's room. It was very quiet inside, and there was no light from the gap under the door. She should have turned off her phone and went to sleep. Go to the balcony and close the door. The strong wind outside makes people shiver. Xia Li rubbed his hands and returned to his room to stay. The winter in Shu province is really damn cold. In comparison, the cold-repelling magic on the A's continent is really omnipotent. As soon as Xia Li lay on the bed, the moment his brain touched the bedboard, he entered the dream mode. Before the dream appeared in his mind, the mobile phone on the bedside table vibrated. He picked it up and found that it was a group message. Towsy, it's summer dawn. Come out to surf the internet on the weekend. Towsy, it just so happens that Chi will be back in a few days. Rubbing his eyes, Xia Li picked up the phone and didn't think much, and replied with 2 words, negotiate later. The full name of Chi mentioned by Towsy is Zhou Chi, one of the childhood friends who grew up in the same community as Xia Li and others. She is also the only female disciple under the Xia Tuer gang in Building 3 of Shandong Chuyang community. Because she is busy with postgraduate entrance exams, the only girl rarely comes back. She was not present when we had grilled fish last time. It's possible to let Lucia and Anchi meet each other. Sally suddenly thought. Lucia has been on Earth for almost a month. Apart from her neighbors, it is difficult for her to get in touch with anyone, let alone people of the same age and sex. Sally now assumes that Lucia is an 18-year-old girl. With Lucia's current cognitive ability, it should be no problem to have simple communication with people of the same age. Although Lucia still can't follow some internet jokes, she only needs to explain that the village has just been connected to the internet. Lucia has no experience in making friends, and Xiali himself is not confident in letting her contact other humans. But if it is a human that Xiali knows well, he can indeed try. Grabbing the phone and turning over in bed, Xiali typed another line of words. Xia Liming. Okay, send me the address when the time comes. I want to ask for Shalong's opinion. Making friends is a compulsory course for socialization training. Since Lucia herself said that she wanted to integrate here and become part of society, these are important experiences. He turned over again, threw the phone back on the bedside table, and pulled up the quilt to wrap himself. After the recent freezing rain, the temperature plummeted and was already heading for single digits. In another 2 months, the big quilt at home will definitely not be enough. Sally estimated that he would have to add 2 new ones or go back to Miss Fong to get some. I don't know if Shalong is cold there. Xiali still covered Lucia with a summer quilt. He asked Lucia many times, and she said it was not cold, not necessary, and it was just right. But as long as the temperature fluctuates, Xiali will still worry about whether Lucia will catch a cold. When Xiali lived alone before, he didn't have this awareness. Now that someone lives with him, he always feels that there are more things around him. When encountering a little bit of miscellaneous things in life, he will think of Shalong for a while. And when he sees a beautiful picture of food, he will also imagine what her expression will be if Shalong tastes it. Now this silly dragon not only lives in Xiali's house, but also seems to live in his heart. Tisk. Xia Li was shocked and couldn't help but sigh that he was really obsessed with Lucia. He attributed all his abnormal behaviors to the way he expressed his love for someone. After all, it was the passionate love period. One-sided passionate love is still passionate love. He threw the phone back on the bedside table and just wrapped himself up like a dumpling to sleep. The phone started vibrating again. Buzz. Xia Li's small dark room has no windows, so quiet that the needle can be heard, and a little movement can wake people up. Just as he was about to touch the phone and turn it off directly, he found that the sender's notes. Xia Li suddenly felt sleepy. Girlfriend. XX wants. Xia Li sat up directly from the bed. After teaching Lucia to use her mobile phone these days, the two of them also tried to send messages to each other. But Lucia just learned Pinyin, and her typing speed is not only slow, but also makes mistakes easily, so the chat content between her and Xia Li is basically emoticons. Xia Li was really surprised that he could receive text messages other than emoticons tonight. But not good night. What does an XX thing mean? Did you type a typo again? Xia Li was hesitating whether to reply. About a minute later, Lucia sent another message. Girlfriend, I miss you. No, what do you think of me? You are a female dragon. What do you want to do? Intersection. Summer dawn. Not asleep? Girlfriend is entering. Xia Li sat at the head of the bed and waited patiently. But the more she waited, the more anxious she became. Summer dawn. You can make a voice call when you have difficulty typing. Summer day. I saw the horn pattern in the lower left corner. Press it, and then click the press and hold in the middle. He quickly typed a row of words on the 9-cage grid and sent it out. After thinking about it, I felt something was wrong. They were separated by 2 doors and could walk to the opposite side in 10 seconds. Is it necessary to send a message? After lifting the bedding, Xia Li was about to set off for the dragon's nest. The phone shook again, and Lucia sent a voice message this time. Girlfriend, I miss you. Although Lucia's face cannot be seen on the internet, when he heard Lucia say the words, I miss you, in person, Xia Li still felt that his heart was stabbed hard. He wanted to lie on the bed and ascend to heaven. The girl's voice was sweeter than before, probably because she was sleepy. Her voice was soft and sticky. Just listening to it can leave a picture in people's minds. The picture in Xia Li's mind was a bouncy milk pudding. You said last time that you can contact you by phone whenever you miss you, so I tried it. Lucia's bouncy little pudding sound came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Xia Li put his ear to the receiver, wishing to receive every bit of these sounds into his mind. I couldn't sleep just now, so I tried it. Lucia said again. Xia Li rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. He lowered his excited tone and made his voice mature and steady, pretending to be very reliable. Do you miss me? Yes. If you miss me, come over. Unfortunately, the bait that Xia Li threw out did not bite the hook immediately. I don't know if Lucia is wary of him or because she is embarrassed. Xia Li can't see the expression on her face through the phone. Is it windy outside? Xia Li decided to change the bait and continue fishing. It's quite strong. Are the doors and windows closed? Yes, they're closed. Do you know, the news a few days ago said that because the windows of the residents living in the high-rise community were not closed properly, the strong wind in the middle of the night blew the people and the bed out of the room. The old and the young in the family are gone, Xia Li said with regret. There was a long silence from Lucia's end. The voice message she sent had a series of wind-blowing sounds. My room is not locked, Xia Li continued. Xia Li used to have the habit of locking the door when he went to bed, but after living with Lucia, he never locked the door again. But now so many days have passed, and Lucia has never attacked him at night. When he used to sleep on the sofa, Xia Li could occasionally wake up and see Lucia attacking him. But now that he sleeps in the room, the stinky dragon doesn't come. He has already stripped clean and is lying down waiting. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a series of intermittent knocks on the door. Xia Li, who said he would strip clean and lie down waiting for the dragon to attack at night, actually didn't strip clean. He was wearing dark green pajamas, including 2 pairs of pants and underpants. Come in. He sat up and turned on the night light, and the door was gently pushed open. The figure of a dragon appeared at the door. Lucia hugged the oversized sheep with one hand and her pillow with the other. Oh, she is so sensible that she knows she can leave the quilt behind. In fact, you don't need to bring a pillow. It's okay if you don't bring the sheep. Xia Li can act as the sheep pillow. Why can't you sleep? Are you suffering from insomnia? Xia Li led the sleepless kid at the door to her room and gently pushed the door to close it. The wind is too strong and it's noisy. You slept on the balcony the first day you came at my house. The wind was also very strong that day. You slept very soundly. Xia Li couldn't help but smile when he thought about it. It seems so. Lucia's soft face was illuminated by the nightlight, and it was indeed the case. She thought about it carefully, and it was true. She couldn't sleep because of the strong wind. It had nothing to do with the room. Just as she was about to turn around and try to fall asleep again, Xia Li stopped her with a big hand. Wait a minute. Xia Li didn't mean to drive away the dragon. It was hard to trick him to come here. Hey, come here. With a light cough, Xia Li tried to appear less purposeful. He patted the edge of the bed beside him. Lucia was wearing fluffy white cat pajamas, which Xia Li bought for her online a few days ago. Such velvet pajamas are not only warm to wear, but also soft and comfortable to hug. Don't you want to hear my story about the hero? Let me tell you a story. We listen to stories when we can't sleep. The story of the hero. As expected, Lucia's sleepy face suddenly became interested. She came to sit on the bed next to Xia Li, and Xia Li patted the center of the 1.8-meter bed again, indicating that she should sit inside. The dragon gradually stepped into the trap set by the hero. She bent her knees, knelt down, and waited quietly for Xia Li to tell a story. Xia Li lifted half of the quilt again. Will you get in? It's cold outside. Lucia didn't hesitate much, moved her feet from under her butt, and then stretched them into Xia Li's quilt little by little. The little feet without socks were smooth and soft. On the way in, they accidentally rubbed against Xia Li's body. Xia Li immediately smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. It was really Xiao Long Long who got into the bed, which made the hero laugh. Do you want to open the door of the room? Xia Li was not in a hurry to start telling the story. Everything should be done in a gradual manner. First of all, Lucia had to feel comfortable lying here. Otherwise, Xiao Long Long might slip away from the bed at any time. No need to open it. Lucia shook her head. If a single dragon locked her up in a small dark room, she should have that secret claustrophobia. But now Xia Li was also there, so the feeling of suffocation was not obvious. Well, let me tell you the story of me just landing in A's continent. Xia Li recalled it. Tell Lucia about the experience of accidentally summoning the magic of plane teleportation to another world, and then successfully awakening the magic retreating sword. Lucia has clearly heard it once, but she still enjoys it when she listens it the second time. After becoming the master of the demon retiring sword, the reputation of the brave Xia Li was completely gained in the A's continent. Later, he formed his own team and passed the hurdles and killed the generals. From the demon clan to the dragon clan, few of them could gain advantage in his demon retreating sword. Standard invincible template. Except for the lack of knowledge reserves in another world and the fact that he suffered a few small losses, most of Xia Li was lucky. Lucia listened seriously while holding the little lamb, her eyes wide open. When Xia Li gestured for the famous way she once pierced a dragon, Lucia just shrank her feet and buried half of her face in the sheep's head, staring at Xia Li implicitly and excitedly. She was not afraid of this kind of scene. After all, it was not seen with your own eyes. Moreover, pure-blooded dragons are hard to meet. Xia Li's previous opponents were basically all mixed-scale dragons. Some mixed-scale dragons have bad personalities, and Lucia doesn't like them. And what then what? Lucia blinked her bright eyes and couldn't wait to hear the follow-up. Then it fell down, and I made great contributions. Xia Li pointed at himself and said. After saying that, he carefully observed Lucia's expression. It's obviously a dragon-headed one, but I'm so happy to hear the story of slaying dragons. I'm afraid I've already brought it to the perspective of the brave. Are you afraid of me? Xia Li asked the evil dragon beside him with his head tilted. Not afraid. Lucia shook her head like a small fan. At this time you should say afraid, Xia Li said. If you say afraid, it will make me feel very proud. This is called human nature. As he said that, he asked again, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid." Lucia nodded with shame. Xia Li smiled again, took the opportunity to reach out and naturally hug the fragrant little evil dragon into her arms. "It's right to be afraid. Come here and I'll hold you." So Lucia squirmed in the quilt for a few times and did not resist much, allowing Xia Li to hug herself in like a little lamb. The room was quiet for a while, and the mushroom night light attached to the wall exuded a warm, breathing tone. Lucia stared at the mushroom night light in a daze, and Xia Li stared at Lucia in a daze. The girl's face pressed on the pillow like a freshly baked crystal bun. Her brown eyes were half open, and her eyes were filled with a warm light, which looked particularly soft. By the way, Xia Li put one hand on Lucia's soft waist and did not dare to hug her too hard. Otherwise, he would not be able to help but rub the evil dragon into his arms. He is not sure to restrain the impulse in his body now, and it will be bad to scare the evil dragon at that time. "How have you learned fonts these days?" he asked. In recent days, Xia Li has been focusing on writing the story of the story. It took him several days to finish the story of Silver Dragon's adolescence, but he didn't care much about Lucia's learning progress. "Learn much better." Lucia turned around in Xia Li's arms. At this moment, it was probably because of sleepiness. Lucia's voice was a little lazy, and it sounded like a soft marshmallow melted in the sun, which made Xia Li unable to help but want to go up and eat it. "I know a lot of words now, and I can basically recognize the messages on the barrage." Lucia's voice became quieter and softer, her eyes slowly closing between half open and half closed. "It looks really sleepy." Xia Li didn't make things difficult for her much. Looking at the girl's face, a ripples appeared in Xia Li's heart. This is what it feels like to hold the person you like in your arms? Warm, comfort, and unprecedented peace of mind. He gently hugged Lucia in his arms again, and his voice sounded gently in her ears. "Then I'll test you a question. You say." Lucia's voice was weak, as if she was about to fall into a dream in the next second. "What are the 2 words you noted for me on your phone?" Lucia paused for a moment, and Xia Li thought she was asleep, but she closed her eyes and murmured like a small mosquito. "Boyfriend. Who is your boyfriend?" "Xia Li." After getting this soft answer, Xia Li felt that his heart was about to melt. The heart under my chest was pounding, and my whole body was as excited as if it was injected with chicken blood. "I'm a love brain. I'm a love brain." Xia Li repeated this sentence countless times in his mind, and it was more difficult to press the corner of his mouth than to press the gun. He tried to pull out the disharmonious large sheep separated by them, but Lucia's limbs were clamped against the sheep's body, and Xia Li couldn't even thrust. After trying twice, but failed, Xia Li quietly moved his head and placed his head on Lucia's pillow. This pillow is made of the same material as Xia Li's own pillow. It feels no different when you lie on it, but it has a faint fragrance on Lucia. "Go to sleep." Xia Li secretly opened one of her eyes. Lucia's back was facing the nightlight, unable to see the expression on her face. "Before going to bed, you have to say good night to your boyfriend, do you know?" Xia Li said again. No response. The girl in her arms breathed evenly and should have fallen asleep. Xia Li sighed. "Forget it. Good night." He raised his finger and tapped the girl's forehead lightly, replacing a kiss. Chapter 99: The Brave, Big Gold Coins. The next morning, Xia Li lay in his dark room, looking at the familiar ceiling in a daze. Is there an end to the universe? When does time begin? What is the meaning of life? Intersection. If it were the past, Xia Li would spat when he saw such a person and then said, "Bah, that's the best, just sleeping in his arms for a night," and then go to the sage mode. But now, Xia Li would say, "Brother, I understand you. Perhaps because I have experienced countless life and death junctures in another world, this kind of quiet life seems particularly precious." Just an ordinary hug and falling asleep seemed to finally make this heart that had been floating for 3 years. "Xia Li, do you want yours to be spicy?" At the half-open door of the room, Lucia's little head emerged from outside the door and looked at Xia Li with a bright look. Xia Li came to his senses from his daze, stood up and said to the little chef at the door, "Don't move. I'll get up and give myself a favor." I won't tease you this time. Lucia lay at the door, her voice as soft as her expression. It turns out you also knew that you were teasing me last time. What should I eat this morning? Xia Li asked again with her body halfway. Porridge, Lucia replied. The porridge must not be chili. No matter how much people in Shuzhou like to eat spicy food, they cannot put it in the porridge. Xia Li muttered, got up and put on a coat, and followed Lucia to the kitchen. In a rice cooker, the cooked white porridge came out of heat when it opened the lid, and the aroma instantly thrust into the nose. A person who is busy cooking to fill his stomach and takes a towel to wipe it because the porridge is spilled and takes action for daily life. 1. His girlfriend. Since your words and actions are becoming more and more like human beings, is it emotional? Thinking of this, Xia Li walked over and leaned her head closer to look at Lucia's face. Lucia added 2 bowls of porridge, then used a heat insulation pad to remove the inner liner of the rice cooker and rinse it in the pool. The rice cooker that has been cooked with porridge is not as easy to clean as rice. The porridge is cooked sticky and the rice grains stick to the wall of the pot, need to be brushed with a sponge brush. With the faucet on, Lucia was carefully brushing the pot by the pool. She usually carries her long hair when she works, which is the method she learned from the video. Her long hair tied with a ponytail will not block the view and can also prevent her hair from falling into the food. However, today Lucia not only tied herself a ponytail that looked quite capable, but even rolled it up and turned it into a big dumpling on the back of her head. The ball was not tied very well, with a few strands of rebellious hair hanging behind the head, like small tails. Faced with Xia Li's approaching, Lucia did not react at all. He bowed his waist and put his chin on Lucia's shoulders, who was still busy with his hands. The jaw that was constantly getting worse successfully sat down and landed on Lucia's weak shoulders. Xia Li took a deep breath, and Lucia stopped and looked back at him. You are fragrant, too, Xia Li praised. Lucia cleaned the pot, wiped the splashes from her hands with her apron, pulled up the broken hair hanging from her ears, then turned around and opened her arms to hug Xia Li. Then he followed Xia Li's appearance just now and put his nose on his pajamas on his chest and took a breath. You are fragrant, too. Lucia said the same thing as Xia Li. The little evil dragon suddenly crawled into his arms, made Xia Li a little out of defense. Xia Li had a ghost in her heart, and she would be so uncomfortable to put her raised hands on Lucia's waist. Especially after facing Lucia's pure and flawless eyes, Xia Li couldn't be at ease. He cleared his throat and asked the little evil dragon in his arms, Lucia, to be honest, do you like me? I'm honest, I like Xia Li. Lucia nodded seriously. Hateful. It's obviously the answer I want, but it's not the answer. When will the evil dragon say, like, in his arms with a shy look on his face? This kind of serious confession is not the reaction that a human girl should make when facing the person she likes. Xia Li was sure that he was still gems and gold coins in the eyes of the dragon. Have a meal. He took away all the bowls angrily and picked up a small plate of Shuzhou kimchi. The two drank the porridge, and Xia Li was responsible for washing the dishes. Seeing that the kitchen had no work to do, Lucia went to the balcony to wash clothes. In the past month, Lucia has long been able to handle such housework. The clothes piled up Xia Li in the dirty laundry basket were sniffed one by one like a review. This is fragrant. This one is fragrant. This smells fragrant. After Lucia smelled the clothes, she put them one by one into the washing machine. This is not a special hobby. It is purely the dragon's behavior to defend its territory. If you smell the invader, such as the smell emitted from the female, Lucia will take her clothes to ask about Xia Li's situation. Unfortunately, Xia Li has not gone out for a while, and the smell on his body is limited to his own taste. Pour in the washing powder and press the start button of the washing machine. With a crisp drip sound, the washing machine started to operate. However, this operation was not as successful as last time. After pouring in clean water and stirring it for a few times, the washing machine stopped running. Drip, drip, drip. The warning sound from the washing machine made Lucia take a few steps back. She hid behind the mop quickly, her eyes silently staring at the stuttering washing machine. I want to launch the ultimate destruction magic. There were strange symbols popping up on the black and white monitor of the washing machine, and Lucia knew that this should be in English that she had never touched. Xia Li, the washing machine is about to explode, Lucia said, hiding behind the mop. Xia Li heard the noise and walked over from the kitchen. Take a look at the English letters on the washing machine, and then compare them with the fault code posted on the machine to refer to it. Drainage abnormal. Soon, Xia Li diagnosed the cause. He unplugged the power supply, lifted the lid, and took out the wet clothes inside one by one. He can't repair the range hood, but he still has some tricks for washing machines that are often used. Lucia stood not far behind her and watched Xia Li slowly swallowed by the washing machine. Her little mouth opened slightly in surprise. A brave man who can repair machines is a little handsome. Oh, he was also very handsome when he was practicing dragons. After a while, Xia Li was spit out by the washing machine monster again. After snatching up the cuffs, soaked in water, Xia Li took out a shining golden thing from the washing machine. He raised it under the sun and took a look. After a long period of cleaning and soaking, this little golden thing is extremely clean and can even see the ancient patterns on it under the reflection of the sunlight. A pattern of a snake and a tiger. Xia Li had seen this kind of thing, which reminded him of the common currency of the human kingdom on the A's continent. It's a gold coin, Xia Li concluded. Gold coins are produced in the washing machine. Lucia was surprised. Idiot, it should be the gold coins you carried on you before. I didn't pay attention to it while washing clothes. It was only now that we discovered it. Oh, Lucia thought it might be the case. Her amber pupils stared straight at the small round gold coin on Xia Li's hand, and the dragon pupils reflected a golden light. Here, I'll give it to you. Seeing this, Xia Li carefully placed the gold coins in Lucia's hand. Last time, she fooled her a gold coin and turned around and sold it. This time she just took another one, so Xia Li decided to hand it over to the evil dragon for safekeeping. Do you want to exchange it for small money? Lucia was holding this little gold coin in her palm. In the past, when I was in A's continent, I needed a whole warehouse of gold coins to make myself happy. Now, a single gold coin can satisfy myself. Lucia found that her greedy nature seemed to have become weaker. Is it because I live with Xia Li in this world of food and clothing? Lucia secretly stared at Xia Li. Xia Li's upper body was swallowed by the washing machine monster again, and he was fumbled for more gold coins inside. If you think about it carefully, Lucia found that her greedy nature had not weakened, but had just shifted. Looking at this cool, brave man who can repair machines and dragons, Lucia has a desire to look at him every day as if he was treating gold. I want to turn Xia Li into his own little gold coin. No more. This one in your hand is the only one. Xia Li took a fishing for a long time, and her pajamas were completely wet, and she didn't see the shadow of half a gold coin. This gold coin should have fallen from Lucia when she first washed her clothes in another world. Don't sell this one. Keep it. It's good to leave a thought for your hometown. Stand up and shook. Xia Li turned around and said to Lucia. Lucia looked at herself stupidly, as the corners of her slightly open mouth seemed to be drooling. Xia Li's big gold coins. Lucia suddenly said to Xia Li's forehead, Xia Li. Xia Li bought a small silver necklace online and put the gold coin in it. This small necklace has a box for photos. People usually buy it to put photos of their daughters or wives, but Xia Li modified it slightly and hung it around Lucia's neck. Lucia liked it very much. She liked this kind of golden things, and it was made by Xia Li herself, so she was reluctant to take it off every day. This gold coin is much clearer than the one she sold before. If its history can be found on Earth, it will be a rare and expensive cultural relic. Unfortunately, the A's continent is a fictional existence on Earth, and the value of this gold coin is only its gram weight price. Sitting in front of the computer, Xia Li wrote furiously on the keyboard. As the number of words in the serialized A's continent records increased, the income from the backstage became more and more considerable. The daily manuscript fee has reached dozens of yuan, which is more than 1,000 yuan a month. This data is only the early data, and there should be more in the future. However, Xia Li only treats this as a part-time job. Now that the 1-month period has come, Lucia has almost adapted to modern society, and Xia Li should do something of his own. Turning the gaming chair under his buttocks, Xia Li stared at the screensaver of the computer screen and thought for a long time. Speaking of what he is good at now, this physical fitness after 3 years of training in the other world is quite high. If other factors are not considered and conditions permit, he can go to the battlefield directly if he joins the army. Maybe being a sports athlete is not bad. But athletes must have more professional and systematic training, and training takes a lot of time. Now Xia Li's mind is on Lucia. He doesn't want to leave home too far, nor does he want Lucia to wait for him a home day and night. What's more, Xia Li doesn't want to do things he doesn't want to do. Otherwise, why not choose to take the civil service exam like his classmates? This is the most common path for college students majoring in Chinese language and literature. For Xia Li now, the most important career is to have free time, plenty of time to spend with his girlfriend, preferably no overtime at night, and go home on time every night. Dreaming. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly felt that his future was dark. Moving his eyes, Xia Li looked at Lucia, who was standing at the door of his room and looking around. What? He came back to his senses and asked, "See what you're doing?" Because he heard the keyboard sound in Xia Li's room pause for a long time, he came to see the situation. It is said on the internet that people who sit for a long time and do not exercise are prone to sudden death. Lucia retracted her head and muttered, "Nonsense. Your boyfriend is young and energetic and in good health." Xia Li smiled and patted her thigh. "Please sit down." Lucia didn't want to sit down. She still had to study. "Papa." Xia Li patted her thigh again. Lucia had no choice but to walk over for the sake of the demon-killing, sword leaning against the wall. "Do you want to play games? Let's play Humanity is Defeated. You will definitely like this game name." Xia Li took the little dragon and sat it in his arms. His other hand had already moved to the mouse. "I want to play Hero is Defeated." Lucia thought. There is no such thing as Hero is Defeated. Xia Li thought that he had been defeated by Lucia's dragon claws a long time ago, and said casually, "Only heroes pay respect to their parents." Lucia didn't understand what paying respect to their parents meant. She looked at Xia Li strangely. Xia Li had already started this 2-player game that he had just bought not long ago. Bringing the controller, Lucia sat in his arms and played with the controller, while Xia Li operated with keyboard. A monitor was split into 2 sides. After playing for half an hour, the little dragon in Xia Li's arms turned into a small puffer fish. It is difficult for a green dragon to find happiness in the game. Even when playing this kind of 2-player cooperative game, she would get discouraged because she couldn't pass a level for a long time. When the air mass on her face was getting bigger and bigger, Xia Li sighed and turned off the game. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Lucia sat on Xia Li's lap and said depressedly with her head down. Compared with the heartless dragon who was only happy every day when he first came to Earth, the current dragon has richer emotions. At least he has learned to sulk. "No," Xia Li tried to be gentle. "I just like stupid dragons like you." "What about other stupid dragons?" Lucia asked with some concern. "Other stupid dragons. Other stupid dragons have been chopped by me," Xia Li replied. After a moment of silence, Lucia used her little brain to think about it, and it seemed to be true. Those stupid dragons who couldn't beat Xia Li had already been defeated by Xia Li's sword. "I am a pure-blooded silver dragon. I can take a beating, so I have not been defeated by Xia Li for so many times. I'm going to read a book." Thinking of this, Lucia wanted to get off Xia Li's legs. Only by reading more books, learning more, and absorbing more knowledge can Lucia change from a stupid dragon to a smart dragon, and can she defeat Xia Li in all aspects. The little evil dragon has his own great ambitions. Don't worry. However, Xia Li didn't want the sweet and soft little dragon to slip away from his arms. He fixed Lucia in his arms and said, "I have written the key point of the plot. Tell me more about your dragon races, habits." Xia Li thought of what he had just done. If he was going out to find a job, then what were his own advantages? Thinking from this perspective, Xia Li, who was in love, thought again, as a male, what were his advantages that could attract Lucia, a female dragon? Xia Li always wanted Lucia to like him, the kind of love as a lover. So, from Lucia's perspective, if you want her to like a male, you must first figure out what the ideal male looks like in her eyes. Xia Li suddenly realized that his initial thinking was wrong. He had always been flirting with Lucia from a human perspective, but he completely ignored the reason why Lucia was not interested in this at all. Lucia is a dragon, and dragons have their own way of falling in love. What habits do you want to know? Lucia looked up at Xia Li. What do male dragons usually do when they pursue female dragons? Or, under what circumstances will female dragons agree to the courtship of the opposite sex? In order to show that he was only seeking knowledge for the purpose of perfecting the settings, Xia Li opened the document as if nothing had happened and prepared to start recording. Lucia paused for a moment, as if searching for the inherited memory in this regard in her mind. Xia Li was nervous waiting. Don't come up with any difficult levels. He is a person, not a dragon, and it is not easy to deal with two difficult levels. Generally speaking, first of all, both parties have the idea of reproduction, and then there's a possibility of successful pursuit. Then what? Then, the male dragon will circle a larger territory. Xia Li listened quietly and typed out all these words on the keyboard. He also found a corresponding plan for this goal in his mind. Buy a house, a pile of gold coins, deposit. There's enough food and water outside the nest. Lucia recalled. Stable income. Xia Li silently took notes. If you round these conditions off, it seems to be similar to the common requirements of human women for their partners. Hiss. So realistic, my little dragon. Xia Li felt miserable and felt that he had to put the job search on the agenda. Moreover, ordinary part-time jobs would definitely not work. If he really wanted to show his strength in this area like a male dragon, the reward from part-time jobs would still be too little. His profession is not as easy to make money as the internet. Perhaps he should abandon the idea of part-time jobs and start business. If it is said that 9 out of 10 startups fail and the probability of success is less than 1%, then the possibility of getting rich by working part-time is 0%. Lucia, who was sitting on Xia Li's lap, continued to speak while making plans in her mind. These are the normal courtship conditions of a dragon race. The better these conditions are, the higher the possibility of a female dragon and a male dragon pairing up. But, Lucia paused and said with a serious face, I like another kind. Oh, Xia Li became interested. Tell me more. The kind that can spray a lot of flames in one breath. Xia Li, change your preference. Xia Li asked. Originally just a casual remark, Xia Li was estimating how long he could use fire magic if he returned to the A's continent. As a result, Lucia really changed it for him. Then change it to being able to slay dragons. Lucia seemed to be really thinking about her preferences, and even a figure appeared in her mind. I think being able to slay dragons is cooler, and it also makes me feel safe. Go on. Xia Li rubbed his nose. He was good at this. As the figure became more and more concrete, Lucia's mind emerged with the figure of Xia Li holding a demon-killing sword in one hand, holding an oversized sheep doll in the other hand, and still spitting fire into the sky. She thought this scene was great, so she described it. He can kill a dragon and breathe fire while catching sheep for me to eat. Today I learned that this book did not fail in the promotion battle, but the rules changed. It could have been promoted, but because it was put on the shelves 4 hours in advance, it was canceled. For a long time now, there will be no recommendation exposure for the evil dragon. I am very sad as a cat repairman, lying on the ground and dying. Taiwan Novel Network. Because Lucia's ideal partner is too abstract. Xia Li gave up looking for the answer here. Dragons don't understand love at all. They only know that they have food and shelter, and they will not be threatened by the outside world when laying eggs. This is enough. This is called reproduction, not love. Moreover, Lucia is still in her ignorant period. Just like a girl who is still in high school, if you ask her what kind of boy she likes, the answer is handsome. But when she enters society and faces reality, such answers often become related to money. But Xia Li doesn't care so much. If Lucia doesn't understand, let her understand. Lucia is a dragon, and she doesn't have rich human emotions, so let her enrich them. This is what Xia Li has been doing from beginning to end. Dragon hearts are made of flesh, and the nearly 1 month of getting along with each other has also allowed Xia Li to see with his own eyes the emotional changes of Lucia. Don't be impatient. Being too impatient will backfire. For Xia Li, it is only a matter of time to seduce this silly little evil dragon. At least now he has an idea. See if he doesn't make more money and get more gold coins, so that the little dragon will be fascinated by him. After browsing the information of the recruitment software, Xia Li went online to look at some entrepreneurial projects. Finally, he opened the backstage of Jianwenlu with some worry. When he saw the daily income that just broke 100, Xia Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. The income from part-time work is still considerable. At least it is no problem to buy some lamb chops for Lucia occasionally. By the way, glancing at the date in the lower right corner, Xia Li suddenly remembered something. Lucia, today is the weekend. Lucia, who was lying on Xia Li's big bed reading a book, raised her head slightly, and her 2 dangling legs slowly stopped. Weekend? Well, it's the day when ordinary office workers and students have holidays. Lucia knows what students are and what office workers are, but these 2 terms are obviously irrelevant to them. Tauzi, my friend, asked me to go online this weekend last time. Oh, you're going out to play games. Smart Lucia certainly knows that surfing the internet is not to hang people on the web of troll spiders, but to connect to the modern network with mobile phones or computers. What Xia Li said about surfing the internet is to play games with friends. You go. I will take good care of our nest. Lucia nodded. She is not afraid of being alone at home. Now she has a mobile phone, and she can send Xia Li a message at any time when she misses him. And even if it's not possible, she can open a video call to see Xia Li's face. Compared to the last time when she was alone at home, she will not be so lonely now. Xia Li turned off the computer. You are not going? The house needs someone to watch over it. Lucia turned back on the bed. It's very safe around here. There's a police station not far away. There haven't been any burglaries in years. Besides, there's nothing to steal in our house. Xia Li didn't say the last sentence. Putting her raised instep back on the bed, Lucia placed the pinyin book in her hand on top of her head, staring at Xia Li quietly with a pair of bright brown eyes for a few seconds. As if she understood the look in Xia Li's eyes, Lucia said thoughtfully, Xia Li wants me to go. Xia Li, whose mind was understood, felt suddenly enlightened. This silly dragon has improved. I'll go change clothes. Without waiting for Xia Li to answer this question, Lucia turned over and got out of bed, stepped on her soft slippers, and went back to the room to change clothes. As Xia Li bought more and more clothes for her, the half-empty closet at home was already full. In addition to Xia Li's winter and summer clothes and some 4-piece bedding sets, the rest of the space was where Lucia stored clothes. Judging from this trend, Lucia's beautiful little clothes will sooner or later occupy the entire wardrobe, while Xia Li's pile of wrinkled men's clothes will be compressed into a small corner. Wear this one today. Lucia made up her mind and took out a light blue bear coat. Xia Li likes to buy him this kind of fluffy clothes. He said it's very comfortable to hug the furry. We're more, it's cold today, don't feel cold. Xia Li, who was walking into the room, looked up and saw Lucia taking off her pajamas one by one like peeling a banana peel. Subconsciously moving his eyes away, Xia Li automatically left the room. The evil dragon never guards against him. Even when changing clothes, he doesn't know how to avoid Xia Li. Even if he is caught, he won't cover his body like those heroines in TV dramas and yell, "Get out." The stupid dragon is so boring. Xia Li. The sweater you bought is too small. Lucia, in the room, tossed for a while and had something to say. Xia Li thought it was impossible. He was afraid that the sweater would shrink, so he bought a size larger for Lucia. Standing at the door and slightly tilting his head, Lucia in the room had already put on her clothes. She was wearing white pantyhose on the lower body. This kind of socks is thicker than stockings, with light fleece inside, and a dark blue pleated skirt on top, with a pair of playful red bows on both sides of the skirt. On the upper body, the loose and sweet pink sweater was hung on Lucia's neck, and the neckline seemed to have shrunk severely and shrunk in front of the delicate and small collarbone. Lucia tugged at the sweater that made her feel suffocated, and the whole dragon seemed to be trapped by the sweater, stiffly bound in place. "This sweater is stuck on my neck," she said pitifully. Xia Li walked over helplessly. "You wear your sweater backwards," helped her pull out the sleeves of the sweater on both sides, then turned it around her neck and turned the white rabbit ears pattern on the front to her chest. Lucia really didn't feel that her neck was stuck. "So this is the front. Want to wear this today?" "Yes." Lucia nodded vigorously. Xia Li helped her to straighten the collar of the sweater and then put on the plush coat she had chosen for her. The girlfriend who was dressed up by herself is beautiful. Looking left and right, Xia Li liked her more and more and wanted to bite her soft and tender face. The evil dragon was plumper than when he first picked it up, or it was a little meatier. At least it didn't feel so thin in arms and legs. "Well, not bad. My dragon-raising skills are really good. Let's go out." Xia Li took her ID card and keys, and before leaving, she did not forget to take the fully charged power bank. The pockets of Lucia's blue bear coat were very large, with a bear paw pocket on each side. Xia Li put all his things in her pockets and told her to help look after them. Evil dragons are misers. They treasure these things. When they hear that it is the house key, they have to cover their pockets to see if the treasures are still there after walking a few steps. Xia Tour. The three people downstairs have been waiting for a long time. The biggest advantage of hanging out with these brothers in the same community is that they don't need to find a place to gather at all. Even if someone wants to break an appointment or be late, they will go to the door to serve directly. Seeing Xia Li coming downstairs on time, Chen Tao went up to greet him happily, while Fu Yuan and Ho Zijia beside him were a little dazed. Recently, I often hear Taozi bragging about Xia Tutor's girlfriend. Today, they met for the first time. I have heard of her for a long time. I thought Taozi was just bragging. The two of them could not imagine the appearance he described. What pure, cute, and pretty can these two words be used together? But when they saw the real person, Fu Yuan and Ho Zijia both agreed that Taozi was right. Xia Tuer's girlfriend was like a beautiful girl who walked out of a painting. She could easily become the focus of attention just by standing behind Xia Li without any sense of existence. Angie is still on the train. She said she will arrive later. Let's go online for a while. Chen Tao was wearing a thick dark gray coat. It was cold outside, and his neck was shrunken inward due to the cold. He came up to greet her calmly, but the ape and monkey following him were still standing there stupidly. "Hello, sister-in-law." Fu Yuan's relatively thin figure squeezed out from Ho Zijia's side. He wanted to shake hands politely to get acquainted, but then he thought about his own weight and took his hand back weakly and greeted Xia Li's girlfriend in a stiff voice. Lucia hid behind Xia Li. What did this watermelon-headed human with glass glasses call her? Sauerkraut? Meat used to eat noodles? Just call her Xiaolu. Xia Li grabbed Lucia's little hand and held it, with a smile on her face. "Hello, Xiaolu. I'm Shadow. Xia Li's friend. My last name is Ho. Just call me Monkey." Ho Zijia's reaction was half a beat slower than Fu Yuan's. His tall and strong image was rarely restrained. Xia Li felt secretly happy when she heard his dry voice and the shock in his eyes. On the one hand, he brought Lucia out this time to let her meet some new friends. On the other hand, it was to satisfy Xia Li's own vanity. Formally introduce your girlfriend to these good brothers, and then force dog food into their mouths. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Let's go. Which internet cafe? Lead the way. Xia Li held Lucia's soft little hand in her palm, fearing that it would get cold, and blew a breath of hot air into her warm palm, and then rubbed it like a soft dough. Let's go quickly. Chen Tao couldn't stand it anymore. If he stood there and didn't leave, the dog food would come out of his nose. There are only a few serious ways for men to entertain, eat, drink, play games. For young people like Xia Li who are in their early 20s and have friends, internet cafes are an indispensable place. But Lucia didn't understand this. When she came to the internet cafe and saw the rows of computers and the human male playing games with a hunchback in front of the computer, she was a little confused. What is the difference between playing games at home and playing games in an internet cafe? Xia Li explained that there is a more atmosphere here. Sense of atmosphere. Lucia didn't understand this word. She was studious and was walking down while typing hard a search for the meaning of these words. Let's take a private room, Xia Li suggested in front of the internet cafe front desk. The private room has no smell of smoke and is relatively quiet, so it is more comfortable for Lucia to stay by his side. Okay, Qintao turned on the computer at the front desk and asked again, do you want to drive one for Xiaolu? No, Xia Li refused. In places like internet cafes, one ID card and one computer. Lucia does not have an ID card, so she cannot open an extra machine. The three of them didn't ask much, and when they turned on the machine, they went to the private room to find a seat. Although it is indeed inappropriate to bring your girlfriend online, it is Xia Li's own business after all. Xia Li is happy, and Xiaolu is happy. There's no need to ask the bottom line of this kind of thing that you love and do. I recharge the money on the card. If you want to eat, go to the front desk to get it and ask them to deduct the balance of the number 87 machine. Xia Li sat down on a soft sofa chair. He moved a chair for Lucia outside to put it in the private room. Lucia just sat next to him and played with her cell phone. Oh, okay. When Lucia heard Xia Li talking to him, she raised her face and nodded. She also plays with her mobile phones for a long time at home. For her, a place like an internet cafe has no difference from usual except for the changes in the environment. She doesn't have to communicate with the unnecessary humans, and she has Xia Li next to her, so she feels very at ease. Xia Li put on her headphones to adjust the keyboard position, waiting for the game interface to log in, and took off the headphones and looked at what Lucia was doing. What are you looking at? Video, there's a lot of food on it. Lucia took the initiative to show Xia Li the phone. The Challengers of the World is playing above. Unexpectedly, Lucia's video appreciation level has evolved to this point. I hope this little chef will not be affected by the video, so I will turn around and give him the whole devilish cuisine. I recommend a movie to you. You can watch it. What movie? Lucia stared at Xia Li with beautiful eyes open. He is a dragon. It tells the story of humans and dragons. Hey, it tells the story of humans and dragons. Xia Li said, this movie is about the love between man and dragon. But people are women and dragons are men. It's a completely opposite to what he and Lucia have. It is rare to have a movie with a dragon theme. Lucia has never understood human feelings. Xia Li thinks she should gain something after watching it. I'll go see it in a while. Lucia nodded. The evil dragon, who is unprepared for Xia Li, easily boarded Xia Li's pirate ship. I'm starting the game. Call me if you have something to do. She turned around and clicked the accept game button with a mouse. Xia Li said to Lucia again, if I don't hear it later, you will take off my headphones. Good. Lucia glanced at Xia Li's big screen. She knew that this kind of game could not be paused, so when Xia Li played this game, she usually rarely disturbed Xia Li. Lucia swallowed her saliva as she turned back to the super pepper that was playing on her phone. She has tasted the spicy and aggressive food. However, strangely, even though I don't like this taste, I can't help swallowing when I see something with this taste. UNZ, I've got the support for the position. Let's change it. Let me go on the road. I'll take the sea. Get out. Don't do it. You just play the support honestly. Brother Monkey, I'll be the jungler. When you call me Dad, I'll come to the bottom of the road. Go to you. Alas, help Xia Boar grab a collie and ask him to help me catch it later. Lucia couldn't understand the noisy sound in her ears. She was focusing on watching her chilly video when she suddenly felt the figure in front of her was moving. When she looked over, Xia Li was coming over at her desk and approaching her. His face was almost touching Lucia's face. Don't you play games? Lucia was inexplicably nervous. Isn't this started yet? Xia Li suddenly made his voice softly. In this noisy environment, the two of them gathered together and whispered their own whispers. Do you want to try the devil peppers on it? Xia Li said, staring at Lucia's mobile phone. I don't like chili. Lucia shook her head like a rattle. After saying that, she remembered that Xia Li was from Shu province, and everyone from Shu province seemed to be quite good at eating spicy food. But Xia Li can taste it. I won't taste it, Xia Li said with a smile. This thing will make the butt spark. When Lucia heard this, her little hand shook and pressed the screen to pause. She stared at Xia Li with some expectation. Etc. Xia Li's heart tightened when he looked at these pure eyes. I think of the evil dragon who likes to watch the fire. Don't even want to see the fire in that kind of place. The hobby is a bit weird, Xiaolong. Level 1 team is here. Chun Tao, beside Xia Li, stretched out his arm and wanted to pat the mid-laner father next to him who was hanging up the machine. As a result, I patted my hand for a while and then turned around and saw this girl kissing me and me with her girlfriend. Chun Tao's fighting spirit turned off, and he felt that the game in his hand was no longer good. The small private room was filled with the big sour smell of love. You go quickly. Lucia pushed Xia Li, who was stuck to her, and urged in a low voice. Although it's just a game, Lucia knows it's not good to have teammates wait. Xia Li was so active with his teammates when he was a brave man on A's continent. Now it has changed. Xia Li couldn't help it, so she reached out to pinch Lucia's soft and fair face, then turned around and put on the headset around her neck, controlling the character in the picture to move forward. After playing a video in Lucia's hand, she raised her head and watched Xia Li play the game quietly. Her brave man is focusing on the computer. It is said online that serious men are handsome, but Lucia doesn't think so. After all, Xia Li is cool and handsome at any time. The character controlled by Xia Li seemed to have successfully knocked down the enemy, and Lucia tilted her head to see it, but she couldn't understand it. However, Xia Li just now focused on her, completely ignoring the scene of her teammates asking for help, which made Lucia a little happy. I feel like Xia Li is caring about it. This feeling is different from the last time I went to the zoo and was attacked by a group of birds. Lucia was thinking if it were Xia Li now. When he saw that he was beaten by a flock of birds, he would not laugh wildly from the side, but came to protect her without hesitation. Right? It's probably such a hazy feeling. Lucia sorted out her thoughts and found that she was a little confused. It's hard to understand. Sitting on the stool for a long time, but still not coming up with a reason. Lucia got up and moved her arms and walked around in the private room like an opyow. She was so bored that she went to the internet bar again. Front desk. He held the ID card with Xia Li's photo printed on it and pushed it in front of the young lady at the counter. This was Lucia's first time dealing with humans, and she spoke nervously. "Old boss, come some fries." "Boss, give me some fries." The internet cafe waiter who was watching a short video at the front desk and was amused stood up from the stool when he heard someone calling him. He looked down and saw a little girl wearing a blue plush coat and a bear ear hat shyly pushing an ID card over. The waiter scanned the ID card, confirmed the balance in it, and asked with a smile, "What kind of fries do you want? We basically have potato chips here." This kind of front desk service is about being friendly. The waiter greeted Lucia with a smile. Lucia hesitated. "Then I want potato chips." "What flavor do you want? Look at this shelf, or look at the computer in front of you. There's a product menu on it." "Oh." Lucia tiptoed to look at the distant shelf and found that she could not recognize the things on it. So she set her eyes on the display at the front desk. "I want tomato flavor." She pointed with her little finger. The first time she acted alone and traded items in the hands of humans. Lucia was very nervous. If it was her more than a month ago. Flavor? Potato chips? The dragon could swallow the whole internet cafe in one bite. Pay to buy? No way. And this barbecue flavor one too. Lucia said very shyly. She is not the kind of dragon that cannot do without Xia Li. Facts have proved that if Xia Li is not present, at least she will buy things. Do you want a big bag or a small bag? A small bag is 10 yuan, and a big bag is 20. As a front desk clerk at an internet cafe, what scene has she not seen? But this shy little girl is indeed the first time I have seen her, and she is such a beautiful girl. A little girl with a round face and clean and pure eyes like this will naturally have a good impression on anyone who sees her, even if they are also girls. They will unconsciously be more friendly to her. It's so expensive. Lucia swallowed her saliva. She remembered that this kind of potato chips only cost 5 yuan a bag when Xia Li took her by it. "Let's have a small pack." Lucia decided to just satisfy her cravings and not be greedy. "I also want a bottle of orange juice and a bottle of Coke and a lollipop." After taking the bill, Lucia returned to the private room with the potato chips she had bought at the front desk. In the noisy cabin, for people were fighting fiercely. A little bit of blood, a little bit of blood, really a little bit of blood. He was full of blood, and you told me that he was a little bit of blood. You deserve to die. Really, he must have spit back just now. If you had come earlier, it would have been fine. I believe your lies. Next time I come to help you catch me, I'm a dog. The three human men were still cursing at each other, while Xia Li, who was sitting at the edge, was quietly controlling the keyboard and mouse in his hands. Lucia walked over and put the supplies she had purchased on the table one by one. Xia Li then noticed Lucia's appearance and quickly took off his headphones with one hand and controlled the character back to a safe place with one hand. Did you go shopping? Yeah, potato chips. Lucia showed the food to Xia Li with a bit of credit in mind. Xia Li glanced at the 2 bags of potato chips, raised his hand, and stroked Lucia's head. Not bad. You know how to buy things. Xia Li smiled. Chen Tao on the other side turned around. His game screen was waiting for the rebirth countdown, and seeing Xia Li's actions towards Lucia, he swallowed a mouthful of dog food alive, turned back and rubbed Monkey's head, and imitated Xia Li's words. Not bad. You know how to steal dad's heads. Are you sick? Why do you, as support, always think about those heads? Monkey said angrily without turning his head. Ho Zijie and Fu Yuan, who were still operating the game, had no idea how big a pile of dog food was here. Chen Tao sighed and shook his head and put on his headphones again. Coke. Lucia handed over the Coke she had traded from the human woman. Chen Tao didn't want to watch this scene, but the scene here was too eye-catching, and it was difficult for him to avoid it. He saw Xiao Lu handing a bottle of Coke to Xia Tuer from the corner of his eye, and Chen Tao secretly envied her. However, girls are not very strong, so unscrewing the bottle cap must be... Is it super? Just thinking about this, Chen Tao watched Xiao Lu twist her hands, and the Coke bottle in her hands was almost twisted and deformed, and then the bottle cap opened and bubbles popped out. This power should be possessed by delicate girls? Isn't it said that girls automatically weaken in front of their boyfriends? Originally, the strength that could leave the top of the head would be as weak as a chicken in front of the boyfriend. It is said that this is done to arouse the boyfriend's desire to protect. But why did Xiao Lu do the opposite? Moreover, seeing Xia Li's calm face, it seems that he is used to it. Oh my god! Looking back, Chen Tao found that the game character in his hand had died again. He felt even worse. Is it delicious? After Lucia handed the Coke to Xia Li, she waited expectantly for Xia Li's reaction. Xia Li nodded. It's delicious. Although both of them knew that Coke tasted the same at room temperature, one was willing to ask, and the other was willing to act. Lucia's sense of achievement was satisfied. She sat beside Xia Li happily and began to unpack her potato chips. She first unpacked a pack of tomato-flavored potato chips. Lucia ate one and then fed Xia Li one. Xia Li's screen was in the critical period of the late-stage team fight, but every time he caught a small hand reaching out, he seemed to have pressed a switch. His mouth opened automatically, and then waited for the small hand to stuff the food into his mouth. This is a bit salty. Xia Li bit the potato chips and responded when he had time. Lucia finished the tomato-flavored ones and was eating the barbecue-flavored ones. This kind of salty potato chips is indeed not as delicious as the sour ones. However, if the food is salty, she has a solution. Monkey, go to the front. I have a big move. Don't be afraid. Go straight. The opposite AD didn't flash. Xia Li bit the potato chips handed by Lucia in his mouth, and suddenly came back to his senses after a series of operations. Why are these chips so wet? Like they were soaked in water. Tasting them carefully, it seems that these chips are not as salty as before. A group battle ended, and the computer screen showed the word victory. Xia Li turned around belatedly and found that Lucia was picking up a chip, hiding beside Xia Li, and licking the powder on the chip with her little tongue. Xia Li saw this scene. Xia Li didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. You said it was salty. Lucia stuffed the licked chip into Xia Li's mouth, which was slightly open because of surprise. Put it in, and then push it in with the palm of her hand. So I helped you get rid of some of the taste. She said seriously. Thank you, Xia Longlong. Xia Li smacked his lips. Don't mention it. There's a faint sweetness in it. Is ambergris sweet? Xia Li saw the lollipop in Lucia's other hand and guessed that it was because of the candy. Damn! The victim, who was sitting next to Xia Li and closest to Xia Li, finally couldn't hold it back. Chen Tao slapped his thigh and put his Coke back on the table. Why is this Coke sour? It smells like lemon. The owner of this internet cafe must have mixed Coke with lemon. I'm going to find him. Chevron_score left after coming out of the internet cafe. Xia Li was full of energy. Hou Zijia and Fu Yuan had good expressions. After playing 4 or 5 games, they basically didn't lose much. The expression on their faces was easy and comfortable. And Chen Tao is different. Chen Tao looked listless and listless. His eyes were so distracted that he could not focus, and his whole body seemed to have suffered some inhuman abuse. Where we'll go next? Fu Yuan stretched. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at Xia Li at the same time. After all, Xia Li is the leader of the faction of Building 3 in the Chaoyang community in Shandong. The 3 of them have grown up after Xia Li's, but since childhood. So even if they grow up, they are willing to give priority to his opinions. Just eat. Xia Li glanced at the time and said. He wasn't very hungry, but his little dragon is probably almost hungry. As Xia Li expected, when he heard the word fried, Lucia's head emerged from the blue bear's hat, staring at Xia Li with bright eyes. What do you want to eat? Xia Li pinched the ears of the blue bear hat. Flesh, Lucia murmured in a low voice. She was embarrassed to say that she had been cooking at home these days, and she was not good at cooking meat, which led to her and Xia Li being little lambs for several days and eating a lot of grass. Xia Li thought about it. So if she didn't supplement with some high-quality protein, her body would probably not be able to withstand it. Is there any self-service? There is too much meat, and it's enough to make you full. Xia Li turned around and asked her how many of them were. Everyone is a foodie, not to mention that there's a hungry dragon next to Xia Li with a huge mouth in the abyss. So eating a self-service buffet is naturally the most cost-effective. Among these 4 brothers, 2 stay at home and don't go out, and 1 doesn't work locally at all. Only Chen Tao, a social animal who runs outside all day, knows the best of nearby food. I'm eating quite a lot in Jinjiang district. Chen Tao, who was as frustrated as a zombie, patted his forehead and recalled. It seems like a new self-service crayfish shop is open nearby. It costs 90 yuan per person. Will you go? Okay. Can you drink beer? Hou Zijia, who was behind Chen Tao, asked excitedly with a loud voice. It's wrapped. Just eat beer and snacks. Chen Tao nodded. Go, I'm fine. I'm fine, go. The 3 of them hit it off immediately. Everyone was not very particular about people. If they had no questions, they would take action immediately. Can you go? Xia Li pinched the soft little hand in her hand and turned around to ask Lucia for her opinion. Lucia couldn't understand what these human men were saying, but she understood one word, dragon. Eat dragon? The soft white little face was glowing with orange-pink under the sunset. The blue bear ears on her head looked soft, and her fair neck was weakly huddled into the collar because she heard this keyword. Lobster, it's not a dragon. It has nothing to do with dragons. Xia Li couldn't help laughing. He couldn't explain the details, so he could only hold her little hand and say, You'll know when you go. Hou Zijia stopped a taxi on the side of the road. None of them wanted to be left to eat dog food, so the 3 brothers took one of them. After taking a look at the positioning information in the group, Xia Li guessed that it would not take long to walk over, and then lowered her head to ask the dwarf dragon beside her. Let's walk over? Not far. How far isn't it? 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. Lucia used her extraordinary wisdom to calculate in her mind. 1 kilometer is indeed not far from the dragon. Dragon wings arrived before they could swing, but if she had to step out for a kilometer with her feet wearing small leather shoes, you have a short leg, at most 50 centimeters of one step, so you have to walk 2,000 steps. Sally didn't need to ask, what was this stupid dragon thinking without asking? So amazing. I can actually calculate the answer in an instant. Xiaolong was stunned. Sally came to his heart. 5, 50, 50, 50, 50, 59. Is this the legendary multiplication formula table? Xiaolong made a surprised voice. Stupid. Xia Li rubbed her loose bare ear hat. Taking out his cell phone, Xia Li casually scanned a shared electric car parked on the side of the road and wrote it directly on after waiting for unlocking. After doing this, he took off his safety helmet and buckled it on the silly dragon's head, and then honked the horn twice with some pride. Bow, get into the car and take you for a ride. Lucia felt novel and stood next to the shared electric car and found that the car only had 2 wheels, which was different from the one I used to ride. You will be dizzy with 4 wheels, and 2 wheels are just right for you, Xia Li explained. The evil dragon is easy to race. It is not picky about food when eating, and it is not picky about the places when sleeping. It can only take the cheapest public transportation tool when riding a bus. Moving forward, Xia Li made the cushion behind her, but free as much space as possible. Lucia turned over with some difficulty and sat behind Xia Li with her calves crossed and her little hands that had nowhere to put them simply put into her pocket. Xia Li looked back at her awkward sitting posture and said in a plain tone, "Don't put your hands in your pockets, otherwise you will face the ground when you fall. If you can't sit steadily like this, reach out and hold me." Oh, only then did Lucia stretch out her hand and hug her around Xia Li's waist. Feeling the soft body behind her, Xia Li couldn't hold back the corners of her mouth. "Sit tight, we're ready to go." "Yes." So the dragon hugged him tighter. Xia Li stepped on the accelerator, and the 2 figures shot out together on the street at sunset. It wasn't that Xia Li deliberately wanted to use this method to make Lucia hug him. This stupid dragon couldn't stand being fooled at all. Xia Li didn't need to use any means to make her hug him. He just needed to mention it slightly, and she would do it obediently no matter what the occasion was. The main reason was that he was afraid that Tao and the others would wait too long, and Lucia was hungry, so he didn't walk this kilometer. "Xia Li, you look good when you ride a bike. This is called handsome." "Oh, then you look handsome when you ride a bike." The whistling wind blew in his ears, and Lucia's gentle voice and the autumn evening breeze poured into his ears together. The electric bike sped along the asphalt road. When encountering pedestrians, Xia Li would squeeze the brakes, and then the soft face of the little dragon behind him would bump into his back. The cold wind that rushed into his clothes was like frozen sea water, drilling into his body along the sleeves and collar. Xia Li felt his body temperature was losing, and the accelerator in his hand turned down half a circle. "Lucia, are you cold?" "What am I not saying?" The wind was too noisy. Lucia couldn't hear clearly and could only press her face sideways against Xia Li's strong back. Xia Li's voice passed through his chest and muffled into her ears. "Are you cold?" "Oh, not cold. Xia Li is very warm when he hugs me." Looking at the road ahead, the sunset in the distance spread across the sky like a colorful painting, and the sky was dyed a soft orange blue by the boundary between light and dark. On this narrow electric bike seat, Xia Li was in a very quiet mood, but at the same time he felt impetuous. He didn't want to squeeze in such a small car with Lucia. Although it was really warm, he wanted to give Lucia something better. "Let's buy a car in the future, a larger convertible, close the hood when the weather is cold, and open the hood when the weather is hot. This way you won't be blown by the cold wind, and you won't have claustrophobia. Do you want to make a lot of money?" Lucia's voice came from behind. "Yes." "Forget it. Let's use the money to buy delicious food." Chevron_left. "Finally here. Why don't you go in first? This self-service store is open for 1 hour, so if you want to go in, you must go in together." The neon lights on the street shone on the faces of the F3 brothers. Some of them were standing and some were squatting with their hands in their pockets, looking at Xia Li, who was riding over. Xia Li turned over and got off the car, and by the way, he picked up Lucia, who had moved her little but behind the seat, and got off the car. Lucia's legs landed on the ground, and before she could stand firmly, her head felt light, and Xia Li took off the helmet on her head and threw it back into the car pocket. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. This 2-wheeled car powered by electricity is really interesting, and it doesn't seem difficult to control. Thinking so, Lucia's little butt pouted, and she was about to sit back in the seat where Xia Li had just sat. But Xia Li grabbed her by the collar. Come here, you can't handle this kind of thing with your balance, Xia Li said sternly. Lucia grumbled, thinking that she had just seen a human cub riding a two-wheeled car, and she would definitely be able to do it. It's definitely not cost-effective to bring my sister-in-law to a place like this. We should eat more and make up for it later. The 5 people walked in through the main entrance, and Fu Yuan walked in front and shouted, "Everyone who enters the buffet has such an obsession, that is, to eat back their money. But in fact, unless they are really big eaters, it is actually very difficult for normal people to make up for their money by eating buffet. In any case, the restaurant owner has something to earn, and the better the business, the more money he earns. Can't make up for it? There is no such thing." Chen Tao had seen Lucia's appetite. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, and didn't say much. At this time, the lobster restaurant was crowded, and everyone lined up for a while and waited for the table of people to finish eating and leave before they could sit down. F3 left a row of sofa chairs for Xia Li and his wife. None of them wanted to be fed dog food. The 3 of them pushed and shoved each other, and finally each moved a chair, forming a semi-enclosed structure to surround Xia Li and his wife. The self-service store was very lively, and the surroundings were steaming. Lucia took off her blue bear coat, put on a sweet pink sweater, and sat quietly in the corner by the window. Sally first went to get her a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. "What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." "Lamb." Lucia took a breath with her small nose, and she smelled the unique smell of lamb. "There are really lamb chops, you wait." Sally turned around and went to the dining table to get a portion of lamb ribs, 2 steaks, and a large number of skewers. These are just appetizers for the evil dragon. Lucia couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she stared at the food. But now she is outside and can't be as casual as at home. Lucia knew she had to be more restrained, so she leaned aside and whispered in Xia Li's ear, "Are these all mine? They're all yours? Eat as much as you want." After thinking about it, Xia Li felt it was necessary to teach the evil dragon what a buffet is. This restaurant does not charge by food quantity, but by head. I have already paid your head fee, so you can eat as much as you want. The head fee, Lucia corrected with a serious face. Xia Li smiled. "Okay, the head fee. Anyway, here it is, a one-time payment, and then eat until you are full, so you don't need to be restrained. The more you eat, the more cost-effective it is for us. Do you understand?" After speaking, Xia Li waited for a while. Lucia's head has a small memory, and she needs time to think to understand this new word. In other words, she is now a hungry dragon released into the forest. She can eat whatever she wants in the forest without having to pursue the human world's one-for-one trading method. She's so good at this. This is how Lucia lived when she had a group of mountains to herself. "Oh, then I'll get some more." Realizing this, Lucia was about to leave the corner of the sofa. Xia Li retracted her legs and made room for her. "You can only take things from the dining table, not from other people's tables," Xia Li reminded her. The dragon walked away, and I don't know if he heard it. Fu Yuan, who was sitting opposite Xia Li's table, couldn't help but smile and said, "Not really. Sister-in-law must know this common sense." Fu Yuan only knew that Xia Li's girlfriend came from a remote village, but he didn't know how remote it was. Sally had a hard time. "Your sister-in-law's common sense is so weak that she is not a wild man, but a wild dragon." After a while, Ho Zijia and Chen Tao, who were responsible for getting the dishes, also came back. They were holding a lot of plates in their arms, with all kinds of food on the plates, stuffed full. "Didn't you go to get wine and crayfish?" Fu Yuan thought of the theme of tonight, and always felt that it seemed to be off topic. "I met Xiaolu," Chen Tao said, "so I'll run a trip for her first. I feel like we don't need to take the lobster anymore." Ho Zijia looked ready to die. No matter how much he could eat, the amount on the table was a bit exaggerated. "I'm afraid it was enough for the 5 of them. I'll go get her back." Sally slapped his thigh and stood up. He knew that putting this dragon and food together was dangerous. "Boss, is my steak ready?" "It's almost ready. I'll bring you 2 servings later." "Boss, I want 3 servings." Okay, then I'll give you 3. In front of a live, cooking iron plate, Lucia quietly lined up with an empty plate in her hand. The steak chef saw that the little girl was so cute, and originally only 2 steaks were allowed per person. so he forced her to put 3 in. The freshly baked black pepper steak was fragrant, and Lucia pursed her lips and happily ran straight to the next stop. Stop right there. Xia Li pulled her and took the food back from the dragon's hand. Lucia stood still. The plate in her hand disappeared, and she looked up in some confusion. Can you finish it? Xia Li said seriously. If you can't finish it, you have to stay and wash the dishes. Although Lucia has been in human form for a month, she obviously has no idea of the limits of human stomachs. Don't hum and say that you can't eat it at all, and Xia Li will have to finish it in the end. Go back and sit down. Take it after you finish eating. Xia Li led the dragon back to his seat. The dragon didn't say anything and had no objection to this. After sitting down, she lowered her head and started eating silently. She ate one plate of meat after another. When she was tired, she took a sip of juice and didn't care what the human male next to her was talking about. Xia Li drank 2 glasses of wine and reviewed the 2 games in the afternoon with her brothers. Chun Tao and Ho Zijia, the 2 blame-shifting kings, were not convinced by each other. They held their wine glasses and quarreled with each other from beginning to end. Xia Li was very happy to see them quarreling. He clinked glasses with Fu Yuan, a watermelon-headed man wearing glasses, and asked, "How did you do in the civil service exam? The exam started in early November this year, right?" "I did." Fu Yuan shook his head, and the bitter wine went down his throat, and his heart was bitter too. "The results will be out in January next year, but I don't think I'll have a chance. Others are studying full-time in training institutions, and I, a self-taught candidate at home, don't even understand the details." "It's okay. If you can't pass the test, you can take it again," Xia Li comforted, "or you can also sign up for a training class to save time. The registration fee is tens of thousands, and I'm just a leak," Fu Yuan sighed. "Those training institutions say they will refund you if you fail the exam within 5 years. It seems to be a good deal, but who can persist in taking the exam for 5 years? And time cost is also a cost." Xia Li thought about it and said, "Then you can look through the online courses more often. The practical knowledge there may not be less than that of the training institutions. If you really feel unsure and want to give it a try, then find a reliable small class to try. In short, weigh it up. With your grades, it shouldn't be difficult if you study hard." After that, Xia Li and Fu Yuan clinked glasses, and Fu Yuan smiled and nodded. "Boss, you are still reliable." Fu Yuan is the second best student in the Gang of Building 3 in Shandong Chuyang community, and is at the same level as Xia Li. As for the best student, it is the female doctoral student who is now on the high-speed rail and will probably arrive soon. "Sister-in-law, we will leave our boss to you." Fu Yuan was moved. He didn't expect that the first person in their team to find a girlfriend was Xia Li, who never left the house like him. He raised his glass to clink glasses with Lucia. Lucia buried her face in the food, and when she saw the man who called her Sourkia talking to her, she looked at Xia Li with confused eyes. "Cup, pick it up." Xia Li lowered his head and whispered in Lucia's ear. Lucia didn't know any human etiquette. She only knew that it seemed that the humans who drank water here liked to drink the water in their cups in one breath. This should be some kind of tradition, right? The face still covered with black pepper sauce became quiet, and a pair of amber eyes stared at the remaining half-cup of juice for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, Lucia held up her water cup with her hands full of food grease and drank the water. She drank it in one gulp, then put the empty glass on the table and wiped the remaining water drops on her mouth with the back of her hand. "Drink it," Lucia said loudly. "Ha ha ha." Fu Yuan laughed when he saw this. Xia Li sighed helplessly, raised his beer, and clinked it with Fu Yuan, whose arm had been hanging in the air for a long time. "She doesn't understand these things. It's okay, ha. Fu Yuan laughed so hard that his shoulders shook and his glasses fell down. It felt very interesting.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.